Life is precious. Every human is born with inherent dignity and value. Why? Because life is given only once. Asterisk hey. Helena, Ispa, you're too slow. Come on, let's go. Asterisk. Asterisk Yuta, your voice is too loud. Asterisk. Asterisk everyone, this is a dungeon, right? If we're not careful, we'll get hurt. Asterisk. An unchanging truth. Rich or poor, young or old, everyone meets the same end eventually. There's an old saying, Abraham Lincoln may have freed the people, but Samuel Colt made them equal. Unfortunately, unlike in games, there's no reset button. No extra life. No automatic respawn after 30 seconds. Did God overestimate his own abilities when he created humans? Asterisk Ispa, you're always saying to be careful. If you keep acting like that, you'll never succeed. Right, Helena? Asterisk. Asterisk Og. Yuta, I told you not to run ahead like that. Asterisk. Asterisk, really, you're all so reckless. Asterisk. If people could return after death, if everyone were reborn with their memories intact, what would happen? Would teachers still preach that life is precious? That suicide is just running away? No way. Some might throw themselves off buildings the moment they learn to walk, simply because they were born to the wrong parents. Some might treat suicide as a reset button, abandoning life for trivial reasons, discontent with their talent, their gender, their homeland. Like a gamer abusing a cheat code, they'd quit the moment life became inconvenient. But since I've talked for too long, let's keep it simple. Life is fleeting, easily lost, and thus, valuable. I glance ahead at the two children running forward. Helena, timid and hesitant, following behind Yuta, reckless and ambitious. Yuta, abandoned by his parents, growing up in an orphanage, dreaming of striking it rich. Helena, always swayed by others, unable to voice her own opinions. Children living real lives so different from mine. They're still rough around the edges, but in time, they'll shine like polished gems. Just how far can they grow? How much can they endure before they break? I hum a tune as I follow their trail. I already know the dungeon's layout. I've crawled through places like this countless times. Where the treasures are. Where the traps are. How dungeons lure in foolish, young adventurers. I know it all. Asterisk found it? If we get this, we'll be rich. Asterisk. Asterisk ah, and no. Let's wait for Ispa, asterisk. They've already taken the bait. A trap for them. A treasure for me. Well, I expected this much. Experience, after all, is just another word for mistakes. Asterisk ah, Ispa, you'd have found a treasure chest inside that door, asterisk. Helena's voice is hesitant. I wish you'd tell me your own thoughts instead of repeating someone else's. Asterisk no. It's dangerous. Asterisk. Asterisk why? We can just go in and get it. Asterisk. Asterisk there's no way a treasure chest would just be sitting there like that. We need to be cautious asterisk. Even the most advanced machines malfunction sometimes. Humans, ruled by emotion, are no different. But overcoming those mistakes, learning from them, that's growth. Yes, I am the cornerstone of these children's growth. I cultivate that precious, irreplaceable life they possess. Compared to my own, which holds less worth than a discarded pencil, isn't it an overly generous trade? Asterisk Ispa, you're always so overprotective. We're proper adventurers now. Asterisk. Asterisk, that's. Yuta. Ispa is just thinking about us. Asterisk. Yuta, reckless and independent, hates being told what to do. Perhaps it's a result of being abandoned. Helena, ever hesitant, always following instead of leading. But I know she has the potential to be something greater. Asterisk alright. Cowards can stay here. I'll be back in a flash asterisk. Asterisk ah, Yuta. Asterisk. Asterisk Yuta, come back. Asterisk. He dashes forward. The trap is set. The ceiling begins to rumble. Asterisk got it? What is this? Asterisk. Asterisk Yuta, the ceiling. Asterisk. As expected. Yuta freezes, eyes widening in panic. The so-called treasure chest is filled with heavy burdens, impossible to carry. Cruel, isn't it? Asterisk Yuta, get out of there quickly. TCH. Asterisk. Asterisk Ispa. Asterisk. I dash forward. His greed, his recklessness, it's all catching up to him now. If he doesn't move, he'll be crushed. Completely. I grab Yuta's hand and pull. I could easily escape with him, but I deliberately adjust my pace. Just slow enough. Just close enough. Because I plan to die here. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk Ispa. Asterisk. I throw Yuta toward Helena with all my strength. His eyes widen in shock. Cute. He lands outside the door. Safe. As for me, the ceiling comes crashing down. Stone presses against my back. My head slips through first, followed by my neck, my shoulders. Then, crunch. A sickening sound, one that defies words, reverberates through my body. It's like the splintering crunch of cartilage when biting into pork ribs, except this time, the sound is coming from me. Before I even register the pain, my mouth opens instinctively, screaming. No, I control that scream. I mold it, make it more wretched, more desperate. Pain, so intense it short-circuits my thoughts, floods my nerves like wildfire. It feels as though my brain is melting, sizzling under an unbearable heat. Pain exists to warn the body of danger. If that's true, then right now, I must be beyond saving. I want to black out. I want it to end. But I hold on. Because this moment, this agony is the culmination of everything I've lived for. If I let go too soon, all of it will be wasted. Ispa. The sound of my name, drenched in panic and horror, barely registers. My body no, half of my body lies trapped beneath the crushing weight of stone. The jagged edges have sliced through flesh and bone like paper, and the parts of me that remain feel like they're on fire. I've lost everything below the waist. Yuta and Helena's faces twist in incomprehension. Their minds, unable to process what they're seeing, struggle against reality. The 5 stages of grief, they say: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. If you don't know, Google the Simpsons meme. TL note, outdated reference, but true. These kids are still in denial. Ka, hayak. Ispa, you're joking, right? This isn't funny, come out. Hurry. I thrash. I claw at the ground. Murky liquid blood, bile, something else seeps from my mouth and nose. I contort, grotesque and pitiful, making my death as undignified as possible. Helena collapses, her face drained of color, her mouth slightly agape as if the life has already left her body. Yuta, still refusing to accept it, lunges toward me. Ispa, stop messing around. His hands grab my arms. He pulls with all his strength. Ryip. A grotesque, wet tearing sound, one that should never come from a human body, fills the dungeon. St stop, Yuta. Too late. Kurayak. Yuta keeps pulling, face contorted in terror. He still thinks this is a game, that I'm just being dramatic. My body, what's left of it, is twisted beyond recognition. The last remaining strands of skin, muscle, and sinew that tether my torso to my lower body finally snap. I'm free. Completely. But there's nothing left below the waist. I am torn in half. My insides spill out, unraveling like a marionette's severed strings. The realization dawns on Yuta in slow, unbearable horror. He collapses beside Helena, his body shaking violently. He understands now. He did this. Ispa. Kaho, My breath comes in wet gasps. What kind of face am I making right now? Agony? Fury? Emptiness? It doesn't matter. I bite my lip, forcing my nails into the cold stone beneath me. A sharp, brittle snap, my nails shatter, cutting into my skin. The pain grounds me, keeps me from slipping away. Then, a laugh bubbles up from within me. I nearly let it slip, but I hold it in. Instead, I lift my head. The children stare at me with vacant, lifeless eyes, drowning in guilt. Trapped. Lost. Their small hands tremble as reality crushes them beneath its weight. Yuta. Helena. The children who were my family in this life. Yuta, your eyes. That face. That unbearable, shattered expression. It's perfect. Your heart pounding. Your body trembling. The way your breath shudders like a bird in a storm. It's all proof that my life was not in vain. My suffering, my death is the weight that will shape your future. Isn't that enough? Isn't that everything? Well, I'll be dead soon anyway. 14 years. I've spent 14 years raising them like my own. Though I look like this, if we're counting mental age, I could be their great-great-grandmother. I was there when Yuta dreamed of adventure, when Helena hesitated, too afraid to take a stand. I guided them. And now this is our first grand adventure. Our first, and our last. Greed and recklessness led us here. A single mistake. And now, this is my ending. A shame, really. I wanted to see them grow just a little longer. But I hope no, I know they'll survive. They're strong. They'll carry this wound with them, carve my memory into their bones, and live. Even if they break, they will learn from this. They must. That's all that matters. What do we do? Yuta? Ispa? That's right. I am their teacher. A teacher who gives unforgettable lessons. A teacher who offers her own worthless life in exchange for the one, irreplaceable life they still possess. That's a blessing. A teacher's final gift. My vision darkens. I use the last of my strength. Slowly, so painfully slowly, I lift my hand. Blood pools from my fingertips, dripping onto the cold stone. I reach toward Helena. She flinches, frozen like a child who doesn't know what to do. This is my final lesson for you, Helena. You have to choose. Ilmi, Ispa, what did you say? Helena's face brightens hopeful. Not because she expects me to live, but because she wants direction. She wants me to tell her what to do. Oh, Helena. That's not how the world works. With trembling fingers, I point to the dagger at her waist. Kill me. A weak, trembling whisper. You understand, don't you? I'm dying. I will die. But if I go like this, I'll suffer. I'll drag it out. You have to choose. It hurts. Frustration. Horror. The resentment of a child who never asked for this burden. But life isn't fair, Helena. There is no prince on a white horse. There is no miracle waiting at the last second. Now stab. Take that knife and end it. Helena, I've always told you being indecisive, avoiding responsibility, leaving decisions to others, those are weaknesses. That's why Yuta is here. Because you didn't stop him. Because you were afraid of confrontation. This moment was inevitable. This was always coming. I don't want to. I don't want to. Helena. That expression. That despair. So beautiful. My vision fades. I feel something cold press against my neck. And then, a scream. A final, echoing lament of this cruel, wretched world. Yes, Helena. That's right. Live with this. Engrave it deep into your heart. Because life is fleeting and precious. 100 out of 10. A new beginning. In a quiet, peaceful kingdom surrounded by mountains, the baby has been born. A wail, full of life, echoes through the palace. And so, it begins again.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
It feels like riding a roller coaster. In the pitch-black darkness, I'm being tossed around, like floating in space, with nothing to hold on to, up and down. In the darkness that seems to stretch on forever, I exist alone. How comfortable. A single ray of light found at the end of it all. Like a moth drawn to a flame, like an insect navigating by the moonlight, I slowly fly towards that light. We promised to call this a past life. Alas, this is what they call reincarnation. It's a common occurrence for me. What are you thinking about, Eris? Thinking about big sis Remy. Kaya, I love Eris so much. Squeeze, my older sister hugs me, small as I am, in her equally small embrace. In a corner of the royal palace, a small flower garden. There, my older sister and I are playing. Carefully crafting a small flower crown. I place it on her head, and she smiles, more radiantly than any blooming flower. Remy Akaya. Currently, my older sister and the princess of the small kingdom of Tizalaya. Perhaps out of joy, her embrace tightens. It's a little suffocating for a child's body, but I also face Remy and hug her back. It's a different scent from the flowers in the garden, a more comforting and human, the smell of a person. Being the second child, she'd been eagerly waiting for the birth of her younger sister, or so I've heard. My name, Eris, was also given to me by Remy. Well, it's understandable to be happy about having a younger sibling. She said she was inspired by the main character named Alice in a fairy tale book. My parents also agreed, saying it was a pretty name and not too strange. Perhaps it's because of the attachment she has to the name, or maybe she just likes me, but Remy has rarely left my side since I was born. Even when sleeping, even when studying, even when bathing. Well, I don't mind. Perhaps due to my first life, my inclination leans heavily towards the masculine side and has become fixed, but thanks to the experiences of living as a woman in repeated reincarnations, I've long since gotten used to it. Eris, I love you so much. I love you more. As I thought, I can't give Eris to anyone? Let's get married. That's a bit. My older sister makes a face as if she's lost her country. It makes teasing her all the more fun. Good reaction. Every time I see that face, the urge to make her cry consumes me. I want to make her cry. If I die in front of my sister, what kind of face will she make? If she were to kill me, it would be perfect. I end my thoughts. I look up. I see a tearful face. I escape from my sister's body, which is frozen as if struck by lightning, and I run away. Escape? I see Remy chasing after me, calling my name. Our usual game, just the two of us. Tag, typical for children our age. As always, it ends when I'm caught. Then I give my sister candies as a reward. The candies I've secretly stashed away. I always lose. What younger sibling can beat their older sister? Giggle, the high-pitched laughter unique to young children fills the flower garden. By the way, isn't she too close? What the? She caught up already. Big sis? 10 seconds? 10 seconds. Right. 10, 9. I see my sister stop. Remy slowly counts down. I quickly exit the flower garden gate and run outside. I may have gotten some distance, but I can't let my guard down. Big sis Remy counts diligently when I'm nearby, but the moment I disappear from sight, her countdown goes straight to 0. It's cheating, but well, it's cute, so it doesn't matter. If I complain about it after being caught, as always, she'll just brush it off and nuzzle her face against my cheek. Then I'll have no choice but to lose again. So where should I go? My parents, Marco Akaya and Mari Akaya, the two of them have a gentle nature and benevolent appearance that's hard to believe for the king and queen of a kingdom, but they are still the rulers of a kingdom. They must be buried in paperwork, being nagged by their ministers right now. Poor them. They're clearly the bosses, yet they're the ones being pressured. The sun is shining. Come to think of it, it's almost lunchtime. Then my eldest sister's class must be over. Big sis Anna. Unlike playful big sis Remy, she's serious and hardworking in everything she does. Even though it's break time after class now, she's probably reviewing the knowledge she just learned. Good. Hard work is good, but if you don't let out gas, it'll explode, right? If I go into big sis Anna's room, big sis Remy will probably come looking for me soon. It's a place I frequently visit when I play hide and seek. I'll get caught quickly, be held and cuddled, and then we'll all gather for lunch. A perfect plan. I patted myself on the head for my genius plan and saintly consideration, and headed towards my sister's room. Here I go. So, you came here? Yes. Eris. It's just as I thought. Sure enough, there's big sis Anna, opening a book and studying. It's bad for your health, you know. Sighing, big sis Anna puts down her pen and I crawl under her desk. I put a finger to my lips and go SHH, SHH, as a bonus. I spread my arms and hug big sis Anna's legs. It's cool. She slightly pushes back her chair and lowers her head to look at me. She says she can't help it, but her hand stroking my head tells the truth. My family, they're all good people. Studying and studying all day. If you keep sitting like that, mushrooms will grow on you. What's that? Hehe, but I like big sis Anna even like that. When we were younger, we used to play together a lot, but at some point, she developed an almost obsessive attachment to studying. To be precise, the responsibility of becoming a wise ruler started to weigh heavily on her. Well, because big sis will definitely become a super griot queen someday. Really? Of course? You study so hard every day. Because I made her that way. Anna Akaya, the princess who will become the queen of the Tizalaya kingdom if nothing unexpected happens, is, after all, just an ordinary person. Honestly, if we're just talking about talent, wouldn't Remy be more suited? Me? I'm just an exception. I'm not worthy. I'm just cheating. The kind of person who isn't even allowed to stand on the same starting line. Well, Remy loves playing so much and enjoys cuddling me and lazing around, so being a queen wouldn't suit her. A lazy genius and a hard-working ordinary person. That's the exact dynamic. And the one who knows this fact better than anyone else is her, Anna Akaya. To put it bluntly, I also appear to be a genius on the surface. Anna, comparing her ordinary self to us geniuses. Retreating is not allowed. Because she has to become a good ruler. Because I expect her to. Because she wants to live up to the expectations of her beloved little sister. From behind Anna, I was pushing her. Is it towards the throne or the edge of a cliff? It doesn't matter either way. I'm just curious how big this small crack will grow and how many people it will swallow. I'm already looking forward to it. Pit-a-pat, pit-a-pat. I hear footsteps of someone running from outside. This is the royal family's private residence. There's almost no one who would run around like that. Except for the royal class, that is. Soon, the footsteps stop in front of the room we're in. Big sis Anna smiles wryly, stops stroking my head, and puts her arms on the desk. Yes, good acting. Bang, big sis Anna. Ha, yes, Remy. The door bursts open. An energetic voice fills the room. Well, as usual, it's Remy. It couldn't be anyone else. She comes right up to the desk where I'm hiding and starts chattering to big sis Anna. Eris? I came to get you? Give her to me. Eris isn't a doll. Aris. Oh my head. Big sis Anna, massaging her temples with one hand as if she has a headache, starts saying that I'm not in this room. Clearly and precisely, so that I can hear her from under the desk. Eris isn't here. That's a lie. I see Eris isn't here. But I can see everything. Her hand gestures clearly pointing towards the desk under which I'm hiding. Her fingers are moving so vigorously. She's selling me out? Well, I'm kind, so I'll pretend I didn't notice. Seeing that gesture, Remy seems to have figured something out and starts giving an obviously unnatural answer. Her voice is choppy. Yes, you're not good at acting. I just rub my cheek against the cool legs I'm hugging, praying for her to catch me quickly. It's almost lunchtime. I'm starting to get hungry. A growing child needs to eat a lot. Thump, thump, I hear Remy's footsteps leaving the room. The door opens and closes, and I feel tiny, subtle footsteps approaching me again. She's trying to hide her footsteps, but it's not working at all. Well, it's because I have some abilities and can hear everything. A normal child my age probably wouldn't notice. I feel happy to have discovered one of Remy's talents in an unexpected place. I count in my mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tada. Swish. Whoa. Found you, Eris. Kaya? I've been caught. How did you find me? I thought I hid really well this time. Hehe, I always know where Eris is. Despite finding me through cheating, Remy puffs out her chest and speaks proudly, making me burst into laughter. Her silly appearance was just too cute. After pulling me out from under the desk, Remy hugs me and spins around, laughing as well. Phew. Finally, it'll be a bit quieter now. Big sis Anna watches us and smiles softly. Is that smile because she's thinking about how the room will finally be quiet? Well, I don't think so. Ding. Dong. The bell rings. Remy stops spinning me around and focuses on the sound coming from outside the window. The bell signaling lunchtime echoes far and wide from the tower. Our own bell tower, installed so we wouldn't lose track of time while playing. The history contained within the tower is too light. And our parents' affection is too heavy? They're not going to introduce it like that during a palace tour or something, are they? This is a historic bell tower. The reason for its installation? To let the princesses know it's lunchtime. Wow, that's so lame. It's time to eat. Let's go, Eris. Okay. Big sis Anna should come too. Come on, let's go together. Okay. I approach big sis Anna, who is standing some distance away with a small smile on her face. I grab her hesitant hand, as if she's about to step back, and the three of us, connected, exit the room. How happy. I wish these faces would all be ruined. My sisters, lined up on either side of me. Humming a tune, I swing my arms as we head towards the dining room where our parents are waiting. My precious people in this life. I hope they grieve over my death and that I become permanently etched in their memories. I want to be an unforgettable, powerful memory. That would be really nice. So I say, big sisters, I love you so much. ******. The family bonding time I felt after so long was truly enjoyable. Just like in my past lives, growing up abandoned without a family was the norm. Even if I grew up under the care of parents, most of my childhood was spent without receiving proper affection. And yet, to be born as a princess, even as the third child. What are you going to do today? I'm going to practice swordsmanship. Again. Yes. With those words, I left big sis Remy and ran towards the training grounds. I heard Remy's calls to play more from behind, but I ignored them. Her affection is too overwhelming. I wonder if that sister will ever get married? I thought as I ran. How many times have I reincarnated? I stopped counting once it passed 3 digits, so I'm not sure. It's been quite a while since then, so wouldn't it be at least 4 digits by now? Not that counting matters. When I was just a single digit, every day was new and exciting. Yes, it was fun at first. It was fun to be called a genius by others occasionally, and to do things I couldn't do before without worrying too much. Then, when was it? I realized that my life had only been about trampling and stealing the single lives of others, things that should have rightfully belonged to someone else. Using the cheat-like knowledge gained from repeated lives to steal those things, I, as a person, was merely complaining about trivial matters, like being born into a family with unfortunate circumstances, or not liking the body I was born into, while others were working hard to live each day, and I was complaining about such things. Stealing the places, the food, the affection of those living a genuine life. The moment I realized that, I hanged myself. After that, I remember committing suicide dozens of times due to sudden existential crises. I tried slitting my throat, drowning in the sea, setting myself on fire, and even went mad, being treated like a lunatic and having my head chopped off by a guillotine. Well, there's no need to worry about it now. It's all in the past. Anyway, reincarnation was truly unpredictable. When I was just past 3 digits, I tried to find some regularity in reincarnation to escape this maddening world, but it was useless. The only thing I learned was that it was completely random. There wasn't even a glimpse of an escape route. Now, I've just let go. And that's how I found peace. Being reborn in a medieval world with fantasy elements twice in a row was a blessing. I've been thrown into a world like a space sci-fi novel where my cute scientific knowledge from the modern era didn't work at all, and into a modern zombie apocalypse world. I've even been born in a world like Greek and Roman mythology. Ah, speaking of zombies, that reminds me of the faces and screams of the group I was traveling with back then, through the window. Those people, who watched me being bitten alive by a horde of zombies I lured with sound after locking the door, are they still alive? The situation of a young girl using herself as bait to lure zombies and being eaten alive right before their eyes, it was quite interesting. Especially since the people I was traveling with were kind and naive. I even had an older sister. If I had to choose the most memorable experience of my lives, it would probably be that one. Ah, I got excited. Clang? Ugh. Hey, are you alright? Did I accidentally put too much force into it? The sword of the knight I was sparring with flew far away. You might say, how strong could a little girl be? But if you properly aim for the timing when the opponent starts to focus their strength and deliver a blow with good weight transfer, even a child can easily defeat an adult. If you strike just as the sword reaches its peak, before it starts to descend, they have no choice but to collapse helplessly. Besides, my opponent was going easy on me. It was my own unique swordsmanship, ingrained in my body after countless years that I can't even remember. Even if it's just an imitation without a proper teacher. If a soul exists, perhaps it's safely stored there. I'm fine. However, your growth is truly unbelievable. At your age. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Humility can be a poison if taken too far. At times like this, you should just be happy. Okay. Teacher smiles bitterly and ruffles my hair roughly. I call him Teacher Fane. He's a retired knight who now works as a swordsmanship instructor. Even though his touch is rough, it carries a certain affection, so I enjoyed it. I don't like it when my hair gets messed up, but as you get older, you tend to fidget and become talkative, so knowing that, I should endure it. It's been a little over 3 years since I started learning swordsmanship, officially. For them, it must be quite shocking to see a young girl, without proper muscle development, defeat a seasoned knight. Thanks to that, I'm playing the role of a genius that doesn't suit me. But this will all be helpful for the future. I should brag to Big Sis Anna I'll get head pats. It seems you're quite fond of Princess Anna. Yes, I really like her. She's very pretty, kind, and, well, I just like her. Fane's expression darkens rapidly as I mention Big Sis Anna. Ah, is it because I said I'd brag to her? Well, as an older knight, he must be quite perceptive. He probably noticed that my sister is feeling inferior. Inferiority complex. Not being satisfied with one's own accomplishments. He's probably worried that someday, the word one's own will change, and she'll start comparing her accomplishments to those of others. Is that what they call an inferiority complex? Don't worry, Fane. She's already doing a good job of that. I'm going to get praised. Thank you for your hard work today, Princess Eris. Okay, see you later, teacher. Thinking about what I have to do next, a deep smile forms on my face. What kind of expression will she make when I tell her that I beat Fane? Will she freeze? Or will she hate me? Will she be jealous? If I lean into her, she'll reluctantly pat my head. Ah, I'm already excited. I want to do the same to Remy, but, how should I put it? Her aura is too bright for any inferiority complex to take root. I think she'll probably just like me more every time I show a good side of myself. Whenever I did something even slightly impressive, it was always Remy's job to brag about it. Actually, I've helped Remy with her homework a few times, and instead of being jealous, she was busy carrying me to our parents' meeting to praise me. Bursting through the door, no less. Mom? Dad? Eris is. Our Remy? What's wrong? She's a super genius. Our kind parents quietly sent us back without a word. Dad even tried to praise me along the way, but got a slap on the back from Mom. Ever since that incident, I've just been showering Remy with affection without thinking too much. It was so embarrassing back then. It was a powerful psychic attack. My face turned bright red. Is Remy a ghost type? Since with those types, it's more effective to get hurt or take attacks in front of them. How should I get hurt in front of Remy? Hum. I headed towards the private residence where Big Sis Anna was resting, indulging in fun imaginations. Tra-la-la. Hee. So I went clang and swung my sword. Yes. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, in my room, where I was previewing tomorrow's lesson, as always, that child came to visit. Eris, our precious little sister, who came into our family. Every time I stroke her soft and beautiful hair, like silk, a warm feeling travels from her head to my hand. Eris loved it when I patted her head. I don't know why. She should go to a lively sister like Remy instead of a charmless sister like me. Strangely, Eris was as attached to me as she was to Remy. Thanks to that, Remy sulked for a while. Really? And so, I beat Teacher Fane. You beat him? Yes? Teacher said I did well. At her words, I unconsciously stopped my hand. My chest feels tight. Eris is a genius. A known fact. At a young age, she learned to read and write, to wield a sword, and the words she occasionally muttered to those with worries contained wisdom that was unthinkable for someone her age. Our parents were surprised too. Yes, you've already beaten Fane. Amazing. How amazing. Yes. Eris won. He pat my head more. Okay. I resume my hand movements. The small child snuggles closer to me. It feels like a lump is forming in my chest. A hot sigh, unable to escape, keeps swirling inside. My body grows hotter, and my touch becomes rougher. Tight. It hurts. It's suffocating. Big sis. I want to throw up. Why, is this child? Big sis. A loud voice rings in my ears. Startled, I look down and see Eris, clutching my hand and shouting, with a tearful face. I look at my hand, tightly gripping Eris's hair. What was I thinking just now? Eris, are you okay? Does it hurt? Will you? It hurts. I hurriedly let go of her hand. Eris was crying, saying it hurts. My mind goes blank at the fact that a child who never showed any signs of pain, even when she was injured or had a bad cold, was now crying. I don't remember what happened next. When I came to my senses, Eris, who had somehow stopped crying, was being led out of the room by Remy, who had appeared at some point. After the two of them left, I let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall, collapsing to the floor. The floor was so cold. I stared at my two trembling hands. What, was I just? There. Are you okay now, Eris? Should I scold Big Sis Anna? I'm okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't fight, you two. I don't like it. To be honest, I was surprised. Because it was much faster than I expected. And for it to manifest physically, this is truly unexpected. Was it already festering that badly inside? According to my plan, it should have been safe for a few more years. The pace is too fast. You have the qualities of a Yandere. Big Sis Anna? This little sister is so moved. At that moment, when my head was grabbed tightly and almost crushed, I could clearly see Big Sis Anna's eyes. Dark, lifeless eyes. It's a leap, but if what she was holding at that time wasn't a pen but a knife, what would have happened? I love Big Sis Remy. Honestly, I was so surprised when I heard Eris crying while walking by. Sorry. It was just a brief imagination, but my mouth was already agape. I buried my face in Remy's chest, lest anyone see. But not yet. Not yet. In this vast world, no one grieves the death of a stranger. Why? Because they're a stranger. Because I've never seen them before. Because they're not family. Because they're not precious. When I become a more precious person to them, when I reach a high position that can't be exchanged for anything, that's when I want to die. I'm a believer in tragedy, and I hold the wish that my life would be written as one. I don't want to be the protagonist of a common, ordinary story, like a homeless person freezing to death on the side of the road, devoid of fun, emotion, or lessons. Because nothing is more despairing than that. I'd rather slowly grow old and die in this peaceful everyday life. Tug. I pulled on Remy's sleeve. She looks at me. Remy, as always, is really pretty. I bet she'd be even prettier when she cries. Let's go to my room. I saved some snacks to eat together. I trailed off, saying those words. It's a reward for the hide and seek we played earlier. They're snacks made with great care by a truly first-class chef, the kind that everyone would like, but I don't feel anything special about them. I can't taste things very well. I was so messed up back then that I couldn't even realize I'd lost my sense of taste. I could only feel some taste when I ate spicy peppers, black pepper, or things like that. If I had to say, it's not taste, but sensation. Thanks to that, I don't feel much attachment to the snacks I receive. Honestly, if I were blindfolded and given a cookie made of mud and a cookie baked by a chef, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Crunchy, with crumbs falling to the floor. Yes, they're similar. Actually, it's not just my sense of taste, but all the sensations in my body are a bit off. Well, it can't be helped. It could be that my mind is messed up from repeated deaths, or maybe it's a dissonance between my soul and body. I don't know the reason. And I don't want to know. Knowing wouldn't help me at all. For me, the present is the most important. Anyway, because of that, I secretly stored the snacks I received and offered them to big sis Remy, who loves sweets. Yes, a mother is full just by watching her child eat. Okay, let's go and eat them together. Big sis, you'll gain weight. Ouch, don't poke me. Squish. Enjoying the feeling of Remy's soft side fat, I headed towards my room. Seriously, she might gain weight if she's not careful. Big sis, should I make her exercise? Should I reduce her snacks? By the way, big sis Anna's face. It was really good. It looked like someone had done something to her. To my sister, of all people. Should I look into it seriously later? If I find the culprit, I should praise them. I'll stamp a good job sticker right on their face. I've seen countless worlds so far. There were orthodox fantasy worlds where different races like dragons and elves lived and breathed, and interesting worlds where demons and gods openly revealed themselves. There were worlds where humans dominated and enslaved other races, and conversely, worlds where humans were on the verge of extinction. Besides those, there were worlds with absolute monarchies where power was concentrated in the center, worlds where a strengthened feudal system with powerful lords was prevalent, and worlds where peasant rebellions succeeded and republics were established. Even in similar world settings, the intricate pieces that make up each world were all different. A book about curses. Yes, I'm curious. I want to see it. Wow, you're quite unique, princess. Hehe. I came to the library. Tessa, the librarian, greets me familiarly when she sees me. I love her blue hair that reminds me of the sea, so I often ask if I can touch it. It even smells a bit like the ocean. At first, she was terrified and bowed when she realized I was a princess, but over the years, we became close enough to drop formalities. Well, if you worry about every little thing, you'll be exhausted. You should live life with ease. Curses. Well, it shouldn't be a problem for a princess like you. It's over there at the very end on the left. Okay, thank you, Tessa. Interestingly, in this world, there were no wizards who shot fireballs and turned the sky upside down. That's a shame. Isn't a wizard a staple of fantasy? Instead, there were shamans, who made a living practicing shamanism. To put it simply, they're like wizards who specialize in curses and buffs. Because of that, you might think their reputation is in the gutter, but their usefulness makes them indispensable to the nation. Curses. Big sis Anna's sudden change. The gap is too wide to simply be a miscalculation on my part. Do you know how many times I've died in front of others so far? To write a tragic script, understanding the feelings of others is more important than anything else. It's not to brag, but I'm confident in reading the emotions of others. Although I've made mistakes occasionally because I'm not very good at the entertainment aspects. Big sis Anna's behavior is mostly unrelated to my weak areas. I hate yanderies. They're the main culprits of root destruction. So, there's probably something else going on. Curses. Mental type, it's at the very end. Contains 14 chapters. A girl researching mental magic in the corner of a dark library. This is precious. Honestly, I don't think reading a couple of books like this will allow me to grasp everything about curses. They say that a person who hasn't read any books is scary, but the scariest person is the one who has only read one book, right? Well, there's a saying like that. TL note, it's the Bruce Lee practice kick quote thingy. However, I should be able to find at least a minimal clue. What I'm looking for is a curse that causes a sudden change in personality, especially one that changes it in a negative direction. Well, I'm happy because it seems to be helping me, but in general, it's considered a curse that changes one's personality for the worse. Flip, the pages of the book keep turning. Rather than manipulation, guidance, or subconsciousness. Hypnosis takes too long, so pass. Although it's called shamanism, but in the end, all unrealistic things like magic and such are connected, so it was easy to grasp. It's not that she developed a personality or behavior she didn't have before. Big sis Anna definitely felt inferior to me and it simply manifested extremely in the form of violence because she couldn't suppress it. So, is it the manifestation of the subconscious, or is it blocking her rational thinking by increasing her emotional instability? Rational thinking. If things continue like this, Big Sis will become the heir. It's obvious. As the legitimate child, the next throne is practically guaranteed. Big Sis Remy, the second child, is often lazy and doesn't have the desire to become queen in the first place. As for me, I'm too young. Then, there's sufficient reason to target Big Sis Anna. This incident probably wasn't aimed at me. There's no reason or benefit to doing so. This incident is like a side income, I guess. Is it the work of some idiot who wants to shake Big Sis Anna's mind and manipulate her to their liking? And I got caught up in it. This is boring. Princess Heiress? What, have you finished reading already? Yes. Thump, I hand the book back to Tessa and leave the library. Really? No excitement, no fun. And no brains either. What a bad writing. Curses that affect the mind are high-level curses in themselves, and therefore very difficult to cast. They don't just work easily after being cast once, they require a medium to continuously inject the curse into the target. Something that needs to be carried on the body at all times. Underwear, clothes, or accessories. Is it that? I heard that a duke recently gifted a pair of earrings made with black pearls. Big Sis seemed to like them and often wore them on her right ear. Since they weren't detected by any detection talismans, it means that they were probably ordinary earrings at first, and then secretly switched with cursed earrings when the opportunity arose. Little by little, was he planning to slowly brainwash her during her childhood when her mind isn't fully developed? Oh dear. I already called dibs on Big Sis. If there's something that Duke didn't predict, it's that Big Sis is in a much more precarious state than he thought. Since cracks are already appearing like this. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before she's found out. Ugh. I start a new calculation. I add the effect of the mind-altering curse to my constant prodding and poking at my sister's side. In my jumbled memories, this kind of situation wasn't unheard of. Rather, it happened quite often, and it was a method I used a few times myself. Tag, mind break. Super fun. Originally, the time frame I had in mind was about 5 years. About 2 years? No, it could be 1 year if it's short. The time left until the explosion, that is. Boom, hee. This is going to be fun. Turning an unexpected situation into part of the script. That's what it means to be a professional director. Now, how should I cook this up? New discoveries, new characters, hardships, and adversity. A villain appearing in the play, Duke Aquitaine, has been added. That's all. Even though I knew this would happen, the stance I had to take didn't change. Yes, I've always been consistent. Playing and having fun with Big Sis Remy, reciprocating my parents' loving touch with affection, and generously showering Big Sis Anna with love, even though it's a one-sided love that will end in heartbreak. The things I had to do remained unchanged. Always. Forever. Until my soul rots and decays. Betrayal? Conspiracy? Backstabbing? I've experienced such crude things countless times. A case like this? Honestly, I only felt that it was too clumsy and weak. To be honest, I don't feel anything when I see these kinds of people anymore. Rather, a sense of pity. A fight, in the first place, is only possible when everyone is on the same playing field. Ugh. Big Sis Anna has been so scary lately. She's probably stressed from studying. Come on. Let's play by ourselves? That first princess is going to be the queen anyway. After that, the snowball I rolled for months started rolling towards Remy as well. The relationship between us sisters, which should have been very good, started to crack. Even at pranks she would normally accept cheerfully, she began to react sharply, so Remy must have gotten angry. I'm sorry. To tell you the results of my investigation, it was indeed Duke Aquitaine, the one who gifted the black pearl earrings to Big Sis Anna, and the one who cast the curse. After a bit of research, I could feel a black energy emanating from the earrings, enveloping Big Sis Anna. Of course, I couldn't be certain just from the fact that he gave them to her, but my intuition, which I trust more than anything else, told me so. My intuition is practically a magic conch shell. The verdict is death, bam. TL note, get it? Like the judge hammering when they reach a sentence. Never mind, delete this later. The one who dies is me. Big Sis, have you finished your homework? Eek. I was going to do it right after playing, yeah, right after we played. Big Sis Remy was always the same. Lazing around every day, going to the flower garden with me to look at flowers, playing hide and seek, eating snacks, repeating that kind of life. You're so lazy. Big Sis. She seems to have gained some weight lately. Should I just gobble her up? Wow. NOM. Eek. Eris. This is your punishment for lying NOM. I am sorry. I gently nibbled on her belly fat. Not painfully. Like a kitten biting its owner's finger. Is it called nibbling? I don't remember well. Big Sis Remy flinches and twists her body in surprise. She must have been ticklish, as her breathing became ragged and her face flushed red. Oh, so this is her weak spot. Since I made a good discovery, I nibbled on her a few more times as a bonus. Her reaction is just too good. She tells me to stop, but no way. Nom. 1 bite, 2 bites. Because of Big Sis's vigorous movements, we both lost our balance and tumbled in the flower garden, covered in dirt, hugging each other. Eris. Catch me if you can. Ta-da-da, I successfully escaped from Remy at high speed. She chases after me, smiling as she sees me running away. She's too fast. Big Sis, count. Don't forget to count. No way, you're dead meat if I catch you. I'm going to drag you into the bath with me today. That's too much. It seems Remy is determined today. If I get caught, I don't think I'll be able to maintain my composure. With the determination to escape, I run out of the flower garden gate. Remy is hot on my heels. Even though I'm running at a speed that's hard for a child to achieve, thanks to her natural talent, Remy is somehow keeping up with me. Amazing. Wow, is this what a true genius is? If she added effort on top of that, it feels like a terrifying human being would be born. Big Sis's true potential, which she occasionally shows. Every time I see that side of her, I wonder if I should have devised a plan to use Remy to fuel Big Sis Anna's inferiority complex. She's the second princess, and if she really put her mind to it, she could create a faction and overthrow the current order, right? Well, it's too late now. St stop right there. Hey, I'm running away. I smiled, looking at Remy, whose speed was slowly decreasing due to exhaustion. Come on, who would actually stop just because someone told them to? Big Sis Remy is really naive. Thud. Ouch. Found you. Oh dear, I bumped into someone. My light and fragile body couldn't withstand the impact and I fell backward, landing on my butt. The person I bumped into stood still. A shadow falls over me. From someone's perspective, it would look like I bumped into them while running hastily around the corner without paying attention. Well, I knew someone was walking there. And I knew who it was, too. Eris. Big sis Anna? Long time no see. Anna Akaya. My older sister. The first princess. She was looking down at me, who had fallen. After not seeing her for a while, she looked incredibly exhausted. Even though she was in the shade, her haggard appearance was noticeable at a glance. Anna had begun her successor training in earnest. She started devoting herself to her studies and martial arts, cutting into her sleep time to the point where it was worrisome for her health. That must be the reason. Because of that, I haven't been able to see and play with her much lately. Even when I did see her, it was only a few times, from afar, while she was studying. She's really changed a lot. I didn't know a person could change so much in such a short time. Big sis Anna, how have you been? Have you been eating well? Ah, that's right, I made a new flower crown yesterday, and... Eris. Yes. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard. That's how cold her voice was. It was chilling. Wow, for a second, I almost fell for her. That voice, unable to hide her fatigue and irritation. It was as if a heavy sense of responsibility was weighing down on Anna's shoulders. You're such a fool, big sis, trying so hard to reciprocate that weight that's only crushing you. She probably just wanted to live happily with her sisters. Anna must have wanted to live up to the expectations of her little sister, who approached her despite her being quiet and lacking in charm. A father who is revered as a benevolent ruler, a mother who is gentle and always welcomes us with a smile, two adorable younger sisters. Originally, she would have grown up well in such an environment and become the queen who would lead the kingdom. It's a real shame. Go back if you have nothing to say, Eris. Be big sis. No, I'll be the one to go back. I still have a lot to do. Then, excuse me. Anna turns back the way she came without even looking at me, who had fallen, or offering a hand. The palm of my hand that scraped against the ground when I fell stings. Lick. Gulp. I lift my hand and suck and lick the blood oozing from my palm. On my tongue, it just tastes like water. The only difference is a slight, dry, metallic feeling in my throat. Covering my mouth with my hand, I smile. Big sis Anna? Why? Big sis? Don't go, big sis. I shouted. In order to somehow stop those relentless footsteps, I tried to throw a lifeline to my foolish sister who was walking into hell on her own. Even though I was the one who pushed her there in the first place, her steps didn't stop. Only her trembling shoulders told me that she had heard my words. This accumulating guilt will only weigh her down further. When did things go wrong? Is she thinking that? Because she wasn't talented? And yet, she wanted to be a good ruler? She's probably lost in such amusing imaginations, thinking that if only she had Remy's talent. Big sis, I'm sorry for bumping into you, so, don't go. Let's play together. Big sis Anna. I'm past the age of playing games. With that cold remark, she turned her head and completely disappeared from my sight. To unravel this incomplete chain of hatred, we need to go back to the beginning, to why she yearned to be a good ruler. Because she felt the warmth of family. Because she wanted to be like her parents. Because she had the support of her adorable younger sisters, Eris and Remy. Because she wanted her family to live happily in a happy kingdom. A repayment for all the happiness she received in her life. That's why she wanted to be queen. But it's too late now. Don't go. Big sis Anna. Eris? What's wrong? Why are you sitting there? Remy, who found me wiping away tears with my small hands, quickly ran over. I cried. Today is such a joyous day. Isn't the day a person is born a very happy day? And on that day, everyone cries with one heart and one mind. Tears for a happy day. Yes, that's right. I'm crying because I'm so happy too. Eris. There. Stop crying. Will you? Sniff. The fuse of the firework has been lit. The fuse is winding down like a rusty clockwork. Tick-tock. I'm so excited. I don't think I'll be able to sleep properly. I feel like I'll be staying up all night, every night. It's so hard to wait. I just want to express my sincere gratitude to the Duke who gave her those earrings. For shortening the time frame. Well, I don't know when that will be. But one thing is certain. This explosion, yes, it will be truly beautiful. A hunting competition. Well, wouldn't it be nice for a change of pace? Honey, Anna seems to be struggling a lot lately. If you say so. Asterisk 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 just as I thought, or perhaps just as I calculated. My relationship with Anna began to crumble rapidly, like falling off a cliff. For Anna, it must have felt like crossing a river of no return. She turned away coldly, leaving me behind as I burst into tears. Ah, this is good. So, good. After that incident, Anna began to treat everything coldly, to the point where even a stranger could tell she had changed a lot. What am I doing, you ask? Well, of course. Knock, knock, knock rightward arrow knock, knock rightward arrow knock, knock. Do you want to build a snowman? Go away. Okay, sorry for bothering you. I was still hanging around big sis Anna. Wow, this isn't working. I tried to imitate a scene from my first life, a memory that's fading but more strongly imprinted than any other life, but to no avail. Winter came and the first snow fell, so I invited her to build a snowman together, but as expected, I got rejected. That's the 75th time I've done this. TCH, she's a brick wall. Despite my advances, big sis Anna's walls showed no sign of crumbling. Well, if she crumbled this easily, I would have been even more disappointed. Despite my efforts, her heart seems to be hardening even more. Or should I say, her heart is like a dry and parched land, hardening. The more it hardens, the more it'll shatter without any time to recover once a crack appears. like a porcelain doll cracking. Hee hee. Despite her rejection, I continued to act like a cheerful and bright child, pretending that nothing had happened. However, I did show a tiny bit of sadness. Eris, were you here again? Yes. Ha. Come here, let's play. Hug. Shiver, shiver. My body temperature was starting to drop due to the cold wind. I was thinking of staying a little longer and faking a fainting spell due to the cold, but Remy found me first. It's a shame, but this situation isn't so bad either. Remy runs towards me and embraces me warmly. As always, she's such a warm sister. How wonderful it would be if she cried. Every time I imagined her weeping while holding my cold body, I felt a sense of happiness. I want to see it. But the most regrettable thing is that if I die, I won't be able to see it with my own eyes. She held my hands, blew warm air on them, and slowly thawed them. I felt a slight tingling sensation as the blood started to circulate again. I almost got frostbite. I didn't know. Wow, my hands are blue. Was I outside for about 2 hours? I kept talking to her through the door, but all I got were rejections. Later, she didn't even answer and just ignored me. The effect is definitely there. Anna, you idiot? Stupid? See anemone. Don't say that? It's all my fault. Eris did nothing wrong. That stuffy, blockhead is the problem. Don't say bad things about big sis Anna. Eris is so kind despite this. Ugh, I hope she cuts her finger on paper while reading a book. That's a bit much. Right? That's what bookworms deserve? Remy tried her best to cheer me up, saying she'd punish Anna, calling her a reincarnated monster who was a bookworm in her past life, and I finally burst into laughter. Seeing me laugh, she started laughing too. As we laughed, my body temperature gradually returned to normal. Every time I saw Remy's pure actions for me, I felt so happy, like a parent watching their child's adorable antics. As we walked some distance away from Anna's residence with Remy, she suddenly spoke to me. I want to see it. It was a disjointed phrase, but we had long understood each other, able to read each other's thoughts with just a glance. That? Yes, that? Actually, I don't know either. I'm embarrassed. I'm still not very good at it. I love everything Eris does. I want to see it. I want to see it. Show me your dance. Then. I'm only showing it to you, okay? I love you, Eris. I love you too. I continued to maintain a good relationship with big sis Remy. In fact, she stuck to me like glue, and since I always gave in to her, we never fought. When we bathed, I tried to push her away gently, saying I was embarrassed, but she just barged in, saying she wanted to see my blushing face, so I gave up. To be honest, I don't really mind. We were practically together all the time, except for maybe 2 or 3 hours a day. Since I helped her with her studies and homework when she didn't understand something, played with her, and sang her lullabies when she slept, she seemed to see me as a parent figure. Our parents, being the king and queen of the kingdom, were busy. It felt like a newborn chick imprinting on a vulture tearing apart a carcass, mistaking it for its mother. Eris's dance. You like it that much? Of course I do. I led Remy's hand and headed towards the flower garden. On the way, we stopped by my room and I picked up a sword. My custom-made sword. Teacher Fane said I had nothing left to learn from him. He gave it to me as a graduation gift, as a bonus. Haha, what a character, teacher. Hey, just outside our site, around the corner of the building, big sis Anna was eavesdropping, and you praised me so much in front of her. Is it possible? Teacher, you too? Well, probably not. With Teacher Fane's unexpected assist, I returned to my room in high spirits. Big sis Anna? Well, she probably snuck back to her room and felt anxious or resentful towards me, right? The day when all that affection turns into love-hate, and then into hatred, isn't far off. After that, I was thinking about what to do with my time. Practicing swordsmanship? I've been doing it for thousands of years, and there's no point in doing it for a few more years here. Lost in thought, I suddenly had the urge to perform a sword dance. And then, Remy saw me practicing alone in the flower garden and insisted that I show it to her, which is what's happening now. But, this sword is too soft. Ting. That's a nice sound. Really? I like it if you like it, big sis. Ugh. You little cutie. I flicked the sword lightly with my finger. The clear, resonant sound filled the flower garden. The sound is beautiful, but the performance is, it's probably rude to compare it to swords from the future. Even a simple plate made of a proper alloy, cut into the shape of a sword, would be stronger and more durable than most of the famous swords in the royal palace. Still, I can't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Well, it's not just this sword, but all the other swords have been downgraded like this, so let's call it even. I smiled bitterly. Are you still thinking about big sis Anna? You yes. Leaving Remy behind, who made a gloomy expression looking at me, I slowly walked to the center of the flower garden. It feels strange to be driving a wedge between them, but it also feels exhilarating to think that this is the influence of my existence on them. I feel alive. Now, then. Eris? You. Don't tease me. Hehe, sorry. I take my stance. 2 audience members. Over there, in the flower garden, is big sis Remy, cheering me on. Clapping and cheering, her enthusiasm no less vibrant than the flowers blooming around her. She's my regular audience. And, far away, in the gap between the buildings, one audience member, watching me with empty eyes. Since she wants to watch secretly, I should pretend I don't know. The privacy of the audience is more important than anything else. I won't reveal who she is. However, I will tell you that it's a very familiar face. Clap, clap. This humble performer is truly grateful that so many audience members have come to see this crude dance. It's an honor beyond my worth. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no, let me start over. Now, ladies, let the show begin. I hummed a tune. No lyrics, just a melody through the nose with closed lips. Listening to my melody, I moved my body not by controlling the sword with my will, but by following the direction the sword seemed to want to move. You might ask, how can an inanimate object have a will and move on its own? Honestly, it sounds like bullshit even to me, but after swinging it for so long, I started to understand. Swords were a common tool in most of the worlds I've lived in. Sometimes for self-defense, as a primary weapon, as a secondary weapon, or as a tool to cut through nature, and even as decorations for various ceremonies. They were my friends. I've probably swung a sword for, like, 1,000 years? Is that an exaggeration? I haven't counted, so I'm not sure. Wow. The content of the dance, let's see. The Tragedy of Medea, that would be good. TL note, it's an ancient Greek play. A tragic woman, driven to kill her own children by the machinations of the gods. The protagonist of a tragedy, who brutally murdered her brother for love, dismembered his body, and threw the pieces one by one into the sea. She seems like a villainess, but in later generations, she was exceptionally evaluated as a female hero. In the hopeless world of Greek and Roman mythology, she successfully took her revenge, her children became kings, and she achieved a happy ending. Amazing. A round of applause for the protagonist who will become the future Medea, and death for the future Absurdus, me. In the flower garden, I twirled, holding a mirror-like, clear sword. Twirl, 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 twirl. Ah, this is fun. ******* A quiet and peaceful day in the middle of winter, the exact date escapes my memory, only the falling snow remains vivid. Our family was having a harmonious time together in the room, watching Eris, who had just turned 4, play adorably. Remy held Eris in her small embrace. It was a posture that seemed uncomfortable for both Remy and Eris, but they just smiled at each other, content. Mother was sitting in a rocking chair, knitting. And father was sitting at a round table, having a pleasant conversation with me. It was a rare day when the whole family was gathered together. Anna, what do you think is the most important quality for a king to have? Father suddenly posed a question to me. It was a vague question, and I asked father again to confirm if I understood correctly. Are you asking about the most important virtue a king should possess? Well, you could say that. Ability, virtue. I racked my brain to understand the intent of his question. Tap, tap, I tapped on the table. But the table couldn't tell me anything. It's not like there's writing on it. Even I know that there's no such thing as a magic mirror from fairy tales that answers when you ask it questions. I looked at father's face, hoping for some kind of hint, but he just smiled gently and looked back at me. What could it be? Many answers came to mind. From diplomacy to networking, social skills, intelligence that encompassed them all, and so on. I narrowed down the candidates for a suitable answer, but none of them came out of my mouth. They all could be the correct answer, for different reasons. At the same time, none of them could be the right answer. I just remained silent, fidgeting restlessly. Was I afraid of getting it wrong, or did I not want to voice my crude opinion to father? Silence fell upon the room. It wasn't a cold, chilling silence, but a warm, comfortable silence filled with the crackling of firewood in the fireplace. Not a silence of reprimand, but a silence of patient anticipation, like parents waiting for a late child. And the one who broke the silence was none other than Remy. Me, I know. Oh, is that so? Remy, do you know the answer? Yes. Remy stretched out one arm, shouting that she knew the answer. Eris, nestled in her arms, saw that and mimicked her, raising her arm as well. Mother laughed, saying they were both so adorable. It's strength. Oh, yes? You just need to be super strong and boom, defeat everyone. Strength. Individual physical power. It was one of the candidates I had considered, but I ruled it out, thinking that individual strength wouldn't be of much help in ruling a kingdom. Making strange sound effects with her mouth, Remy excitedly waved her hand as if she had gotten the answer right. Eris, seeing that, imitated her again. Don't imitate such bad things. Eris, it's bad, bad, bad? Yes, that's right. Bad. You shouldn't copy Remy. Is Remy bad? Yes. I ignored Remy's glare at me. I desperately prayed to the heavens that Eris wouldn't grow up to be as much of a troublemaker as Remy. Hearing her answer, father just smiled without saying a word. Was it not the right answer? One candidate was eliminated. But I still didn't know anything. It felt like playing a game of 20 questions where I could only ask one question. There was no way I could get it right. I couldn't glean anything from father's enigmatic expression. Finally, unable to bear the silence any longer, I chose the candidate that I thought was most likely the correct answer. I think it's intelligence. Oh, that's not a bad answer. Intelligence. This was also a vague answer. It was a word that encompassed a vast range of meanings. I nervously looked at father, but he just spread his arms wide and said there was no right answer to my question. He just wanted to know how we thought and why. There was no right answer? I felt a little foolish for being so nervous. Remy, you got it right too. As expected, I'm amazing? Right, Eris? Yes. Remy leaned her head down and received a pat from Eris. Good job, big sis, you're cool. Yes, I worked hard. Hee. Every time I saw that scene, I felt a strange emotion. From the day Eris was born, Remy hadn't thought about leaving her side. They ate together, bathed together, and she cherished Eris as if she was her own child. Eris, who grew up by the side of the carefree Remy, was strangely mature. Remy is 4 years older than Eris, but why does it feel like Eris is taking care of Remy? It's an unsolved mystery in my heart. So Eris, what do you think? Suddenly, father posed the question to Eris, who was nestled in Remy's arms. Eris just tilted her head and stared at father. Seeing that, mother scolded him. It was too difficult a question for a 4-year-old child. Honey, how could Eris know that? Haha, I was just asking. Eris held her head in her hands and started groaning in thought. She looked so cute, I seriously wondered if the most important ability for a king was to have a child like Eris. My precious little sister, who warms my heart. My little sister, who I am so proud of. It's kindness. Eris raised her hands high and declared. Father's eyes widened in surprise. Mother stopped knitting and looked at Eris. Remy, well, as usual, she just laughed cheerfully while holding Eris. Why do you think so? Father asked for the reason. Was it just my imagination? Father's voice seemed to have lowered slightly. The reason? He hadn't asked for a reason when I or Remy answered. The smile father had given us, as if he could guess the reason without us saying anything. That smile was gone. As if he truly wanted to know the reason, father looked at Eris with a serious expression. In this unfamiliar atmosphere, I just watched them silently. And Eris, the subject of this attention. Because, daddy isn't strong and isn't smart. Cough, Eris. She spoke those sharp words with a bright smile. Father, the king of the nation, wore a flustered expression that didn't suit his position and asked Eris again. I feel sorry for mommy who married daddy. Mommy is too kind. That's my girl. I love you. I love you too, mommy. Hearing that, mother clenched her fists and cheered for Eris. She said she should have rejected him when he gave her flowers, that he's a deadbeat except for his face and personality, and that she doesn't know why she ever liked him. Mother promised to give Eris a snack later. Remy was happy as if it were her own reward. Well, Eris's snacks mostly end up in Remy's hands anyway. By the way, mother, you seem to have bottled up a lot. Everyone burst into laughter and cheered. Except for father. Father just looked at mother with sad eyes. His trademark, according to mother, sad deer-like eyes. She says she wants to tease him even more whenever she sees them. But, daddy is definitely a super griot king. Eris continued speaking amidst the cheerful atmosphere. Unlike me, who hesitated to answer, she spoke confidently, as if she was sure of her answer. Unlike me, daddy definitely isn't strong, isn't smart, and gets scolded by mommy all the time. See, could you please stop? It feels worse than before. Honey, doesn't it hurt? Be quiet, dear. Before I hit you in front of the child. A wise ruler. In front of us, father was under mother's thumb, but objectively, Marco Akaya, my father, was undoubtedly worthy of being called the current king. Although there would be those who disagreed, of course. A king loved by many citizens, a king I aspire to be like. Why couldn't I recognize the answer that was right in front of me? Soldiers fight wars. Lords and nobles govern. Bakers bake, and carpenters build. Res. I looked at Eris. A simple statement, perhaps obvious from a 4-year-old child. But I couldn't shake the feeling that wisdom and knowledge beyond my comprehension were embedded in her words. Then what should the king do? Before I knew it, I was asking Eris a question. What was my tone like? Was it desperate, or perhaps? I don't remember well. It was the pathetic struggle of Anna Akaya, who was turning 10 next month, 6 years older than the 4-year-old Eris. What should a king do when all they do is leave governing, politics, war, and diplomacy to others? Big sis Anna. Remy called my name, as if sensing something strange about me, but her words didn't reach my ears. I just wanted to know. Hearing my question, Eris looked at me and smiled faintly. And then Eris. They should stay by their side and watch to see if they're doing well. As if teaching me, she began to explain the reason in a soft voice. And if they make a mistake, scold them and receive the punishment together. Saying, I'm sorry I couldn't guide you properly. Punishment is difficult to bear alone, but it's not so hard when you bear it together, right? To share the responsibility together. I think that's kindness. When I came to my senses, father had left for work and Remy and Eris had gone outside to play. Even mother had left, and I was alone in the room. I just stared blankly at the ceiling. I didn't know if Eris's answer was what father wanted. He didn't tell us, but I was convinced that Eris was more suited to be a king than I am. My head hurts. It felt like a giant needle was piercing my brain. Conflicting emotions were swirling and clashing within my heart. Self-loathing, depression, regret, emotions that were of no help in life were pulling me down. Jealousy, envy, greed, ugly emotions that were harming my body were pushing me from behind. Where was I heading? I wondered. Hell? Yes, that must be it. Outside, where a harsh wind was blowing, Eris was persistently knocking on the door, showing no signs of leaving. Continuously. Knock, knock. Continuously. Knock, knock. Knock, 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 knock. Big sis Anna. Let's play together. Annoying. TL note, annoying. I'm sorry. Sorry. So, again. Bang. Shut up. I slammed my hand on the desk. My hand turned red instantly. The pain subsided and a burning sensation began to spread. As soon as I slammed my hand down, the knocking sound from outside the door stopped. An empty room, devoid of any sound. I thought it was finally quiet, but then a guard hurriedly opened the door and entered. Why, are you all bothering me? What did I do wrong? Princess, what's going on in the middle of the night? It's nothing. Get out. Princess, I said get out. Are you ignoring me? The guard just stared at me for a few seconds and then left without a word, closing the door. The cold night air that entered through the gap as the door opened and closed brushed past my body. My head hurts. Staggering. I clutched my throbbing head, held onto the desk, stood up, and headed for the bed. Outside the door the guard had opened. No one was standing there. Neither Eris nor Remy, who was always by her side, nor anyone else. Yes, that's only natural. It was the middle of the night, when no one was supposed to be wandering around. It hurts. Help me. It felt like I was gradually turning into something unknown. It hurts. It's suffocating. I'm exhausted. Someone, help me. Eris. Anna's appearance was deteriorating rapidly. Even someone who didn't know Anna's usual state would think, that's bad. Dark circles under her eyes, unfocused gaze, delayed reaction time. How should I describe it? Yes. She looks drained. As if sensing the gravity of the situation, our parents seemed to be worrying quite a bit about Anna's current state. They seemed to think it was stress from her studies. Stress, well, it's not wrong. Stress from her studies, that's also not wrong. The problem is, it's not something to be taken so lightly. Unlike Remy, who was always causing trouble, Anna had always treated others with an exemplary and sincere attitude, so the shock of seeing her like this was doubled for those who knew her. And at the same time, it made them think optimistically that she would return to her usual self with a little rest. Because she was such a good child. They thought that after a little time, everything would be alright. That she would finish this temporary deviation and return to her usual self. Because Anna was the child who never disappointed anyone's expectations. Oh dear. I don't think she'll come back so easily. Hee. What in the world has happened? Your Grace. Control yourself. Duke Aquitaine, whom I passed by in the royal palace, looked incredibly anxious. He was fidgeting restlessly, forgetting even the basic aristocratic composure. It's understandable. Anna's current state must be quite a thorn in his side. A guilty conscience needs no accuser, isn't that what they say? Oh no, my feet suddenly feel numb. TL note, it's a nice play on words, since the proverb in Korean for a guilty conscience needs no accuser is the thief's own feet feel numb since you know this guy is also guilty. Eris? What's wrong? Does your feet hurt? Why yes. They hurt a little. Why were you standing still like an idiot outside in the middle of winter? Geez. Remy sat me down on a nearby rock and forcefully took off my shoes. My feet were slightly purplish. After letting out a big sigh, Remy carefully started massaging my feet. TH theory, dirty. SHH, stay still. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt at all when big sis is touching it. It's true. Really? Eek. Hey. Wait a minute. Even though I tried to wriggle free because it tickled, she showed no sign of letting go of my feet. After that, they were thoroughly needed. The Duke's plan was to gradually shake Anna's mind from childhood, become a maternal relative through marriage, and then manipulate her after she ascended to the throne, taking advantage of her mental distress. But oh my, it seems the cursed earrings he gave her were more effective than he expected. How unfortunate. He must have hired a very skilled shaman. Congratulations, Duke. Right now, he's probably thinking about how to get the earrings back. Yes, Duke Aquitaine is the bad guy. It's all his fault. Such a bad person. Right? To do such a thing to my sister. Unforgivable? Give us back our kind and gentle sister? Well, I'm the one who did it, though. For now, thanks to the exemplary student image Anna has built up, people believe it's just a temporary hysteria caused by academic stress that will soon pass. But what if her condition worsens, and someone in the royal palace becomes suspicious of Anna's behavior? Princess Anna would never act like this. Something must be wrong. The moment someone starts suspecting something, things will escalate. Boom, just like that. If it goes further and an investigation is launched, they'll undoubtedly find traces of a curse. Because it's already deeply embedded within Anna. Naturally, the curse on the earrings will also be exposed, and suspicion will fall upon Duke Aquitaine. The Duke, who gambled on something uncertain, will lose his hand. Chop, just like that. If he wanted to manipulate a person according to his will, shouldn't he have been prepared to take a gamble himself along with it? Well, shall we start? Oh dear, I accidentally chopped off your head off? Sorry. Did it hurt? You can't speak, can you? I'll assume it didn't hurt. Then shall we try chopping off his wrist again? Tada, chop. That's just my prediction, and I think it'll play out similarly. I don't know how things will be settled after everything is over, but one thing is for sure, those involved in this incident will at least suffer consequences. Anna, who is gradually breaking down, the Duke, who is becoming increasingly anxious, and even our parents, who have started to harbor suspicions. I believe now is the best time. If I delay any further, I might lose the opportunity forever. And a perfect opportunity has presented itself. A hunting competition? I want to go too. You're that excited? Are you sure you'll be okay? Yes, yes. Anything is good if I'm with Remy. I'll catch everything for you. Kaya, I love you so much too, Eris. Hug. Our parents decided to hold a winter hunting competition as a way to relieve Anna's stress. It was an event planned with the hope that she would feel a little better after running around freely in the vast fields and beautiful mountains. To ensure the safety of the young princesses who were still too young to hunt, all dangerous animals were eliminated or driven away in advance. The knights had combed through the entire area, so all threatening beasts had been killed or temporarily relocated. The only animals left would be rabbits and foxes huddled in their burrows, or deer with beautiful antlers. It's literally hunting for fun. I, who was originally prohibited from entering the hunting grounds, was finally allowed to participate this year, as I had just turned 10. Of course, Teacher Fane's praise for me played a significant role in this decision. He said that even if all the incompetent knights here joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat me, or something like that. Father, who seemed to trust Fane quite a bit, readily granted my request to participate in the hunt. I'm a woman who's weak to praise. Thank you, Fane. Well, the knights are nothing to me. I can handle them with one hand tied behind my back. Huh? Big sis Anna? You finally came out. But do they know that even I can't withstand an attack from my one and only blood relative? Ah, if my precious sister points a sword at me, with my tender heart, I would have no choice but to accept it without resistance. Stab, 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 like that. Gooey, gooey, spurt. Just imagining it brings a smile to my face. It would be a truly sweet and beautiful sight. I've been waiting for you. I called you from outside your room, but you didn't answer. I limped slightly and ran towards her. Tadadada. Be big sis. PL please. Answer me. I approached Anna with quick steps, but she didn't even look at me, just stared blankly at the sky. It wasn't that she was deliberately ignoring me, she seemed to genuinely not recognize me. Her eyes, which should have reflected the azure sky, were incredibly dark. Only after I tugged on her sleeve a few times did she acknowledge me. And then, she looked at me with a cold gaze. It wasn't the gaze with a hint of bewilderment that she had shown me before. It was a pure gaze, devoid of any lingering feelings. Eyes that were purely saying, I want to kill you. Wow, it's really serious. This is thrilling. Scary. Hee hee hee. Hee hee. Big sis, have you finally come to terms with your heart? I'm so happy. A big sis, I really love you. Anna didn't even answer me, just stared at me for a moment, then walked past me, heading towards her room. Remy, who had followed me, saw Anna and let out every curse word she knew. She called her heartless, said she had iron flowing in her veins instead of blood for walking away without saying anything after seeing Eris, that she has no manners, and so on. But in Remy's eyes, there was an undeniable worry for Anna. Well, until just a year ago, they were laughing and playing pranks on each other. Remy probably wants to go back to those times too. Let's go back to. Okay, tap. Remy and I held hands and started walking back to our room. Unlike my cold hand, Remy's hand was so warm it felt like it would melt mine. I prayed to a god I didn't believe in, hoping that her love for me would last forever. And, in the distance, I hoped that Anna, who was looking at me with genuine murderous intent, would keep moving forward with that strong heart. I wagged my tail. Sway, sway. A seductive dance, calling to the hunter. The hunt will begin soon. Sway, sway. Sway, sway. Even if you remove the hands from a clock and draw the curtains, the sun continues on its path. The sun doesn't care about their circumstances. Time flowed like water, soaking an entire page of the calendar. And finally, the day of the festival, the day the actors had been eagerly waiting for, arrived. One couldn't sleep, excited about making new memories with her beloved younger sister. Another stayed up all night, preparing the best script for her two beloved older sisters. And the last one was meticulously sharpening her already well-honed sword all night long. Sheeing. And finally, the long-awaited day of the festival arrived. Let the hunting competition begin. The time has come. The time for death. Have you ever touched cold metal that clings to your hand and refuses to let go? A sword so sharp, so chillingly black, that just looking at it feels like I'm being cut? It feels like I'll get burned just by touching it. Like red beads of blood will well up if I just bring my finger close. Sizzle, like that. Within that cold, sharp edge, a rage like molten lava lies in wait, its body low, stalking its prey. You can try to hide it all you want, but I can see everything. My big sister is truly amazing. Yes, you've worked hard. The hunting competition began. Anna appeared at the competition grounds, looking incredibly calm and composed, under everyone's gaze. All the abnormal behavior she had shown before, the sharp, neurotic overreactions that worried many, the distracted attention as if lost in thought, the harsh words, seemed to have been completely cured. She looked like the ideal princess everyone expected. People who saw her cheered. The entrance of today's protagonist. I also applauded inwardly. Slowly appearing on the stage, Anna gave a polite greeting, saying that she had been struggling a lot lately, but thanks to everyone's support, she was able to overcome it. Ending her speech with a promise to work hard so that such a thing wouldn't happen again, Anna descended from the platform amidst the applause of the crowd. Normal. Yes, the word normal suited her appearance more than anything else. Many people, relieved to see Anna, were busy praising Big Sis Anna for her gentle nature. And Remy, seeing that. Phew, that's a relief. That foolish sister. Hee hee. Can we all play together now? Well, I guess so. But I'll never forgive her for making Eris cry. Although there seemed to be some unresolved resentment, she looked at Anna with a small smile. Despite her anger, Remy was worried about Anna deep down. She had been so worried about her, so it was natural for her to be relieved to see her appear at the grounds looking so healthy. Yes, be at ease, Remy. Everything will be all right. In the end, everyone will be smiling. Happily. After finishing her speech and greeting, Anna walked straight towards us. With a confident stride. Although there were still traces of fatigue in her eyes, her clear gaze seemed to show that her mind was sound. Such pure eyes. The things that had been tormenting my sister had crumbled into dust and blown away. Love, affection, morality, ethics, lingering feelings, compassion. My sister, freed from the chains that had bound her, looked unburdened. Only one emotion remained, unmixed with any other. In the end, she was finally devoured. When Anna was close enough, I left Remy and ran towards her. Embrace, Anna gently hugged me as I dashed towards her. As if she was a completely different person from the one who had pushed me away with a harsh gaze. Hee hee. Big sis Anna, I missed you. Yes, Eris. You must have had a hard time because of me, right? It's okay. I'm happier to see Big Sis Anna. Remy came running from behind, crying out, are you abandoning me? She shook me back and forth, asking how our relationship was that shallow. How could I do this to her? Stop shaking me. Come on, I would never abandon you, Big Sis. Really? I'll stay by Eris' side forever. Forever is a bit. You should get married too, Big Sis. And no way. Remy hugged me, who was already embraced by Anna, and finally, the three of us were reunited in one place after a long separation. Thump, thump, I could hear Anna and Remy's heartbeats. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the sound, nestled in their warm embrace. Feeling a gentle and familiar touch stroking my hair, I smiled and looked up. Anna was carefully touching my hair with a smiling face. Anna's hand is very cold. Her eyes are cold too, when she looks at me. So cold. A coldness that feels like it would cling to me if I touched it. A touch that wouldn't come off unless it tore away my flesh, ultimately taking a piece of me. That's what was touching me now. So cold. I'll treat you better from now on. I'm really sorry for what happened before. I've been reflecting on myself. Even so, Eris and I won't let you off easy. Right, Eris? I love Big Sis Anna? I'm fine with it. Yes. Remy looked like she had been betrayed. Tearfully, she screamed that she would treat me even better. With a momentum that seemed like she would give me her liver and gallbladder if I asked. I looked at Anna once, then spoke to Remy in a gentle voice. Let's forgive Big Sis Anna, okay? Big Sis Remy. Just for today, just today. Really? Just today? Promise? It's a promise. Yes, just for today is enough. When I soothed her like that, Remy quickly calmed down. And then, laughing together, the three of us embraced each other and spent a truly happy time. After so long. I didn't lie. Everything will end today, anyway. Our parents, watching us from afar, sighed in relief. Seeing their close-knit sisters, who had seemed inseparable, suddenly drift apart must have been heartbreaking for them, who witnessed it up close. A fight between a married couple is like cutting water with a knife. A fight between sisters is like cutting a knife with water. TL note, a Korean proverb that means the ties between a couple are not so easily severed, but a fight between siblings is. They must have been worrying about how to mediate between us, and seeing us reconcile like this, they're probably thinking that it was a good decision to hold this competition. They'll firmly believe that everything will go back to the way it was. Foolishly. Remy, Dad, Mom, the knights, the nobles, the teachers, everyone is a fool. Fools. Idiots who only see what they want to see. How is that any different from being blind? A person can break down overnight, but how can a broken person come to their senses overnight? That kind of happy-go-lucky story can't possibly exist. Such things are only possible in fairy tales. A princess awakened by a prince's kiss, a hero defeating a witch with the help of a princess. To strongly desire something means that it's lacking in one's life. To wish for happiness means that a person isn't happy right now. Such stories are prevalent in the world because such beautiful things don't happen in reality. Then how can my sister, who hasn't even received a prince's kiss, be any different? Everyone knows it, don't they? Isn't there still an unresolved, unsettling feeling in the corner of your hearts? Look, face it, explore it, that doubt. But you'll all turn away from your own hearts in the end. Do you feel like there's no need to worry because the three of us are hugging each other and looking so happy? Even if you feel fear, you should have dug deeper. That's laziness, arrogance, and ignorance. You will pay the price for your sins. A typhoon brings heavy rain and wind, but at its center, the sky is clear and sunny, without a single cloud or breeze. But when the eyes move and you step outside the eye of the typhoon, you'll be engulfed in the storm again. Only after being swept away by the wind and shattered like scattered flower petals will they realize what the problem was. Eris, would you like to go hunting with me? Yes. Anna looked at me and spoke gently. I want to apologize personally. Because I'm sorry. We'll leave Remy with father and the others. Just the two of us. The eye of the typhoon smiled brightly at me. so I smiled back at her too, brightly. Is that okay, Eris? Her eyes, which should have been taking in the vast scenery, were focused solely on me. Remy, who was hugging me, the grass beneath my feet, the trees standing tall and beautiful in the distance, the blue sky with fluffy clouds, everything. Nothing but me was reflected in Anna's eyes. In her pitch-black pupils, I was the only one who existed, floating in a black background. Ah, as expected, she couldn't escape from herself after all. She could run away from other people's shadows, from everything that tormented her, but she couldn't escape from her own shadow. The shadow follows, even in death. Forever. He he he. I laughed joyfully. The clouds parted, and the sun appeared behind Anna's head. The bright backlight made Anna's face, as seen from my perspective, look dark and shadowy. I can't see her expression. What kind of expression is she making? Well, she must be smiling. Just like me. She, who had tried to escape from her shadow in fear, ultimately chose to become one with it. She thought that if she became the shadow itself, she wouldn't have to tremble in fear anymore. But there's a price to pay. Because a shadow cannot exist on its own. The price will be paid, returning to Anna as a dagger. But I love my family, my sister, more than anything. Okay, let's go hunting together. Thank you, Eris. So I'll be that price. Ah, as always. I'm just too kind. On the morning of the hunting competition, Tessa, the librarian, who had proudly declared in front of everyone that she would never lift anything heavier than a book in her life, was sorting books while humming a tune, as usual. The wounded old pine tree has lost its words. Rip, eek. Was it because she used too much force, or was the book already too worn out? The book she had picked up tore at its binding, splitting into dozens of pieces that scattered on the floor. The fallen book lay open, its pages sprawled in disarray, and a notepad, presumably filled with someone's writing, tumbled out. Someone must have slipped it in and forgotten about it. The book had felt unusually thick when she picked it up, that must have been the reason. Sighing deeply at the thought of having to clean it up, she decided to pick up the scattered pieces of the book first. The correlation between the human mind and shamanism? Who would read such a gloomy book? Tessa recognized the title of the book by looking at the cover. It reminded her of a young princess who had visited the library quite a while ago, researching books related to shamanism. Princess Eris Akaya, a princess so famous that there was no one in the kingdom who didn't know her name. Her academic talents, which amazed even renowned scholars, her swordsmanship skills that were acknowledged even by the former knight captain, these things made the word genius insufficient to describe her. In addition, her fairy-like beauty and cheerful demeanor were just a bonus. There was even an absurd rumor that good fortune would come to those who saw her. Why would such a person read a book about shamanism? At the time, she didn't ask the reason because it might have been rude, but her curiosity remained. Notes. This round handwriting couldn't belong to anyone but the princess. Muttering, it must be her, judging by the large big sis Anna, written here, Tessa began to read the notes carefully. As a scholar herself, she couldn't resist the urge to delve into her curiosity. With the answer right in front of her, how could she resist? She chuckled at the sight of Princess Eris drawing underlines and stars under Princess Anna's name, but as she read on, her face contorted into a strange expression. An expression that sensed something was wrong. An expression that turned pale. An expression of fear. Flip. What is this? Big sis Anna has been acting strange lately. The other day, she grabbed my hair and pulled it hard. Her eyes weren't how she usually looks at me. I bumped into her hard, but she just left me alone and walked away without saying a word. Tessa found it hard to comprehend the unbelievable things were written in the notepad. They were princesses known for their close relationship. She had heard that they had grown distant lately, but something like this had happened? A sense of unease grew within her heart, and her eyes scanned the notes even faster. I wonder why big sis Anna has become so strange. I think the black pearl earrings she's wearing are strange. I asked her maid, and she said she received them from a duke. His name is Duke Aquitaine. Duke Aquitaine, Tessa thought as she mouthed his name. He was a famous man for bad rumors. People said that every night, strange screams and foul smells emanated from his house. Some said they saw a dwarf in a shabby cloak going in and out of his house, while others said a terrifying monster lived inside. Her hands were already trembling. The trembling intensified, making it impossible to continue reading the notes, so she put them down on the desk and started reading again. She couldn't turn back now, she thought. What was the title of the book that contained these notes? The princess's sudden change in personality. Duke Aquitaine's gift. The mysterious rumors surrounding his house. Several puzzle pieces started to fit together in her mind. It is said that the eyes of a person afflicted with a mind-altering curse turn pitch black. Yesterday, I went to Big Sis's room. She didn't come out, but through the gap in her window, I saw eyes that were exactly like that, watching me. Those eyes were so dark, they scared me. When I looked back, the eyes were gone. Those weren't Big Sis's eyes. They shouldn't be. I miss the old Big Sis. She recalled the rumors, no, the first-hand accounts circulating within the castle lately, about Princess Anna Akaya acting like she was possessed. Possessed, bewitched, cursed, shamanism. Tessa muttered those words under her breath. Dwarves, witches, shamans. She was getting closer to the answer. Tessa realized her breathing was becoming ragged. Her mouth grew dry, and a sweet scent started to mix with it. Did she know that she, at the exact time Eris had calculated, had read the notes exactly as she had planned, that the book had unnaturally scattered, that the notes had been left so conveniently visible. Everything. I overheard Mom and Dad talking. They said it was stress from her studies, and that Mom shouldn't worry too much. I don't know much about shamanism, so I must be wrong, right? Dad must be right, right. They're holding a hunting competition. They said that Big Sis will go back to her usual self after relieving her stress. That's right, right. I hope so. I want to play with Big Sis again. I decided to stop reading books. Trembling. No, no. Her hands shaking uncontrollably, she forced her legs, which wouldn't obey her commands, to move, and ran outside. The thought of organizing the bookshelves had long since vanished. Bang! She kicked open the door that she would normally have carefully opened and closed. She was outside, but there were almost no people in sight. She shouted, "Help me! Anyone? Quickly!" Today was the day the princesses were going to the hunting grounds for a recreational trip. The soldiers who usually patrolled the royal palace without a gap, the servants who were always bustling about with errands, were nowhere to be seen today. But she kept shouting. It was the only thing she could do right now, as if her wish had been heard. What's wrong? A voice reached Tessa's ears, which were filled with her own frantic cries. Hearing that voice, Tessa felt a sense of relief. It was the voice of an old knight, who was the most trustworthy person she could think of right now, the former knight captain, and the man who had been Princess Era's swordsmanship instructor. "I'm Fane, currently retired and serving as an instructor. May I ask why you're in such a hurry? It's dangerous." Tessa wanted to speak, but her ragged breathing and spinning head forced her mouth shut. "Anything. Please, I have to speak. You useless mouth. Move, please." Thump, thump. Tessa pounded her chest with her fist. The air trapped in her lungs was expelled rapidly, and gasping for breath, she finally managed to speak a few words. Disjointed words, sounding like the ramblings of a madwoman to anyone who heard. But it was enough. At this rate, Princess Eris will die. It was still early, the sun not yet reaching its zenith. A knight carrying a woman on his horse rode out of the royal palace, deep in the forest, far beyond the royal family's hunting grounds. I was hunting there. Hunting. Krurik. I knocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. In front of me was my prey, trying desperately to escape, bleeding from an arrow wound in its leg. It propped itself up with its front legs, dragging its injured leg and slowly crawling at an excruciatingly slow pace, trying to escape. It was such a comical sight. Hee hee hee. Twang, the arrow flew with a light sound. A distance of only a few meters, the arrow flew true, hitting its target without fail. Into the two hands supporting its body. Thud, with a sound like that. Ha 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 ha. Just as I aimed, the arrow pierced the back of her hand. The prey stopped crawling and writhed in pain. Clutching her hand, pierced through by the arrow, my prey looked at me, tears streaming down her face. "Why? You can still run away. Come on, don't stop. Or else, you'll die." I silently took another arrow from my quiver and knocked it. As if sensing something from my actions, the prey tried to escape with a look of terror on her face. Drag, drag. I guess being smart also means being perceptive? She follows my instructions well. You shouldn't go that way. Be big sis. Shut up. Twang. Don't call me big sis. I aimed for the annoying ear, slightly to the right of her head, and released the arrow. Perhaps because the target was small, or maybe I was just bad at archery, the arrow missed her ear and hit the ground right next to her. Seeing that, she screamed, even though she wasn't hit. "Haha, there's no one here to hear your screams. Scream all you want. Heek. Now, run. Crawl, scream in agony, curse the world." I missed, but I succeeded in guiding the prey to its destination, so let's call it a success. By the way, is she getting used to the pain? She couldn't walk properly, but she managed to get up and walk, staggering, unlike before when she was crawling on the ground. If she continued crawling, she wouldn't reach her destination even by nightfall, which would be nice for me, though. Ha 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 ha. Its body covered in dirt, limping on one leg, stumbling along, it looks pitiful. Every time I see it like that, the headache that plagues me intensifies. Does it hurt? You're asking if it hurts? A fire rages inside me. It shows no sign of extinguishing, only consuming my heart even more. Does that hurt? I surrender myself to the flames. Thud. Ayok. Me too. It hurts too. I hurts. I run towards the now detestable object of my hatred. I trip its legs and knock it down. Screaming loud enough to make the forest ring out, it collapses helplessly. Its fear-filled eyes look at me. "I won't go easy on you." I slowly lifted my foot and placed it on its thigh, where the long, red arrow was still deeply embedded. And no, I don't like this. No. Does it know what I'm about to do? It shakes its head frantically, pleading with me relentlessly. "You don't like it? I don't like you either." Crush. I slowly put my weight on my foot. I felt her body trembling madly beneath my foot, every time my foot pressed deep into her thigh, nudging the arrow. Infuriated by it struggling to escape from under my leg, I pressed down even harder. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I see a cliff in the distance. I tilted the arrow in that direction, and her screams flowed out like a song. After tilting it a few times, as if understanding my intention, it started crawling slowly in the direction I was tilting the arrow. The destination is there. What kind of face will it make when it reaches the cliff? In a place where there's nowhere else to run, where no one will come to her rescue. Will you feel the same despair as I do? In the fairy tale book that Remy loves, the monster is eventually pushed off a cliff and killed by the protagonist, Alice. TL note, another reference to Alice in Wonderland, more specifically Alice's adventures underground. The monster she's referring to is the Jabberwocky. What will happen to you? Amidst everyone's cheers, the competition began, and I ran towards Anna, who was waiting for me on horseback. What about Remy, you ask? Remy? Sorry, I forgot about her. Reaeneas. But bye. Well, she'll probably be with our parents, cuddling with them. She might sulk, but I hope big sis Anna can soothe her later. Next to the horse Anna was riding, there was a relatively smaller horse, and I realized at a glance that it was prepared for me. Eris, can you ride by yourself? Yes. I had countless memories of riding horses, so I could easily handle a docile and small horse like this. Good boy, good boy. Nay, if you don't listen, I'll neuter you. I held the reins of the horse that acknowledged me as its master and looked at Anna, who was setting off to hunt. Perhaps sensing my gaze, she turned to me and smiled brightly. I smiled back, and Anna blushed, turning her head away, and awkwardly looked at her open palm as if embarrassed. She looked just like an older sister who adored her younger sister. Anyone who saw her would think she was a girl who was shy and excited about the upcoming date with her younger sister. Excited? What could my dear sister be so excited about? Going on a trip alone with me? Being able to bag a game soon? Or maybe, the fact that she can kill me? Let's go. Follow me carefully. Okay, you be careful too, big sis. Okay. How will she kill me? To be honest, it's surprisingly easy for her to kill me. She trusts people too easily, which causes problems. She's been tricked by maids who promised to show her something interesting and ended up getting dressed up like a doll a total of 20 times. A kind little princess who would grant any request, no matter how unreasonable. That's the evaluation of the current third princess, Eris Akaya. And Anna must know this better than anyone. Poisoning. All she needs to do is offer me a cup of tea laced with a deadly poison, and that would be enough to kill me. Even if it's a clumsy poisoning using a poison with a strange taste and smell, the little lady named Eris Akaya wouldn't suspect a thing and drink it if Anna offered it to her. She could even mock her sister as she vomits blood from every orifice, holding the antidote in front of her and making her beg for it. Murder. Just one word, trust me, and even if a knife is held to her throat, the foolish little sister would obediently close her eyes. The youngest princess, unwilling to betray her older sister's trust, would believe her words and wait until the very moment the knife severs her neck. Thud, perhaps even after her head falls, the naive little princess would still whisper her sister's name? Honestly, I didn't care what she did. I was always ready to entertain her obsession. My love is an open door. Love is an open door. But she didn't choose that path. She deliberately refused the easy way and chose the hard way. She even went so far as to wear a mask and try to take me somewhere. Who could refuse such growth, such effort? Anna Akaya is ordinary. But at the same time, she was born with a talent that no genius possesses. That's effort. Look at her eyes. Look at her touch. The warm hand extended towards me, the worried gaze, but within them lurks a monster darker than the abyss. She must be itching to tear my throat out right this instant. She must want to hang my corpse in the marketplace, spit on it, trample it, defile it, and laugh in front of it. But she's holding back that urge, enduring. I can tell. How much effort she's putting in right now. Isn't it admirable? That's why I thought she was truly worthy of being a ruler. Even though her current efforts are fueled by murderous intent and hatred towards me, the reason or motivation can easily change. If the direction of her efforts shifts to devotion to her people, she will truly become a great ruler, admired by all. And the catalyst for that change will be my death. By the time I turned 3, I already noticed that she would live steeped in inferiority for the rest of her life. A destiny that wouldn't change, no matter how hard I tried. So I thought of the best scenario. I would break the shackles of her inferiority complex here. No, not break them, but replace them with even heavier shackles. My dying words will become shackles for her, shaken by guilt, and I will whisper, just like I always told her. Big sis, please be a good queen. And she will obediently accept those shackles. The birth of the kind, wise, and benevolent queen she longed to be. Only then will I truly exist forever in her heart. That's all I wish for. An ordinary hunt continues. For her, it must be nothing more than an unpleasant play, filled with irritation. Me? I'm always having fun. I secretly follow her gaze. Until she leads me to a secluded spot, I have to keep playing this comical act. That's why, for now, Anna was acting normal, scanning her surroundings for game. Ah, that's the direction where the rabbit is. She'll find it soon. A faint wrinkle appears between Anna's brows. A sign that she's staring intently at something, sensing something amiss. In the snow-covered field, the rabbit, its fur camouflaged with the white snow, will soon be exposed to my sister. Anna will realize this and immediately draw her bow to catch the rabbit. That's why. Huias? I got it. I threw my knife at the rabbit Anna had just found. I knew it was right after she spotted the rabbit because her mouth was slightly open. The plump rabbit, unaware of the knife flying towards it at high speed, readily offered up its life. Thud, red blood splattered on the white snow. I exclaimed cheerfully. Hee, I got it? Big sis Anna? I caught it. Ah, yes. You did. Eris caught it. Again. Leaving Anna behind, I ran towards the fallen rabbit's carcass. How is it, big sis? Isn't hunting fun? As if answering my inner question, I heard Anna's laughter behind me. Yes, it seems big sis is enjoying it too. I'm so happy. It was a good idea to come here, right? I proudly raised the white rabbit with the knife embedded in it as if showing it off. I felt a burning gaze from behind, hot enough to scorch my skin. I turned around, but there was only my kind sister, congratulating me on catching the rabbit. Ha 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 ha. After laughing while looking at me for a while, Anna looked at me and spoke. So naturally. As if it was all for me. Eris, it seems like we've caught all the game here. Yes. Shall we go to a place I know well? I looked up at the sky. It was still a long time before the sun would reach its peak. Is it about time? The librarian must have started organizing the books by now. Tessa is lazy, but she's not slow-witted. She would take the book out of the return box to put it back on the shelf, as always, and the book I had prepared would slip from her hand and scatter on the floor. It wouldn't matter if she dismissed the notes as childish ramblings, but knowing her, I'm sure that won't happen. Good, perfect. I answered. Okay, let's go. Tap, I mounted my horse again and followed Anna. Soon, we entered a dense forest where the trees grew thicker and darker. The smile on Anna's lips widened, stretching into a long, thin line. Tessa would definitely run to where the king and queen were, and she would surely risk her own neck to inform them of my danger. Remy, who would happen to be there, would hear that I might be in danger and rush to find me, without a second thought. A crudely written stage setting, conceived the day before. A script that could be considered an ad-lib. Well, it doesn't matter if she doesn't come, but the more audience members, the better, so I hope she comes. I miss big sis Remy. I wish she could see me die. I see an iron fence. A sign that this is the royal family's hunting grounds. Those who entered without permission had to be prepared to face death. It was also a sign that no one's safety could be guaranteed beyond this point. Be big sis. It's all right, Eris. Anna easily cut through the fence and stepped into the deep forest. I stood outside dumbfounded, hesitantly, acting like a scared child who was afraid to follow and get scolded. A small sigh escaped Anna's lips. Hearing that, I lifted my head, which I had lowered. Because Eris Akaya hates upsetting others. If Anna sighs as if annoyed, I have no choice but to go, right? He. There are monsters in the forest, so don't go in there carelessly. A line from the fairy tale book that Remy used to read to me every night. It's what the protagonist, Alice's parents, say to warn Alice when she tries to enter the forest. That's right, Alice. The forest is dangerous. Because there are scary monsters living inside. Very, very fierce monsters that eat people. In the end, Alice in the story ignored her parents' warning and entered the forest, only to encounter the monster. I'd like it if Eris followed me. Is that okay? Okay. A sweet voice tempts me. With a determined expression, I step past the fence. Swish, in my haste, the sharp edge of the cut fence grazed my skin, and small drops of blood welled up. Drip, drip. Blood drips down. Ignoring the wound, I quickly run to Anna's side. Anna had seen the whole thing, but she didn't seem to notice that I was hurt. Or maybe she saw the blood but no longer cared. Well, it doesn't matter either way. Choose whichever reason you prefer. We tied our horses to the fence and walked into the dark forest, where not a single ray of light penetrated. Deeper, even deeper. A journey with no destination in sight. Only the sound of our footsteps echoed in the forest. If I were a child who came here expecting to find a lot of game, it would be about time I started to feel disappointed and wanted to go back. Suddenly, Anna let out a gasp. As if she had found something, she pointed her finger behind me. I knew there was nothing there except dense bushes and trees, but I deliberately turned my head. There were no rabbits, deer, or even insects or birds. A place where only tall grass and trees blocking the sun existed, like a primeval rainforest. But I, pretending to not notice Anna's lie, diligently stared in the direction she pointed. I furrowed my brows, closed one eye, then closed both eyes. I couldn't find anything, but did Big Sis find something? Creak! I heard the sound of the bowstring being drawn from behind me. Wow, I can't see anything at all. But Big Sis, you've managed to find something after all. Amazing. In just a few seconds, the bowstring was drawn and released. That time was very short, but the time it took for the arrow to reach its prey was even shorter. Thwong, the first thing I felt was the vibration of the air brushing past my body. I knew Anna had shot an arrow. A soft sound followed. Thud, it seemed the arrow had deeply embedded itself in its target. And then, a warm sensation rising from my calf. Anna's affection towards me. The hunt has begun. Screams and laughter echo through the forest. The prey has been decided. The monster gives chase. The girl wanders in search of them. This is what happened up until Eris was hit by an arrow and started crawling. What happens after that? Didn't it already appear in the previous chapter? Remy was in a very bad mood. As someone whose answer to the question who do you love more, mom or dad, would always be Eris, she was extremely unhappy that Eris had gone on a date with Anna, just the two of them. Moreover, hadn't Anna hurt Eris before? Eris went to Sister Anna again, Remy muttered. It was always she who played with Eris and took care of her, so the fact that Eris seemed to favor Anna over her was simply frustrating. Of course, it was all part of Eris's calculated actions, but unaware of the reason, Remy was always dissatisfied with the situation. To the point where even Remy, whose head was practically a field of flowers, harbored a small grudge. Eris was so kind that she could be mistaken for a reincarnated angel. But that so-called older sister didn't even try to cherish such an angel, instead pushing her away and walking past without a single apology. For the siskin older sister who always mumbled about wanting to keep her younger sister in her pocket, the current situation, where she was hunting alone, must have been unbearable. But Eris said just for today. Thwong, she shot an arrow at the innocent ground. Aimlessly, at the bare earth. Naturally, she caught no game, and the arrow simply flew and stuck itself in the snow-covered ground. Sighing, the princess resumed her walk. The innocent arrows would be retrieved by the servants later. Poor things. This princess. She has no intention of hunting at all. The only reason she was enduring and holding back from running to Eris, hugging her, and nuzzling her face against hers was because her little sister had said just for today, because she had asked her to wait. So, Remy Akaya believed that just like Eris had said, everything would return to normal after today. That her older sister, who had finally lost her mind from studying and started acting recklessly, would return to being a model student devoted to her studies. That Eris, who was clearly hurting both physically and mentally, but kept watching over her older sister's unstable state without a care for her own well-being, would be snuggled tightly in her arms again. That everyone would return to those happy days. She firmly believed that. If Eris saw Remy now, this is what she would think. That's why you're arrogant, big sis. Death is uncertain, waiting for you anytime, anywhere. So, be prepared for it, wherever you are. Just because today is happy, doesn't mean tomorrow will be too. Remy had forgotten that. Commotion started brewing from afar. An intruder disrupting the festivities on such a grand day. Curious about what was going on, Remy, with nothing else to do, slowly walked towards the center of the commotion. Grandpa Fane. Remy recognized Eris' swordsmanship teacher at a glance. She also saw that he was breathlessly explaining something to her father, something that was unusual for the kind and even-tempered man. Beside him was a woman, mounted on a horse that was snorting and breathing heavily, emitting white steam. The woman was handing something to a servant, her body trembling. There must have been an urgent report for father, Remy thought. Well, it's obvious. Causing a scene at an event hosted by the king just to deliver a report to a mere noble? There's no way such a bold person existed. Even a high-ranking person had decorum and boundaries to respect. In the end, the recipient of the report could only be the king and queen. Although Remy considered it none of her business, she saw the king and queen's expressions growing serious and grim from afar, so she quickened her pace towards them. What's going on? Approaching within earshot, she finally heard the word she was most confident in having uttered more than anyone else. Eris. A name. A word used to distinguish someone from others. Something that belonged to oneself, but was more often used by others. Mumble, mumble, the incomprehensible words gradually became clear, conveying their meaning. And within those words, Remy noticed that the frequency with which Eris's name was being mentioned was alarming. The moment she realized that, Remy started running faster than she had ever run before. Finally close enough to hear them clearly, Remy caught one clear statement from Fane's explanation. A sentence that was both incomprehensible and unacceptable to her, with the context completely missing. Princess Anna might kill Princess Eris. But Remy didn't need any more words. That one sentence was enough. She immediately turned around, found an unattended horse, and mounted it. The knights, as if sensing something from her actions, tried to stop Remy, but it was no use. There was no one here who could stop this princess, whose eyes were now ablaze. That person was far away, in danger. Giddy up. Faster, faster. A little more. Faster. Cutting through the wind, Remy Akai rode her horse for her precious little sister. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs in the evening? This is the riddle posed by the Sphinx in the Greek and Roman myth of Oedipus. Why a sphinx, an Egyptian architectural structure, appears in a Greek myth and asks a riddle is honestly a bigger mystery, but they are actually different. There's a monster named Sphinx in Greek and Roman mythology too. Some claim they are the same, but I don't need to care about that. It's none of my business. Shall I tell you the answer? The answer to the question above is a human. It's been told so many times that even a 5-year-old child passing by knows the answer. A child crawls on all 4s, an adult walks on 2 legs, and an old person walks with 3 legs, with a cane. Well, what I'm trying to say is, crunch, kyahh, it hurts, it huurts. Ha 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 ha. Wah wah, I'm baby Eris. I'm a baby. I'm crawling on all 4s. Having abandoned human dignity, I was rolling around on the ground, serving as Anna's tool for pleasure. Anna's feet, clad in hunting boots, mercilessly trampled on the back of my hand. The rough, iron-studded soles were more than enough to inflict pain. The back of my hand, which had been chosen for her attention, was where the arrow had pierced. I didn't know if she was aiming for it or not, but it was clear that Anna stumped on that spot with all her might, where the arrow was still embedded. Crack, crunch, snap. I heard sounds that shouldn't be coming from my hand. It felt like an electric current started from my hand, traveled up my bones, and fried my brain. You've been holding back a lot. Big sis. You wanted to catch the rabbit first. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Actually, I knew. I'm really sorry. Be big sis. Please. Please, come back AAAAAAACK. I told you to shut up. The kicks continued. I crawled on the ground, desperately trying to escape the torrent of violence. My clothes were already soaked in blood and mud. Tui, I spat out a blood clot that had hardened and stuck to my throat. Just like she wanted, I screamed and ran away pathetically, filled with fear, looking desperate and wretched. Anna chased after me, laughing gleefully. The trees that had covered the sky started to disappear. The sound of rushing water could be heard from afar. Instead of dirt, I started to feel the hard texture of rocks in my hand. I already knew she was leading me somewhere. The direction of the arrows, the trajectory of the violence, it was all pushing me in a specific direction. Yes, Anna was doing her best to drive me to despair even in this extreme situation. As I thought, Anna is amazing. But my moment of contemplation was short-lived, and the chase, which I had wished would last forever, finally came to an end. Thud, I saw a small pebble knocked out from beneath my hand as I moved. The pebble was then swept away by the current, vanishing without a trace. A steep cliff, seemingly tens of meters high. Below it, a raging torrent, evident from the roaring sound of water even from this distance. The vastness of the natural landscape seemed to tell me that there was no path forward. Running and running, all that awaited at the end of this long escape was despair. Ah, so this is what you wanted to show me. Big sis, you wanted me to understand your pain. The end we had reached was a cliff with no way forward. I let out a moan filled with admiration. Ah ha 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 ha, did you think you could escape? Huh. I turned around. In the shadows, Anna was slowly walking out, drawing 2 swords. Thump, thump, her approaching footsteps were terrifying. I must have a despairing expression on my face right now, because I'm probably going to die soon. Whoosh. Stopping about 10 meters away, Anna threw the sword she was holding in one hand at me. I closed my eyes, but the sword didn't fly towards me. Thunk, the thrown sword landed precisely between my legs. As if it wasn't an attack intended to kill me, she slowly grasped the other sword with both hands and took her stance. Why? You can just kill me now. Everything is coming to an end. What are you trying to do? I muttered to myself. One leg forward, the other leg back. The sharp tip of the sword pointed at me. It looked like she was about to start a swordsmanship spar. My head hurts. Even now, it's throbbing like it's about to explode. Big sis. The same pitch black eyes as always, staring at me as if she wanted to tear me apart. Within those eyes, Big Sis Anna was there. From beginning to end, even in moments when she wanted to look away, she didn't avoid or run away, she faced everything within herself. This wasn't just the influence of the emotions or curses I had planted. It couldn't be compared to something so trivial. It was undeniably Anna Akaya's true feelings. Will this pain disappear if I kill you? I don't want to. I don't want this. Big sis. I covered my eyes with the arm that was still somewhat intact. Drip, drip. Tears streamed down like rain. Even though my arm covered my eyes and my clothes tried to absorb my tears, the endless tears soaked through my sleeves, soaked through my pants, and finally soaked the ground. I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm crying because I'm happy. Pick up your sword, Eris Akaya. I don't want to fight with you, big sis. WAAAAAAA. To Anna, I was a curse that always followed her. She was saying with her eyes. Even though she had tried to run away once, in the end, she had no choice but to fight back. Both you and I, it's our destiny. That's why she, the noble one, is trying to lift the curse that has been placed upon her here and now. Or else, I'll kill Remy. The final trial has begun. I picked up the sword. I secretly wanted to defeat Eris. I felt disgusted with myself because she was my younger sister. But even knowing that I would lose, knowing that it was a futile struggle, I wanted to do it. If I just surrendered myself to my impulses, my heart would be at ease. Curse me. Ridicule me. You should. You deserve it. Even I know it's too late to turn back. But, this last step, I will take it myself. Tomorrow, the next day, maybe even the day after that. This chapter will conclude. I don't want to fight. Stop whining. I raised my sword with one hand. Trembling, I could feel my body shaking uncontrollably, supported by only one leg. Just standing was already pushing my body to its limit. There was no way I could dodge or move from here. Despite my pathetic appearance, the look in Anna's eyes as she stared at me was more serious than ever. The look of facing a true enemy. Here I come. How long had we been sizing each other up, staring at each other? A simple word, laced with fighting spirit, escaped Anna's lips. An attack timed to coincide with the blink of my eyes. In the brief moment I closed and opened my eyes, she was already in front of me. Swish, Anna thrust her sword at me. The tip of her blade was aimed at my heart. Clang, hi-ya-ya-ya-ya. With a loud clash of metal, her sword was deflected. I hadn't aimed for Anna, but for the trajectory of her sword. I swung my sword and barely managed to deflect it. However, perhaps due to the recoil of the swift movement, I felt a jolt of pain shoot through my left arm, which had been reduced to a mangled mess. The tingling sensation spread throughout my body, and it caused a brief moment of hesitation. Anna saw my opening and, without hesitation, spun her body and kicked me. I barely managed to block it, using the flat of my sword as a shield. No mercy at all. What's wrong? Where's that brilliant genius little sister? Gah, Aik. I was thrown back and collapsed again, but I staggered back to my feet, using my sword as a cane. I had to get up quickly, because Anna was swinging her sword towards me. How fierce. Clang, clang. Relentless attacks continued, one after another. From above, from the side, sometimes both. Anna's sword, imbued with her powerful force, struck down. The only thing I could do, unable to move quickly or put strength into both hands, was to deflect the blows. Several exchanges followed. Anna attacked relentlessly, disregarding defense. I focused solely on defense, with no thought for attacking. My actions were limited to barely dodging or blocking her attacks. I hadn't initiated a single attack. Well, I had no intention of hurting her in this fight. Ha. As if realizing my intentions, the coldness in Anna's eyes as she looked at me was chilling. Creak, an ominous sound emanated from the hilt of her sword as she gripped it tightly, feeling insulted. That's not it. This is all out of respect for you, Eris. Eris? You always push me this far. Hee. You finally, you called my name. Even in this situation, the little sister who loves and cherishes her sister doesn't want to point her sword at her. And I have no intention of hurting even a hair on her head. Competition, fighting, war. All of those things are only valid under the premise that the participants are on the same playing field. If one person wins, the other loses. If one side is victorious, the other side is defeated. The common saying, life is a zero-sum game. Profit can only be gained at the expense of another participant. This is not like that. Hee. Anna charged at me with a scream. Clang, sparks flew between us. Our swords clashed, and Anna started pressing down on me. One hand versus two hands. Naturally, my knees, lacking strength, buckled. Finally, forced to kneel, I met Anna's intense glare. What we're doing is different from that kind of desperate struggle, stained with blood. Her victory condition is to kill me. My victory condition is to break the cursed earring on her ear and restore her mind to its original state, even if only temporarily. Of course, even if I don't remove it, the king and queen, after seeing the notes in the book, will remove it themselves, but let's call it a service. A courtesy to my older sister, who tried to face the darkness within herself until the very end. At the end of this endless sword dance, we will each leave with what we desired. Therefore, this is not a fight, but a play that we perform together. A tragedy with a happy ending. Hee. I've always been like this. I've lived like this, and I'll die like this. This is my way of life. And I've never lost before. Click, I hooked my sword into a small groove on Anna's sword. A gap created from repeatedly parrying, blocking, and deflecting at the same spot. I didn't miss it. Big sis Anna. I twisted my sword. Crack, crack, cracks spread across her sword like breaking ice. The cracks grew, and finally, with a clean snap, Anna's sword broke in half. Break in half and die. Clang? You. Please. I abandoned my admirable sword and threw myself at her. I pushed my injured leg, pierced by the arrow and trampled upon, one last time. Run to her. To where Anna stood, her head bowed, silently clutching the broken sword. One step, another step, I closed the distance between us. Finally, within reach, I mustered my last ounce of strength and embraced her. Thud. And at that moment, both of our victory was secured. Thud. Big sis Anna's soft embrace was as warm as ever. I wanted to stay in her arms forever, but I reached out for her earring. Once I remove this, she'll return to her former self. My strong sister will soon come to her senses. I was worried about what would happen after I died, but seeing how splendidly my sister has grown, I think I was worrying for nothing. To say more would be nagging. All the sins will be pinned on our poor Duke. He's reaping what he sowed. Thud. I felt the cold touch of the pearl. I also saw a black aura emanating from it, wrapping around my arm. Trying to consume me? Don't even dream about it, you little punk. Inducing anxiety, amplifying emotions, causing minor hallucinations and auditory illusions? It's trying to create a suspension bridge effect. You should go on a date to watch a horror movie together instead of wasting time on useless things like this. TL note, suspension bridge effect is a psychological phenomenon where people tend to misattribute their physiological arousal for romantic attraction. Well, this is child's play. There's no way I'd be swayed by this level of shamanism. Thud. Russell, I saw someone pushing through the trees in the distance. Is that Remy? I almost didn't recognize her at first, covered in grass and leaves. Judging by her appearance, she must have rushed here in a hurry. By the way, you really found your way here, huh? It must have been hard to get here. Thud. Now, shall we remove it? I don't have much time left. I might even lose the strength to pull out the earring. I thought about just yanking it off, but I can't scar my dear Anna's beautiful face, so I decided to just gently remove it. Because my sister is precious. Now, then. I'll remove it on the count of 3. Then. 3? You're saying it's cheating to count to 3 right away? Bleh, I never said anything like that. It would be unsightly for an adult to argue, but for a little kid like me, it's somewhat acceptable. Haha, by the way, I've never seen you make such a dumbfounded face. Big sis Anna, you could make faces like that too? Are you that surprised? You fool. Now, everyone, congratulations. Remy, you made it just in time. Honestly, I wasn't sure if you'd be able to make it, but as expected, Remy, you're amazing. From now on, you should focus a little more on training instead of just lazing around. If you had properly utilized what you learned, maybe you would have gotten here before I died. Playing is good, but study a little too. Well, if Remy was that kind of sister, I would have made a different plan. Big sis Anna, congratulations to you too. You won in the end. You took my life. Go ahead and boast. You exceeded my expectations, didn't you? I can't believe you actually faced the inferiority complex sleeping within you. Although the ending didn't change, I applaud your courage. She might become an even greater ruler than the one I had in mind. No, she will. I slowly stepped back. Honestly, there were many things I wanted to say to them, but it seems unnecessary. And impossible. Cough, blood spilled from my mouth. About a paper cup's worth. My head drooped involuntarily. Thanks to that, I could see my current state without much effort. It seems I was stabbed quite messily. The front of my clothes was completely stained red. Was I stabbed 4, or maybe 5 times? To top it all off, a half-broken sword was embedded in my stomach. I'm still conscious, but I'm definitely going to die. It's an injury that's impossible to treat with the current level of medical technology. Well, in the modern era, there are cases where people who threw themselves on grenades to protect their comrades and took the full brunt of the explosion and survived, but that's only because of the insanely advanced medical technology. Even if the best doctors in the kingdom rushed here now, all they could do is alleviate my pain. In the distance, I saw Remy screaming and running towards me, desperately trying to reach me faster. Sorry, I can't hear you. Anna just stared at me blankly. Her wide eyes showed she was in shock. I was truly loved, wasn't I? I wanted to express my gratitude. To say that I was so happy because of them. For making every day a joy. There was also something I wanted to tell Anna. That the quality of kindness I mentioned, that's something only Anna possesses. I forgot to tell Remy where I hid the snacks. Well, I'm sure she'll find them and eat them herself, but you never know, right? But I couldn't speak. I couldn't even open my mouth. I could only smile at them. Brightly. A hand reached out. A scream pierced the air. Remy's face, running towards me, grows distant again. I heard the sound of swirling wind and raging currents. Am I falling? Well, it's a fitting end for me. Splash. With a strong impact, I lost consciousness. The end. Memory loss, self-proclaimed, tree. Let's begin. Point 1. Cold winter day, when thin ice had formed. A woman walking along the riverbank caught a strange scent and the faint sound of breathing. A precarious sound, like a candle flame about to flicker out. The woman paused for a moment, contemplating, then turned her steps toward the source of the sound. There, she found a child. It was a truly horrific sight, one that couldn't be described as anything but terrible, even with euphemisms. A short sigh escaped her lips, forming a puff of air in the cold. Without grimacing, she carefully examined the child's appearance. Bruises and lacerations, as if from being struck by something sharp, covered its entire body, including its face, and its stomach was like a doll with its stuffing bursting out. You are going to die soon. Spilled water cannot be retrieved. The wounds were severe, and the child had already lost too much blood. Anyone could see that the child was teetering on the brink of death. If the intention was simply to kill, there was no need to go this far. These wounds were inflicted to torment and toy with the child, she concluded inwardly. The arrow wound on its calf. One hand reduced to shreds. Multiple stab wounds that avoided vital points. Seeing that the child bore no signs of resistance despite all this, the woman surmised that the perpetrator of this heinous act must have been someone precious to the child. Were you betrayed too? The woman asked softly. Naturally, there was no answer. The outside world hasn't changed at all, has it? Always so cruel and brutal to everyone. And so she placed her hand on the child's neck. A slender neck, so fragile it felt like it would snap with the slightest pressure. Was it out of mercy? But she couldn't bring herself to exert any more force. The woman's hand trembled pitifully. Haha. Compassion, such a feeling is a luxury for me. Why am I feeling this way? She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, her gaze filled with determination. There had been a moment of hesitation, but now a life would be lost by her hand. The grip on the child's neck tightened. Slowly. Little by little. Sis. What? Just as the flickering candle flame was about to be extinguished, the child's mouth opened slightly. The woman, watching, drew back her hand and looked at the child with surprise. The child coughed up blood, and with it, a single word. Big. Sis. A moment later, no one remained there. Only traces of blood served as evidence that a child had drifted ashore here, but even those traces slowly faded away with the flow of water. No one knew what would become of the child, a child no doctor could save. I ended up bringing you back. I should have killed you. From the moment you came here, and saw me. I have no choice but to kill you. I don't want to be betrayed again. A bloody storm swept through the royal palace. On that day, which should have been remembered as a joyful festival, everything collapsed. The beloved princess, Heiress Akaya, had disappeared. No one knew the details. Why she had crossed the fence and entered the forest. What had led to her fall from the cliff. Why the first princess, returning supported by the guards, was covered in blood. Why the second princess was frantically swinging her sword, trying to kill her older sister. What urgent message the former knight captain and the librarian had brought. Nothing was revealed. The knights and servants who held clues to the incident all kept their mouths shut. A kind of taboo. A forbidden fruit. But perhaps because of that, it seemed all the more alluring. There were still those who tried to uncover the truth. And all of them were buried deep underground, never reaching the truth. Without exception. A few weeks after the incident, the official investigation results were announced. The culprit was revealed to be Duke Bate Aquitaine. Once considered a promising talent, he was now a criminal steeped in greed, who had committed a sin too heinous to mention. After the incident, the Duke was caught trying to flee the kingdom with his wealth. He vehemently denied committing such a crime, but his words lost all credibility the moment he was caught trying to escape. There was no trial. Everyone involved in the incident was arrested. The maid who switched the earrings for the Duke's down payment. The shaman who imbued the pearls with the curse. The merchant who regularly supplied him with the materials. The carpenter who built the secret room. After that, all the torture experts in the kingdom were mobilized. Their first words from their mouths were pleas for mercy, and soon after, they begged to be killed instead. But there was no stopping. The experts silently did their job, driven by their own motives. Gradually, they began to utter bizarre words that couldn't form sentences, unable to make any sound other than laughter, and only after their vocal cords were torn out, rendering them speechless, did the torture end. Duke Aquitaine, the mastermind, was then hung alive at the castle gate and is said to have survived in that state for 3 days and 3 nights before dying. People said that at first, they didn't even recognize him as the Duke when they saw him hanging. Except for a few with sharp eyes, most mistook him for a sculpture made of leather. But the moment they saw his name written beneath him, a shower of filth rained down upon him. And so, the incident came to an end. Even deep scars fade with time, so the people of the kingdom firmly believed that they would soon recover and return to their former selves. Peace returned to the kingdom. But at the same time, a rumor began to spread throughout the kingdom. The first princess, jealous of the third princess' talent, pushed her off a cliff. At first, people dismissed the rumor as absurd nonsense. But as time passed, credible eyewitness accounts emerged, and it gradually became accepted as an open secret. Eventually, all the citizens in the kingdom heard the rumor, and it became the unspoken, yet widely accepted truth. The royal palace tried to catch the source of the rumor, but they were unable to find them. Instead, their actions only added fuel to the fire, and the rumor spread even further to the point where there was no one who didn't know about it. A rumor without legs travels 1,000 miles. The rumor spread and morphed, taking on different forms. For example, that the first princess had always disliked the third princess. That she had a history of secretly abusing the youngest princess. That the first princess was the one who brutally murdered the youngest princess in front of the second princess. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Princess Anna's reputation was ruined. But she, the subject of the rumor, ignored it all. Whether it was because she didn't even want to acknowledge such a low-level rumor, or because the rumor was true and she was too consumed by guilt to respond, no one knew. One day, the rumors about the first princess spread to a certain tavern. The knights, alerted by a tip, came to investigate, but the drunkards who had been spreading the rumors had already vanished. And so, another day passed in the kingdom. If Remy had caught Eris at the cliff. Someone, anyone, please come quickly. Eris's body, which had always been as warm as her heart, was now as cold as ice. My hands were desperately trying to stop the bleeding from her stomach, but the blood kept seeping out through the gaps between my fingers. Drip, drip, the sound of the falling blood drops sounded like the fading of Eris's soul. The pristine white snow on the ground was stained crimson with Eris's blood. A red circle, growing larger and larger. What should I do? Here? The princesses are here. Hurry, quickly, a doctor, get a doctor. The soldiers soon found us. Their movements, which must have been done with the utmost effort, felt unbearably slow today. Faster, please, hurry. The soldiers gasped when they saw me, and except for a few who remained, the rest rushed off to fetch a doctor. Sis, Guhkeh, ugh. Eris, don't talk. It's okay, it's okay. It's me, Remy. Everything will be alright, okay. Eris's hand slowly reached for my face, fumbling across my body. I forced a smile, trying to reassure her. The doctor soon arrived. It's okay. You'll be fine. Eris, okay? You will be alright, right? Yes. Eris is a good girl. You promised to always be by my side, didn't you? Eris's eyes turned towards me. Her jade green eyes, which I loved, like precious gems, were becoming cloudy. Her unfocused eyes, not looking at me, staring blankly into the distance. No, Eris. Okay, Eris, just hold on a little longer. They said they'd bring a doctor? Come on, Eris. Please. I grabbed her hand, which was fumbling across my face, and squeezed it tightly. Did my prayers reach the heavens? Eris, who had seemed lifeless just moments ago, smiled and looked at me directly. Yes, you can live. Eris? Yes, Eris. I haven't finished making the flower crown properly, right? You promised to teach me. Big sis. You won't leave, will you, Eris? You won't go, leaving me alone, right? I love you? Yes, I love you too, Eris. With those words, Eris closed her eyes and fell asleep, as if all tension had left her body. Don't sleep, Eris. Open your eyes. If you sleep in the cold, you'll catch a cold. You taught me that, Eris. Right? You can't close your eyes, Eris. You have to open your eyes. We promised to read books together, to go on adventures, to play hide and seek. Please, open your eyes. Please, just once. Eris, please. Are you sleeping? Yes. It can't be helped. Eris is. Eris didn't open her eyes. Even as snowflakes fell from the sky, even as the cold wind tickled her ears, Eris slept peacefully with her eyes closed. The doctors started carrying Eris somewhere. The knights and maids by my side were talking to me. Maybe it was because I was sleepy, but I couldn't hear them clearly. What are they saying? I can't hear anything. Just leave me alone. Whenever Eris fell asleep, I would always fall asleep beside her. Eris has fallen asleep, so is it time for me to sleep too? It felt like tears were welling up in my eyes. Sleep? Yes, maybe this is all just a dream? Yes, it must be a dream. A nightmare I never want to have again. It has to be a dream. Something this horrible couldn't possibly happen in reality. I looked down at my waist. I saw a sharply honed dagger. It's time to wake up from this dream. Ever since I was born into this world and witnessed the passing of seasons, experiencing my first snowfall, Remy began reading fairy tales to me every night. Back then, 6-year-old Remy would diligently read to me, a 2-year-old, with her still developing pronunciation. She was so cute back then. I would burst into laughter whenever she encountered a word she couldn't read, secretly asked mother for help, then proudly resumed the story after learning the correct pronunciation. Honestly, I can say this now, but I knew it all, Remy. Remy would read me a new story every day, but she would often read her favorite fairy tales over and over again. Among them, the first fairy tale she read to me, and the book Remy loved most out of all the fairy tales, Alice of the Blue Forest. The protagonist, Alice, was a young girl who dreamed of adventure. She felt like her life was fixed, spinning in place like a windmill. So she resented her parents who kept her from entering the forest. A monster who eats people lives in the forest, so never go in there. To Alice, the forest wasn't a scary place inhabited by a monster, but a peaceful space where birds chirped and deer frolicked. Why wouldn't her parents let her enter the forest? Could there be treasure hidden there? If she had been an obedient child who listened to her parents, the story wouldn't have progressed. She would have grown up to be an ordinary girl, gotten married, had children, and lived a long life without causing any trouble. But unfortunately, this story was a fairy tale. And fairy tales exist to teach lessons. This story is a warning. Good people are rewarded, and bad people are punished. Children who disobey their parents' advice will face misfortune. Excessive greed only leads to harm. Foolishly, on a day when the sun was shining brighter than ever, Alice ignored her parents' words and entered the forest. And there, she met fantastical beings and formed bonds with them. She helped a little fairy who had lost her wings by the water and found them for her. She transplanted a tree that was worried about not receiving enough sunlight because it was shorter than the other trees to a new location. She gave advice to a dwarf who dreamed of making boots that would last 100 years, and to a passionate fish who aspired to one day fly in the sky by training its gills. These encounters with mystical beings, something she had never experienced before, made Alice's heart race. Living is the most enjoyable thing, Alice said. She couldn't call herself alive just because she was breathing. She said that her past self wasn't a living person, but rather a sculpture that merely existed. Now, I am more alive than anything. With each precious bond she formed, her surroundings became noisier, but to her, that noise was a pleasant one. But a child who disobeys their parents must face punishment. Because this fairy tale was written to warn children who don't listen to their parents. A warning. A place where her friends told her not to enter, a place everyone warned her about. The deep, dark forest. A box that should never be opened, but was more tempting than anything else. Hey, who are you? Me, Alice, entering that place, encountered the monster. I felt the soft touch of fabric against my eyelids. I tried to move, but it was as if my entire body was weighed down by heavy stones, and I was drowning in the sea. A strange scent wafted around me, the bitter scent of medicinal herbs mixed with the coppery tang of blood, creating an unsettling smell. My consciousness gradually awakened. I tried to remember what had happened to me, replaying my last actions. A perfectly executed plan, a death so beautiful, the affection of those I cherished. Yes, I remembered everything. I was stabbed multiple times in the stomach by Anna. Even though she avoided vital points, I ended up falling off a cliff that seemed to be at least tens of meters high. Even if they pulled me out of there immediately, there was absolutely no way to save me. Yes. It wasn't just a low possibility, it was completely impossible. Then, what is this sensation? Was I reborn after dying? No, this is different. Something is wrong. I, more familiar with death than anyone else, could tell. This wasn't that feeling. Something more desperate, more pitiful, more tragic than death. A wave of despair, misery, and sorrow washed over me. I felt tears welling up. So that's it. I'm alive? Where am I? My mouth was as dry as parched earth. I tried to speak, but only a small groan escaped. It felt like my vocal cords were cracking. The voice was raspy, with a lower pitch, but it was so familiar. I was certain. For some reason, Eris Akaya had survived. Click. You're awake. Please don't move. I'll give you some water first. Carefully, take it easy. The sound of a solid object being placed on a wooden table, followed by the voice of an unknown woman. The woman's voice, heard from nearby, was so captivating that I forgot I was crying. It was a clear, melodious voice, like jade beads rolling. But beneath it, I sensed a hidden depth of experience and wisdom. Dreamlike. Beautiful. I've never heard a voice like this. Who is she? I've soaked the cloth in water. I'll place it in your mouth, so please suck on it slowly. Slowly. Yes, you're doing well. Hap, ha. Little by little. Yes. A soft, water-soaked cloth entered my open mouth. I fumbled with my unresponsive tongue, trying to drink the water. A trickle, moisturizing my tongue. It was like irrigating a dry rice paddy, but even so, the water was fresh and cool. Swish. Ah, that's enough. My body craved more water, but the woman refused to give me more, saying I shouldn't drink too much. The cloth left my mouth. Humph, how mean. Although the words didn't come out of my mouth, did it show on my face? I thought I saw her smile for a moment. I opened my eyes to see her, but I felt a stinging pain in one eye and had to close them again. I let out a soft groan. Ouch. In the brief glimpse I had, all I saw was darkness. It seemed like something was covering my eyes. Was the foreign sensation I felt around my eyes the touch of cloth? It felt like a rough bandage was wrapped around my entire head, specifically the eyes. I heard the sound of her organizing the tools she had brought to give me water. The clinking sound stopped, and a few seconds later, her voice came again. Are you feeling better now? Yes. That's good to hear. When I first saw you, I thought you were dead. Her voice came from right beside me. I could feel her breath, her scent, her presence, all so intensely. The scent I felt earlier, I thought it was coming from me. What is this person? Is she even human? You looked in such bad shape, so I brought you here and treated you, but could you tell me what happened? If it's too difficult, you don't have to speak. She was being considerate. From what I gathered, she was the one who found me drifting downstream and rescued me, and it seemed she still didn't know me. She doesn't know me? Is this some remote countryside? How did she even treat me? She treated me, all by herself? My curiosity only grew, instead of being satiated. And, even though her tone was polite and warm, her voice was so full of consideration that it made me think, if empathy had a voice, wouldn't it sound like this? I haven't introduced myself yet. From your mouth. From your fingertips. From your clothes, soaked and clinging stubbornly. My name is Sayeli. What is that smell of blood? And you're saying you're a doctor? Not a murderer? I was intrigued. I had no attachment to this world, so I could wander around and end up a nameless corpse, or go back to the royal palace to see Anna and Remy. But if I saw them now, the sculptures I had painstakingly crafted would crumble again, and dying right now wouldn't be right, considering my newfound interest in you, Sayeli. As I always thought, I'm just too kind. What? Calm down. Yes, let's just assume I died and was reborn. Let's not overthink it. Eris Akaya is dead. That's all. I don't know. Why? It hurts. It hurts. I need to know. I had something precious. But it hurts. It hurts. Help me. I heard her gasp. I heard her mumble something beside me as she looked at me, but I continued my act. I didn't need to force tears. The cloth covering my eyes was already soaked and dripping onto the floor. Please don't, leave me. It hurts. I need to know. It hurts. Stop it. It hurts. Don't stab me, big sis. I raised my hand with all my strength, reaching out to Sayeli, who was sitting beside me. Thud, as my fingertips brushed against her, Sayeli reacted violently, and I heard the sound of furniture, presumably a chair, collapsing. While reeking of the thick scent of blood, unlike anything I've ever smelled before, she's weak to this. My interest only grew. This is me, big, si. Whoosh, something seemed to be flying towards me, cutting through the air. Unable to react, I could only brace for the impact. How kind, sis. Thud. Sis. Just how much has the outside world fallen? My body shook lightly from the impact. Did she hit my neck? Well, knocking out a delirious child is a valid solution. Come to think of it, I haven't thanked her for saving me. Well, I'll do it after I wake up. Then, good night. My consciousness began to sink back into the abyss. Sleepiness washed over me. The bright sunlit surface of the water receding. Glug, glug. Deeper. Gurgle. Even deeper. Caw, caw. As the sky gradually turned crimson, the smooth cawing of a crow echoed through the forest. Having found its target, the crow, which had been soaring through the sky with its wings spread wide, slowly descended and perched on a woman's arm. The woman's name was Sayeli. She was the woman who had pulled a young girl from the riverbank a few days ago. The crow was larger than the body of an average child, so even at a glance, it was clear that it was an extraordinary creature. And the woman who had allowed such a crow to land on her arm as if it were a pet was no ordinary woman either. She carefully untied the knot that secured a small object to the crow's leg. One arm was occupied by the crow, so she had to use only the other hand, but Sayeli seemed accustomed to this, quickly untying the knot with deft fingers and retrieving the object. A beautiful, blue, glowing stone fell from the crow's leg and landed in her hand. Caw. Rami, I'm always grateful for your help. You've worked hard today, as always. Sayeli pulled a large chunk of meat from her pocket and gave it to the crow. Fresh meat, red and dripping with blood, as if it had been recently caught. Chomp. Oh my. The crow, named Rami, let out a loud caw, pleased, and took the meat in its beak. Seeing that it wasn't eating it right away, it seemed like it had somewhere else to take it. Flap, flap, the crow shook its wings a few times, a sign that it was about to take flight. Then, I'll see you later. As Sayeli nodded in acknowledgement and stroked its head once, Rami soared into the sky, leaving a gust of wind in its wake, and disappeared. Sayeli put the pebble-sized stone in her pocket and stood still for a moment, waiting for the wind created by the crow to subside. After a few seconds, the forest, which had been whipped by the harsh wind, fell silent again. Who? She took the stone out of her pocket again. It was a smooth, crystal-like stone that could be confidently said to be not naturally polished. A white aura shimmered around it. The sight of the stone enveloped in a strange aura resembled the energy emitted by the earring of a certain man who had been blinded by greed and plotted a conspiracy in the past. A shamanistic tool. An object imbued with shamanistic power by a shaman. Its purpose could range from cursing someone to death to assisting with everyday tasks like starting a fire. However, unlike the black pearl's energy that had cursed the princess, the bright aura emanating from the stone was pure and clean, indicating that it wasn't a tool intended for the same purpose. Then, shall we see? Crackle. After sending the crow off, she looked around a few times, confirming that no one was around, then began to exert force on the stone in her hand. Crack slowly began to spread across the shamanistic tool. Whether it was designed to be fragile or whether her strength was that great was unknown, but it was clear that something significant was about to happen. Beams of light erupted from the widening cracks, shooting into the air and intertwining with each other. The beams of light twisted together in a complex pattern, like knitting, and soon formed a thin, rectangular shape. The shimmering, glowing panel then projected something that could be called an image. A city surrounded by high walls was the first thing that appeared. Atop the highest tower, a flag fluttered, seemingly depicting a white snowflake. It was the flag of the Tizalaya kingdom. Yes, the image displayed was an aerial view of the Tizalaya kingdom. The people in the image, seemingly unconcerned with a crow flying overhead, went about their daily lives, oblivious to the fact that they were being watched. A peaceful country where people lived, bumping into each other. When the crow recording the image passed close to the talking people, their voices emanated from the remnants of the tool. It seemed like a state-of-the-art tool capable of recording audio as well. Saeli, holding the completely shattered stone in her hand, listened intently and watched the image. She watched the entire image without pausing it, from start to finish. The first place the crow visited for information was the marketplace, the most densely populated area in the kingdom. Perhaps because the crow was flying quickly through the market alleys, the voices that suddenly reached her ears were deafeningly loud. Saeli winced for a moment, but soon, the story she heard made her forget about the noise and harden her face, doubting her own ears. The rumor was as follows. The first princess brutally murdered her younger sister, the youngest princess, and threw her off a cliff. What? Rumors always spread, regardless of time or place. Saeli, knowing this all too well, tried to ignore the absurd story and pick up other information. But the main point of the rumor was the same everywhere. The disappearance of heiress Akaya, the light of the kingdom, who had always brought smiles to everyone's faces, known for her gentle nature and polite manners. Although the royal palace declared Duke Aquitaine as the culprit, there were too many unanswered questions. And the rumor that the true culprit behind the princess's disappearance was the first princess was rampant throughout the marketplace. Some said that Princess Anna had been secretly abusing Princess Eris for a long time. Others said that Princess Anna had been cursed and driven mad, which led to this incident. There were even those who claimed to have seen Princess Anna walking into the royal palace, covered in blood and looking dazed. It was clear that this had gone beyond the realm of ordinary rumors. Baseless rumors would soon be forgotten. It was rare for them to spread so widely and become the topic of everyone's conversation. In other words, there was some truth to it. Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? It seemed like her predictions had come true in the worst possible way, she thought. Swish. Is this really the truth? The 2-hour-long image ended, and her investigation concluded. Saeli slowly pulled a small sword from her pocket. A half-broken sword, embedded in the child's stomach from the moment she found her. And the weapon that had been repeatedly used to stab her stomach. The blade bore the crest of the Akaya family, the royal family of the Tizalaya kingdom. Yes, the culprit was the victim's older sister. What a horrific story. There were many other wounds on the child's body. In particular, arrows were deeply embedded in her calf and the back of her hand, and the wounds were mangled as if someone had twisted the arrows inside. Saeli doubled over, overwhelmed by nausea. But no matter how much she opened her mouth and stuck her fingers down her throat, nothing came out. Plip, plop, only a small amount of bile dripped onto the ground. I had a feeling from the beginning. But I didn't want to believe it. She slowly stroked the blade of the sword in her hand. If this cold piece of metal had continued to dig into her stomach, the pain would be unimaginable. And if the perpetrator of that atrocity was her own cherished family, it would be even worse. Saeli understood why the child had lost her memory. It must have been so traumatic that she wanted to seal away the memory herself. If she hadn't pulled her out of the river, if she hadn't treated her, the child would surely have died. To be an older sister and, instead of protecting her younger sister, try to kill her, blinded by jealousy? Saeli shuddered with rage. This is unacceptable, an act that goes against human nature, she concluded. Just as there are things humans are allowed to do, there are things they should never do. She remembered. The thoughtful little sister who, even as she hovered between life and death, coughing up blood, kept repeating the word big sis and thinking of her older sister. A kind soul who, despite being at an age when throwing tantrums and being spoiled was natural, showed no complaints, and instead worried about her, the one providing treatment. The foolish youngest princess, who couldn't even remember her own name and cried out in a sense of loss, yet remembered and cherished the name of the one who tried to kill her, Princess Anna. A good child who spent her nights tormented by guilt over those she had forgotten, not fear of the future. That's why she found it even more unforgivable. You have no right. She scattered the fragments in her hand on the ground. As if they were something filthy, she shook her hand vigorously, brushing away every last bit. And then she stomped on them with her foot. Crack, the fragments crumbled into dust with a loud crunch. Saeli, as if deeming them unworthy of even a glance, kicked the pile of debris hard with her foot. Leaving the dust to scatter in the wind, she started heading towards her house. Thinking about what to say to the child, to Eris. I can't tell the child who's waiting for me about this miserable reality. Her worries were far from over. I like kind people. I'm not talking about a dull, uninspiring dichotomy of good and evil. The kind people I'm referring to are those who truly empathize with the pain of others, who weep alongside those who grieve. Such beautiful actions warm my heart just by observing them from afar, and evoke a strange, tingling sensation from deep within. To me, they are like the twinkling stars in the night sky. When I've lost my way, they've come to me and become guiding stars, showing me where to go. And when I've been alone and desolate, they've been by my side, my cheerful companions. So, because such people are so wonderful, so lovable, so precious to me, I wanted them to grow and reach greater heights. Don't they deserve that position more than a worthless bug like me, a glitch in the system that shouldn't even exist? Kind people deserve to be rewarded. But just as a tree needs water and nutrients to grow, growth requires sacrifices. However, isn't it too cruel to force such a tragic fate, to be consumed by someone else, upon those who live a precious, single life? That's why this is something only I can do. I'll work hard, even if it means sacrificing my own insignificant life for them. And in the very end, it's enough if they just grieve and weep for me. A single tear, a single flower. That's the worth of my existence. Clatter, clatter, the distinct, cold, hard sound of ceramic echoed from afar, seemingly through the walls. The irregular rhythm, lacking a consistent beat, was enough to wake me from my sleep. It seems like Big Sis Ellie is preparing a meal. What time is it? I'm still drowsy, my mind hazy from sleep. Since I couldn't see, I had no way of knowing whether it was morning, noon, or night. Big Sis Ellie, who always told me the time whenever I was curious, was far away now. Well, I should go out. When in doubt, it's best to go out. I pushed aside the blanket that was covering me and diligently fumbled around, searching for what I needed. Although I was receiving treatment, my left arm wasn't completely healed, so I busied my right hand, which was relatively intact. Thump, I soon felt the familiar touch of the cane. Its length and weight were adjusted for a child like me. It seems I found it faster than any other day these past few days. Am I getting used to living like this? Stagger, stagger. Ugh, I slowly got up, using the cane for support. Tap, tap, I walked, tapping the floor with the cane in a steady rhythm. Big Sis Ellie, ever considerate, had removed all unnecessary furniture to make it easier for me to move around with bandages over my eyes, so even if I walked straight ahead without thinking, there was no risk of bumping into something and getting seriously injured. Thanks to that, I could walk towards the direction of her voice without much worry. I really like it. After taking a few steps, the smell of food grew stronger. Thump, I felt a bump with my toes. I must have crossed the threshold. This must be the kitchen. The clinking sounds were definitely louder than before. She's right in front of me. You're awake already. Big Sis Ellie. Her clear, melodious, and polite voice greeted me. I thought to myself every time I heard it, but her voice was so beautiful. Saeli, whom I called Big Sis Ellie for short, stopped what she was doing the moment she saw I was awake and rushed towards me. You might ask if I could see her doing that, but to be precise, I didn't see it, but felt it. There were quite a few times I was born blind. Of course, there were far more times I became blind due to someone else. It was an interesting experience to occasionally lose my sight, the sense we rely on the most. Oh my, I must have been a little noisy. No, it's okay. Swish, she took the cane from my hand and leaned it against the wall, then gently embraced me as if I were a delicate glass figurine. A gentle concern for my well-being, something I rarely felt in my life, enveloped me. My parents didn't hug me often, Remy's hugs were always awkward, Anna's hugging skills were top-notch, but her figure was a bit unfortunate. Yeah, I enjoyed her kindness. So kindness was in the chest, huh? Hee. I was going to wake you up when the food was ready, but it's really dangerous for you to walk around alone, isn't it? I just woke up and felt uneasy because Ellie wasn't by my side. Sorry. I see. She gently stroked my hair. As if I were a soap bubble that would burst at the slightest touch, she used such a light touch that it was almost imperceptible. But even such a touch felt pleasant, and a smile naturally formed on my face. Being held in her warm embrace, sleepiness returned. I need to eat. But I'm sleepy. I want to stay like this, just a little longer. Really, what am I going to do with you? Hee. I decided to enjoy her kindness a little longer before eating. The meal was a clear soup, like a thin porridge. I couldn't describe it any other way. I couldn't taste it, and I couldn't see it. Ellie apologized, saying she could only offer this for now. She said I had to avoid heavy foods because my internal organs and body weren't fully healed yet. Well, I was the kind of person who thrived not on the taste and aroma of food, but on the sincerity and affection behind it, so it didn't matter to me. The soup had a smooth, creamy texture that coated my mouth pleasantly. A few spoonfuls. Clink, the spoon hit the empty bowl. I'm done. Ellie, it was so delicious. It was just a humble meal. I'm serious. Haha. The meal ended quickly. The portion was just right, not too heavy for my body, and the temperature was perfect, making it easy to eat. I like people who take care of every little detail like this, because it's something you can only do if you genuinely care about others. After the meal, Ellie carried me back to my room. I enjoyed the short trip, clinging to her like a baby koala. Dangle, dangle. It's dangerous to swing around. After passing a few rooms and corners, we arrived at my room. She gently placed me on the bed. I was greeted by the rough texture of the mattress, hardly plush. A small sigh escaped her lips. It was a routine we followed every morning after breakfast. Is it disinfection time, big sis Ellie? Yes. Ugh. It hurts, but I'll try to bear it. Okay. Her reply was much shorter than usual, and there was a long pause before she spoke again. What was she thinking, looking at me? I felt a slight tremor in big sis Ellie's hand as we held hands. Her breathing became a little ragged, a little faster. Guilt, sorrow, and excitement, I sensed those emotions. Since I can't see, it's hard to tell. I need to see her expression to make an accurate judgment. Disinfection. That's what Ellie called what she was about to do. I stretched out my arms as far as I could. Illa's hands approached and started unbuttoning my clothes, one by one. She undressed me with practiced movements, and I felt a sense of liberation as the cool breeze from the open window tickled my skin. My top came off first, then my bottoms. Then the bandages around my stomach, calf, and left hand were all removed. Finally, she reached for the bandage covering my eyes and said softly, "Because when one eye moves, the other moves with it. You need to keep them closed, even if it's itchy, to prevent further damage to the injured eye." Okay, big sis Ellie. You're such a good child. Yes, so well behaved. Russell, the bandage covering my eyes was removed. Even though my eyes were still closed, the light that had been blocked by the bandage could now reach my retinas, piercing through my eyelids. It's bright. And I'm curious. Big sis, I'm sure your words are always right. But, was it really necessary to cover my eyes so tightly when the eyeballs themselves weren't damaged? You're such an interesting sister, the more I learn about you. The medicine was nothing more than ground herbs that seemed to have been picked nearby. The bandages were crude and uneven, as if they were torn from cloth. How did she even save me? The secret must lie in what she's about to do now. I felt the urge to open my eyes and uncover Illa's secret, but being the well-behaved child I was, I diligently kept them closed. The moment I opened my eyes, our relationship would change. I faithfully followed my intuition, honed over countless years. Yes. Not yet, not yet. Just a little longer, until she truly cherishes me. Until she feels regret and sorrow for me. I have to wait until then. Then, I'll begin. Yes. Well, the seeds have been planted. They'll sprout soon. I'll endure until then. Her voice, as if whispering a secret, reached my ears from close by. I felt her breath against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. I tried to pull back, but my right hand, the only one I could move freely since it wasn't injured, was already intertwined with big sis Ellis' left hand. Her hand encircled me from behind. Like a predator, preparing to devour its prey. Pant, pant. I heard breathing. Was it mine, or hers? I felt warm air periodically blowing on my eyes. It was as if she was breathing life back into me. From what I know, disinfection is the process of sterilizing a wound with antiseptic to prevent secondary infection caused by pathogens. Big sis Illis disinfection seems to have a slightly different meaning. It's strange, really. But how could a 10-year-old child who grew up sheltered in the royal palace, a child who couldn't even remember her own name properly, know such common sense? No, would she even consider this to be normal? That's why I didn't question it and obediently followed her words. With an attitude that would believe her even if she said day was night. Big sis Ellie, I want to know more about you. What are you hiding, my dear sister? So, I'll pretend I don't know for now. For now. Sorry. Sorry, I thought I heard those words whispered into my ear. Lost in thought, I had missed what she had said. I tried to ask her to repeat herself, but before I could, the hand that was encircling me from behind tightened its grip. Squeeze. And. Lick. Hike. Ha. Something warm and wet started licking my eyes. Although I had been mentally preparing myself, that preparation crumbled mercilessly, and my mouth involuntarily let out a sound. Despite experiencing it a few times these past few days, I couldn't get used to that feeling. Lick, lick. Did you know that the human body can distinguish between pain inflicted to harm or attack the body and pain that doesn't significantly affect physical health? And that the latter type of pain, due to the release of endorphins, can sometimes even be perceived as pleasure by those who become accustomed to the sensation? There's a saying, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Of course, the meaning of that saying is completely unrelated to the current context. That quote isn't an analogy for this vulgar topic, but contains a philosophical meaning that only philosophy graduate students who need to find jobs in ancient Greece would understand. I just used it because it was a perfect metaphor for the current situation. Haven't you experienced it before? Like when you get a strong massage on a muscle with a knot or soreness. Or when you pick off a scab from a long, healed wound with your fingernail. Or when you cauterize a mouth sore with medication. Or when you squeeze and drain an abscess, releasing pus. The feeling of applying alcohol to a small cut from a sharp object. Acts that are so painful and agonizing that you want to stop immediately, yet strangely addictive, making you want them to continue. A strange catharsis, a feeling that arises from deep within your chest. Yes, I'm feeling it right now. Something slimy slid over my exposed eyes after the bandages were removed. A human tongue. Every time Illa's tongue passed over my wounds, my tightly closed lips would part slightly, releasing a soft moan. My body twitched involuntarily as if an electric current was running through it. But her legs, her hands, her soft body, coiled around me, refusing to let go. I had no choice but to continue my futile struggles, writhing helplessly. It's like a snake constricting its prey. Squeeze, squeeze, like that. In the end, the snake opens its mouth wide and swallows its prey whole. In one bite. Everything. Gulp, with a sound like that. MMF. Ha. HAAA. Be big sis. ST stop. Wah, I'm baby heiress? Perhaps because I had kept my eyes closed ever since I came to this house, my other senses had become more sensitive now that I was deprived of my sight. To think it would backfire like this. Unnecessary information flooded my mind, the direction of her tongue's movement, the places where her breath touched, the strength of her grip on my hand, details I wouldn't have been aware of before. Ellie clasped my left hand, pierced by the arrow, in both of hers and kissed it. I felt her tongue entering the small, coin-sized hole. Lick, lick. An electric current ran through my body. I wanted to break free. I pulled my left hand away, enduring the pain. Whether she was aware of my state or not, Ellie only tightened her grip to keep me from escaping. Squeeze? It hurts. Ellie, big sis Ellie. As a last resort, I cried out in pain. It wasn't excruciating pain, but only I could endure it this well. If it were an ordinary girl, she would be crying and screaming by now. I hoped that Ellie would come to her senses and be more gentle. Well, there was also a bit of hope mixed in that she would feel remorse and guilt after coming to her senses. This humiliation. I'll pay you back someday. Despite my pleas, she remained silent, as if possessed, and showed no signs of softening her actions. If anything, it even felt a bit stronger. The kind big sis Ellie who would rush to my side and worry about me whenever I said I was hurt was gone. Although my right hand became free as she grabbed my left arm with both hands, that was all. I was still helpless, leaning against Illa's body, only able to gasp for breath. Squeeze, I could only clutch her sleeve and try to suppress my moans. To think that my body, which was less sensitive to pain, would worsen the situation. Would it have been different if I felt the pain? When she licked my wounds and sucked the unknown liquid that pooled there, it felt more cool and ticklish than painful. I was used to pain, but I couldn't get used to this strange sensation no matter what. Why are you drinking it so greedily? Be more gentle. It made me wish I had lost my sense of touch instead of smell and taste. The continuous stimulation overwhelmed my ability to think rationally. My mind was clouded, like a thick fog, unable to form a single coherent thought. Coolness and warmth, pain and affection, contradictory emotions, impossible to coexist, swirled within me. Squeeze. I could only close my eyes tightly and hope that she would come to her senses, or that this moment would pass. Be big sis, snap out of it, snap out of it. Ha. My body seemed to have become a part of hers, trembling slightly in sync with her movements. Every time she moved, I could feel the curves of her body pressed against mine. My right hand pushed against Illa's face, but it didn't budge. I'm embarrassed. It's strange. I want to run away and hide under the covers. I want to fall asleep and forget everything. Whoa, that, MMF. Her tongue finally left my hand. Relieved by the receding wave of sensation, I let out a sigh. This is tough. Ha. But my face turned pale as I realized Illa's head was moving lower, judging by her breathing against my skin. From my left arm to my shoulder, from my shoulder to my collarbone, past my chest, slowly, inching down. Like a snake slithering. Slowly but surely. My screams grew louder in response. Stop. Really, stop. That's where my biggest wound was, where I had been stabbed multiple times. My stomach felt like it was on fire. Disinfection was just the beginning. Her lips were tightly closed, but soft moans escaped through the gaps. Screams of agony, pleading for the pain to stop. Begging for it to end, in a miserable voice. A storm had just passed through the room. When I came to my senses, I was gasping for breath, standing in front of the child who was curled up on the bed, seemingly unconscious. What have I done? The child was still trembling, as if unable to escape the agonizing pain. Tears that hadn't dried yet still lingered on her eyelids. I lost control. I couldn't control myself. Today must have been an incredibly painful day for the child. Big sis. Even though it was only a little, I could see the child's wounds healing, new flesh slowly growing. A daily ritual of torture disguised as treatment, carried out under the pretense of healing. Treatment. Yes, this is treatment. That's right. Yes, this was for the child's speedy recovery. So, this is all for this child. I don't like this. It hurts. Big sis, Ellie. Thud. The child disappeared from my sight. I felt the hard texture of the wall behind me. The impact against my back made me realize that it wasn't the child who had moved, but I who had been backing away from her. Even now, I could still taste the metallic tang of blood lingering in my mouth. And my mouth, was savoring it as if it were the most delicious food. The realization that I had been deceiving the child, using her, treating her like food for my own well-being, made me gag. But my body didn't reject the human blood, a taste I hadn't experienced in a long time. Rather, it craved more. Endure it. using, deceiving, betraying. It felt like I was gradually becoming the very people I had loathed. The child's eyes, squeezed shut with all her might, trusting my words wholeheartedly, trying desperately to hold back from opening. I hurriedly took out a new bandage and covered the child's eyes, afraid that those eyes, now closed as she lay unconscious, would open and look at me with resentment and accusation. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ha, ha. My hands moved quickly, wrapping the bandage around the child's eyes. This could hardly be called atonement, but I quickly bandaged the rest of her wounds and changed the sheets and blankets that were soaked with sweat and the child's saliva. Yes, at first, it was just a whim. A fragile child who should have died alone on the cold riverbank, a child I should have killed with my own hands if she had been lucky enough to survive. But upon hearing the child's mumbling, I found myself bringing her home and treating her. Affection. Yes, I suppose that's what had accumulated. The child's pure affection, given to someone like me. Touched by that feeling, a feeling I hadn't experienced in so long, I didn't want to let her go. Even so, I should have returned the child to her family once she recovered to a certain extent, when I could still bear the pain of separation. But I couldn't. I know too. I carefully closed the door to the child's room, hoping that she would find some peace, and headed towards the kitchen. How hypocritical of me, when I, the monster who had ravaged the child, was standing here. I have to let her go. But those adorable lips calling me Ellie were so lovely. The moment she walked towards me, struggling to support herself with her cane, and threw herself into my arms, trusting me completely, was so delightful. I gave in to my greed. Just a little longer. After all her wounds are healed, then, I'll return her to her family. But I was now agonizing over this decision. Should I keep the child, or return her? Should I betray her, or tell her the truth? As I entered the kitchen, I noticed the mirror placed on the table. As if devoid of any emotions, the one who had just created that tragic scene stared blankly at the mirror, her expression unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Black hair, like a collection of filth, repulsive to even touch, making anyone who saw it feel uncomfortable. Blood-red eyes, vertically slit like those of a beast, one part of my body that could never change, no matter how I tried to mimic a human form. A hardened face, unable to convey emotions, only coldness. You're a monster. Why are you running away from me, Alice? In the distant past, someone had called me a monster. Yes, a monster. I am an inevitable monster. What would the child think if she knew that the woman she trusted and followed so devotedly was a man-eating monster? If I told her that I already knew the past she so desperately wanted to retrieve, that I was hiding it from her only to keep her from leaving, would she resent me? Treatment, it's called treatment. Days of deceiving the child with sweet words, sucking her blood and treating her wounds while inflicting pain. The child who was now no longer at death's doorstep and in need of only recovery. Wasn't the truth that I had taken in a helpless child, carefully leashing her, making her dependent on me alone so she couldn't escape. And I was busy satisfying my own greedy desires, relishing the child's screams. Yes, this is just like. Isn't it like I've captured this child, imprisoned her, and I am raising her like livestock? This is the worst. The absolute worst. Bang, I slammed my head against the table. It wasn't until much later that I began preparing lunch. TL afterward, this is the author's note. I think. Arrow, medical. The raccoon man paid a visit in between. It's medical treatment. What were you imagining? No updates tomorrow. ****** farming. The act of sowing seeds or grains in the ground and later harvesting the fruits that grow from them. It's considered one of the most representative and arduous labors in our long history, yet surprisingly, many people enjoy and love it. You don't have to look far to find that I'm one of them. I like it, but the reasons people like it are as diverse as the number of people in the world, but I think the most common reason is that the reward follows in proportion to the effort. There's a saying, the land doesn't lie. Well, the sky high above often spews out lies that are hard to accept. Torrential rains, storms, droughts, and so on. Anyway, farmers set out to work at the same time every day before the stars disappear beyond the horizon and the sun reveals itself. I plow the fields, pulling weeds, compact the soil. Rustle, I generously sow the seeds. Even though the seeds sometimes don't germinate, even though they wither away right after sprouting, even though they become fertilizer for other plants without bearing fruit, I continue to sow seeds diligently, following their lead. And finally, has the sky recognized the sincerity of my prayers? Green cotyledons have begun to sprout from the seeds I've sown. Quietly, little by little. Crack, the shells start to break. This one is Anna. This one is Remy. And this one is Ellie. I decided to call this plant Ellie, after her nickname. 1 month ago. The day I planted a seed inside Ellie, or rather, Big Sis Ellie. After I was subdued by Ellie while pretending to have a meltdown after realizing I had lost my memory, I woke up in a bed in a bedroom and started revealing my memories bit by bit, amidst illest concern. You said I didn't have to force myself to remember if my head hurt or my heart ached, didn't you? Her words, prioritizing my well-being over my memories, almost brought tears to my eyes. Sniffle, sniffle. Well, it was all an act from the start. Eris Akaya had to die. There was no reason for her to live. So I, myself, decided to kill her. I said I had forgotten everything. The memories of 10 years, the happy past, my precious family, even my own name, everything was gone. Like bubbles formed by the waves, disappearing as they crashed against a solid reef. Crash, I was about to vanish. Except for one thing. Anna. Anna, is that your name? I simply muttered the one syllables, Anna, in response to Big Sis Ellis' question about my name. Anna. Anna Akaya. My unfortunate older sister, who attacked me, the root cause of her inferiority, to escape from it. She must be continuing her relentless efforts, for me, who died a meaningless death due to her wrong choice. No, I'm calling that name. Who is it? Who is it? Calm down, breathe, take a deep breath. Now. I clutched my chest and wept. Tears streamed down, soaking the bandage. After that, there were incidents where I almost passed out again because Ellie thought I was panicking, or where I was forcefully laid back down on the bed while writhing. The recoil of being laid down sent tingling sensations throughout my body, making me scream. And then, Ellie, not knowing what to do, kept apologizing. Hearing Ellis' flustered voice was so enjoyable. According to Saeli, I was found downstream of the river. Even though the river served as a natural border, and one could travel through multiple countries by following its course, there were limits. And considering the state of my body, I couldn't have been adrift for very long. At most, a few dozen kilometers? If my body had floated for longer than that, I would have become fish food. So this place was within the Tizalaya kingdom, even if we extend the range as far as possible, at most it's still nearby. The name Anna, and my appearance, which seemed to be that of a noble. Considering her kind heart, which led her to treat a young child like me with such care, I'm sure she would spare no effort to uncover my past. Then, eventually, she would find out as a reward for her sincerity. The horrific past of me, Eris Akaya. A child found on the brink of death. No one knew what kind of atrocities had been inflicted upon her, but her body was mangled beyond words, and she seemed so traumatized that she couldn't even remember what had happened. And all that the child could remember was 2 syllables, presumably the name of a family member. TL note, 2 syllables. Why? Because Anna's Korean name is which consist of 2. Anna, Anna. As if those 2 syllables were incredibly precious, the child called out that name every day, singing about wanting to see her. She even whispered the name in her sleep. But the gods are cruel. The truth she finally uncovered was that the sister the child so desperately wanted to see was the perpetrator of that horrific crime. Driven by envy of her younger sister's talent, she ruthlessly stabbed her youngest sister and threw her off a cliff. A depraved soul. It was hard to believe that she was human, with warm blood flowing through her veins like everyone else. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Would Ellie tell me the horrifying truth? Or would she betray the child's expectations and lie? A white lie, as they call it. A doctor telling a terminally ill patient that they can live, instilling false hope. Some might consider it a good deed born from good intentions. But in the end, a lie is a lie. Those who utter lies must bear the consequences of their actions. I'm curious. What choice will Big Sis make? Now, choose. Life is a series of choices, and no one can escape that cycle. She had hoped this moment wouldn't come, but the moment of choice had found her. Tada, like this. After the disinfection routine, which had been unusually intense compared to previous days, I could sense something amiss in Illis' attitude towards me. Of course, I had known before that she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt towards me, but the intensity was different today. If it was like regular coffee before, now it's like Starbucks? Big Sis. Tap, tap. I walked into the kitchen, leaning on my cane. I called out to her, but there was no answer. Unlike before, when she would respond within seconds to my words, Ellie didn't seem to register my presence. I walked towards where I sensed her presence and, spreading my arms, jumped into her embrace. Hug, Illis' distinct, metallic scent assaulted my senses. I can't make out the smell of flowers or food, but for some reason, I was strangely sensitive to the smell of blood. How strange. I snuggled against her back and called out her name. Big Sis Ellie. She always noticed me, even when I snuck up on her from behind with all my effort. For Ellie, with her remarkable perception, to not react until I approached her with my cane and embraced her. Illis' voice was startled as she realized I was hugging her, and she slowly started talking to me. Hee hee. Big Sis, you shouldn't play poker or anything like that, you know? You'll lose everything, from top to bottom. I could tell just by your voice. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. What do you mean? It's nothing. Yes. Now, let's eat. Her tone was more broken than usual, and her responses were delayed, as if she was absent-minded. It was to the extent that even a young child who adored and followed her older sister would notice something was wrong. Big Sis, you found out, didn't you? I found out too. Was that why today's disinfection was so painful? Sensing her strangeness, I slowly sat down in my designated seat for my meals. A soft chair welcomed me. Here you go. I tried something a little different today. Is something not to your liking? The spoon wasn't lifted, it just moved around in circles, swirling. Scrape, scrape, the spoon scraped against the bowl, making a sharp sound. The meal was, as always, a thin soup tailored to my condition. However, seeing that the portion was larger than before and there were some solid ingredients, it seemed Ellie felt that my condition had improved considerably. Thud, I didn't pick up the spoon for a long time. As I put the spoon down, a heavy silence descended upon the kitchen. I felt her gaze fixed on me. Maybe she thought I was uncomfortable with the different meal? Or maybe she thought I was too weak to even eat because of the unusually painful treatment. Well, I do want to eat something else. I spoke. Big Sis Ellie. Yes? What is it? Illis' voice trembled slightly. A well-controlled tone, so subtle that one wouldn't notice the difference without listening carefully. But often, those who pretend to be composed on the surface are actually rotting away inside. Big sis Ellie, are you listing all the possible mistakes you might have made, lost in a whirlwind of delusions? But what I'm about to say is something bigger than those trivial matters, something like, yes, a bomb, you could say? I spoke slowly, in a low voice. Gulp, I heard Ellie swallowing nervously. Big sis, did you find Anna? The air froze. Now is the time to choose, Big sis Ellie. What will you choose? A reality where only despair exists. An illusion where hope doesn't even exist. Both are, well, pretty much the same. Think long and hard about it. Really, really hard. My heart pounded uncontrollably, like it had lost all sense of rhythm. Thump, thump. It felt like I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. The child, she won't hear this, right? Anxiety gripped me. The child had asked her question and remained motionless, simply staring at me intently. The silence was unbearably heavy. Her eyes, covered by the bandage, surely couldn't see me, but I unconsciously averted my gaze from where I imagined them to be and stared at the floor. The weight of my guilt pressed down on me, but that guilt soon transformed into rage, burning within my heart. Anna Akaya. That damn Anna? The rage, unable to be fully contained, was directed at a person I had never even spoken to. Anna, you, that human being. Why are you still lingering here like a ghost, refusing to leave this child's side? Let go of this child. Indescribable anger surged through my spine. I felt my head growing hot, my pupils dilating. It was like I was drunk on strong liquor, but those emotions soon had to subside, because I had no right to feel that way in front of this child. Big sis Ellie. The sound of my name, spoken cautiously, brought me back from my thoughts. They say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Even though I couldn't see the child's face because of the bandage, I could still sense her affection for me in her voice, her tone, and the curve of her lips. Yes, the child was kind. There was no other way to describe it. A child so kind that she only knew how to care for others, neglecting herself. There must have been things she wanted to complain about, this stifling life. She could have been suspicious of my strange and bizarre actions, which only brought her pain. She could have acted spoiled, even just once. But instead, the child always prioritized my gloomy mood, striving to lighten the atmosphere, diligently following my often odd and strange words or commands. That was affection. An affection so sweet it would melt your tongue, so thick and suffocating that it was impossible to escape. In the end, I had no choice but to admit it. I couldn't let go of this child in front of me. Anna, that was the name, wasn't it? Yes. As I started talking about Anna, the child's face brightened noticeably. It was a beautiful smile, one I had never seen before. Crunch. I bit my lip. My sharp fangs, which could easily tear through tough meat, pierced through my delicate lip like a sheet of paper, drawing blood. After I tasted the salty tang of blood, it felt like my chaotic thoughts were slowly settling down. Gulp. I swallowed. The words, "I wish you were a bad child," almost escaped my lips. But my wish disappeared with the swallowed saliva, sinking into the dark abyss within. To wish for a kind child to be bad. I truly am an irredeemable monster. Would I have felt a little better if you had feared me, rejected me, betrayed me, attacked me, tried to leave this place and run far away? If you had, I could have devoured you without any regrets. But it's too late now. That's right. Anna, did you find out anything, big sis? Yes, I did find something. I was now standing at a crossroads. The words I uttered now would drastically change our lives from this point forward. For some reason, I felt that way. My intuition was sounding the alarm. If I crossed this line, there would be no turning back. I raised my hand and covered my eyes. Darkness descended. It was as if a long line had been drawn before me. Should I tell the truth? Should I betray the child's trust? If I told her the cruel truth, she would definitely run to her sister. I couldn't think of any other future. Knowing her, that's exactly what she would do. But I have to stop that, no matter what. The devil whispered. To ease her sister's guilt, who must have believed that she had killed her, or perhaps to hear the reason why the first princess hated her, the child would seek out her sister. Maybe it's both. Because that's the kind of heart she had. Even facing the murderer who coldly tried to kill her, the child would probably say it was her fault. She would say she would fix anything her sister disliked, begging her not to abandon her. She would cry and wail, obediently following any humiliating order. What would become of the child? What would that woman do? Would that woman, who committed such a cruel act without hesitation, throw a celebration because the child she thought she had killed had returned alive? Would she hold a ball and invite people, declaring it a joyous occasion? Would she provide a warm home and food for the child, welcoming her back as a cherished family member? No, that's impossible. Crack, I heard something shatter within me. I crossed the line that had been drawn before me. I can't believe it. Yes, I can't leave the child in that woman's care. She's not worthy, she doesn't deserve it. It would be a blessing if she didn't try to kill her again. Big sis. The image of the child, covered in blood, writhing like a corpse on the riverbank, was still vivid in my mind. The child would be betrayed again, suffering an unforgettable wound. I can't allow that. Yes, this is all to protect the child. It's not a betrayal. This is protection. So I will. I'm sorry. I couldn't find anyone with that name. I couldn't find her. The child's bright smile froze, her happy expression turning stiff. I spoke, one syllable at a time, clearly and precisely, so that she could hear. She's not there. She's not there, I said. Such a person doesn't exist. Even if she does, I won't allow it. So don't chase after that illusion. But, I'm here for you, right in front of you. There's no one like that. Not a single one. Hearing my answer, the child wrapped her right arm, the only one she could move freely, around her left arm and started trembling. I've said it. I've said it. There's no turning back now. Was she that shocked? The child's body slowly started to tilt sideways. Oh no. Thud. I quickly got up from my chair and went to the child's side. I supported her fragile body, which was swaying precariously as if in shock, before she could fall off the chair. The child's body was as light as a cloud, as soft as a feather. It was all for her. The angel in my heart smiled faintly, nodded, and then slowly vanished. I'm sorry. But, I love you. I held the child tightly in my arms and patted her back gently. Maybe it was just my imagination, but her moans seemed to have subsided a little. It felt so good that the child was leaning on me completely. I thought to myself, I should have done this sooner. There, it's all right. Maybe if we keep looking, we'll find her, right? Really? Of course. I'll stay by your side and help you until we find her. Did they say that forgetting is a blessing from the gods? But for a child who could only live clinging to 2 syllables of a name, having lost all her memories and her past, forgetting was nothing but a curse. Hope, clues, memories, the past. Having lost all those mental pillars, the child who had been so mature seemed just like any other girl her age. I saw the mirror from before, reflecting me as I patted the child in my arms. The same dirty, black hair as always. Blood-red eyes, revealing my true nature as a monster, a truth I could never hide. The same grim face I had been looking at for hundreds of years. But there was one thing that had changed. What's this, me? I've always worn a mask. I could make an expression like that too, huh? It's rather nice. Hugh, yes, it's okay to cry. Here, I'm here for you, aren't I? I patted the child's back as she buried her face in my chest and sobbed. At this moment, no, from now on, I was the only one this child could rely on. At this moment, the future that had been split in 2 narrowed down to 1. Smirk. I saw the reflection of the red-eyed woman in the mirror, her lips stretching into a wide grin. I looked straight at the mirror and said, it doesn't matter what anyone says. You, all of you, made me this way. I'm a bad monster. It's only natural for a monster to do bad things, right? I will make this child mine. I gently stroked the neck of the child, who had completely surrendered herself to me. I extended my nails slightly, leaving small marks on her milky white, unblemished neck. One wasn't enough, so I made 2. I'll give you a name. Big Sis L.I. It's quite lonely to not have a name to be called by. The child stopped crying and looked up at me. I flicked my snake-like tongue and slowly started to wrap a leash around her neck. I will make you happy. Now a time when the seasons have changed 1,000 times over. A time when the mountains and rivers, the grass and trees, have been born and died 10 times over. For that long, long time, I simply existed, wasting away the years. Without achieving anything, without even the desire to change, as if I were a pebble rolling along the roadside, I remained stuck in one place. Yes, all I had done were things that anyone, even a random passerby, could have accomplished. There was no value in someone like me. It's time to wake up. But not anymore. There was now something only I could do. Perhaps because I had read to her from a book until late last night, the child seemed very sleepy today. She clung tightly to the blankets, curled up as if unwilling to leave the warmth of her bed. I got up early in the morning, prepared breakfast, and sat down next to the child, who was still half asleep. Swish, I ran my hand through her silky hair, enjoying the soft texture. Tingle, tingle. I felt a jolt, like an electric current, run through my fingertips. The food would get cold, but that didn't matter. I could always reheat it. This fleeting moment was far more important. The old me, who cursed the unmoving sun and wished for tomorrow to come, was gone. Now, this time, flowing away like grains of sand slipping through my fingers, was unbearably precious. I wished this moment would last forever. I thought to myself, no one else but me should be here, sitting next to this child. I can't allow anyone else to take my place. 1 month had passed since I started calling the child Alice, a mere speck of time compared to my long existence. But that speck of time was precisely what I had truly desired. My value, my worth, was slowly being born. Yes, this is what it means to live. This is what life is all about. A rough, cruel, and ferociously raging poison. That poison was consuming me. Alice, if you don't wake up, I'll have to tickle you, you know. Just a little longer, Really, this won't do. I felt alive, right here, right now. The day, Ellie made up her mind and gave me a new name. Even on that day, when the sun seemed to be shining brightly just for us, the sun rose high and then sank beyond the mountains in the distance. Time didn't care about us. It was such a fun day. Really, really good. Really. Big Sis Ellie, you too. Ha. I got caught up in the moment. I couldn't help myself. I'm going to sulk. Swish, I dramatically pulled down the neckline of my clothes. The area where my neck met my shoulder must be red. Of course, I couldn't see it to be sure, but even I felt a sharp pain, so it must have been quite a painful bite. To think she would bite me because I didn't wake up. You play too rough. I pouted and showed her my wound. There, see? This mark? I protested. Are you going to be upset? Big sis, I'm sulking. You know, sulking once in a while doesn't seem so bad. Huh? What did you say? Ah, it's nothing. Ellie had changed drastically since that day, as if she were a different person. I was quite surprised by her transformation, how she was now actively approaching me, unlike before when she had kept her distance as if there was an invisible wall between us. I had never seen her playful side before, like this morning. People often show unexpected sides of themselves when they become close, but this was a complete change of her exterior. Just like the saying that once a monk tastes meat, there won't be a single bug left in the temple. Once she tasted love, she could never go back to her former life, where she didn't know love. Well, I also liked how she had struggled so hard to keep me at a distance, to avoid getting attached. It was so obvious that she would eventually sink deep into the mud. She should have just given in and accepted it from the start. Love is like a thorn, the more you try to pull it out, the deeper it goes. Hee hee. It's a little disappointing that I can't see the cold and indifferent Ellie from before anymore, but I'm also enjoying her current state, so it's not all bad. It's a good change. Yes, this is how humans should be, reaching out to others and forming bonds. I simply taught her the right way to live. Even a passing encounter is a connection. But where there are meetings, there are also partings. And where there is love, there is also heartbreak. So Alice, what can I do for you? Feed me? Excuse me. Feed me? Ah, this is dangerous. I instinctively knew. With my words, the atmosphere around her froze. But then Big Sis Ellie came to her senses. I sensed her resolve and felt the change in the atmosphere around her to something unknown, and I thought, oh no, I said the wrong thing. For a moment, I thought about running away, and I quickly put that thought into action. And I was quickly caught. I didn't hear her pulling back her chair or walking towards me, but she caught me, my body trained from countless games of hide and seek, in a matter of seconds. It's okay. I can eat by myself? No. Didn't you ask me to feed you first? I was just kidding. So it's okay? If you play a prank, you must be punished. Now, what? After that, I was messily fed like crazy. Ellie held me like a baby, blowing on each spoonful of food before feeding it to me. Wah wah, I'm baby Alice. Humph. By the way, the food was delicious. TCH. During that month, Ellie had gone through many changes. Well, you could say that everything had changed, from her tone of voice to her actions. It would be faster to list the things that hadn't changed. But let's try to give 3 major examples. First, Ellie started calling me Alice. I don't know where she got that name from. Although I could understand the emotions of others well, even I couldn't read their thoughts. Ellie must know my real name and identity, Eris. She might have called me Alice, a name derived from that. That theory was plausible, but something felt off. She wanted to avoid the scenario of me regaining my memories as much as possible. It didn't seem like Ellie would give me a name with such hints or in hopes for me to remember. And the deep emotion I felt when Ellie called me Alice. A storm of emotions, so jumbled and mixed that even I couldn't decipher them all. There must be a deep story behind it. Ugh, I don't know. There were no hints, and it wasn't like she would tell me even if I asked. My name wasn't that important, so should I just not worry about it? Well, I guess Ellie must have had a friend with that name in the past. Yes, that's it. Next, the frequency of disinfecting my wounds decreased. The disinfection, which was done almost daily, was reduced to about once a week. The intensity also decreased significantly. Her tongue merely grazed my wounds. It didn't hurt, nor was it particularly ticklish. If it was like candied fruit, tanghulu, before, now it's like a simple coating, something like that. TL note, WTF are you saying? You're insane. It couldn't be that it decreased because my wounds were healing well, because the frequency didn't gradually decrease, but changed abruptly overnight, so there must be some other reason. When I endured the disinfection with a composed expression, saying it didn't tickle, so it was fine, Ellie sighed as if disappointed. Why? Finally, the number of Illis nighttime hunts increased. I don't know the reason. She could move around freely with me, holding my hand, even under the blazing sun, but why did she only hunt at night? And why was the frequency so short now? Being a good child of a new country, I pretended not to notice Illis' strange behavior, sticking to my routine of sleeping early and waking up early. As always, I'm a good girl. From my observations over the past month, she seemed to go out every 3 days. And, as always, she returned reeking of blood. Hunting. So the chunks of meat that had recently appeared in my diet were personally brought in by Ellie. Mostly rabbits and deer. Of course, even before Ellie started calling me Alice, she hunted. But not as often, not once every 3 days. Once a week, at most. It wasn't a sufficient explanation to say it was because I had started eating meat. I barely ate anything, to begin with. Was it because of that? That intense scent of blood I'd felt since we first met. No matter how much she washed, that metallic scent that clung to her fingernails, the creases of her ankles and knees, and behind her ears couldn't be washed away. It had started again. Even though so many things had changed, there was one thing that hadn't changed. The bandages on my eyes showed no sign of being removed, even though my wounds were almost completely healed. I asked her a few times if I could take them off, but the answer was always not yet. I don't get it. I've already given her everything. And yet, she still has so many secrets from me. If you keep doing this, it just makes me want to know more. This is your fault, big sis. The intuition that warned me of danger when I first thought about uncovering Illa's secrets. My intuition was silent. The fact that it wasn't reacting made me so happy, because it meant Ellie cherished me. Big sis Ellie, we're close, right? Friends, yes. We're good friends. So, friends don't keep secrets from each other, right? Hee. I grinned. The end. After a few side stories, the second part will be released. The side stories will be based on the recommendations in the comments and what I want to write. TL note, author is talking about comments on the original work, don't worry about it. Blessed are those who mourn. 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 For they shall mourn forever. 8 Blessings by Yoon Dongju. Sorrow is the most universal emotion. It lies at the root of all growth. That's my favorite poem. The day my sister pushed Eris off the cliff, my world lost its color. Nothing could make me smile. No one could bring me joy. The smell of well-cooked meat was like a pungent stench that pierced my nose, and buttered bread was so greasy it made me nauseous. In my dreams, Eris appeared, dripping with blood from head to toe. She could have expressed her anger, her resentment towards my incompetence, my inability to save her. Yet, she just smiled with all her might, just like the kind and precious little sister she was. When I came to my senses, I was always crying alone in an empty room. It was cold. The bed, which had always felt too small, felt surprisingly spacious. That realization was so heartbreaking. A month had passed since then. Rain doesn't last forever. And neither does a clear sky. The dark clouds that had loomed over the royal palace gradually dissipated, and people started returning to their daily lives. All the things that Big Sis Anna had done were swept under the rug, and the blame for the incident was placed entirely on Duke Aquitaine, who had cursed Anna with shamanistic tool. Eris's written records, the cursed earring found at the scene, the maid's testimony, the suspect's escape. There was no need for a trial. The harshest possible punishment was handed down. The reason for such a severe punishment was that there was no crueler punishment available. Naturally, our parents forgave Anna. Even though she had killed her sister, she was still a member of our family, and she had been under mental attack due to the curse. She was deeply remorseful and regretful, and most importantly, it could cause great turmoil in the kingdom. So, the truth was buried. Only fabricated lies remained, destined to be recorded in history. I couldn't bear it. It felt like it was an insult to Eris's death, how she had struggled to hold on despite Anna's attack. Yes, I know. I'm not so foolish as to deny that. My head forgave Anna. I thought that she was a victim too, a pitiful person, and that Eris, who hadn't even resisted properly, would also want me to forgive her. But my heart couldn't fully forgive her. Disappointment, betrayal, frustration, malice, disillusionment, annoyance, unease, rage. Every time I saw Anna, now obsessively devoted to her studies, my heart burned with rage. There were things to pity about her, but a handful of water couldn't extinguish the raging fire. That kind child. The little sister so precious it would hurt to even touch her eyes. Who was kinder than anyone and always thought of others. To think that she was killed because of a mere inferiority complex. I didn't know everything about shamanism, but I knew the basics. The cursed earring wasn't imbued with a powerful curse. In fact, the results of the secret investigation concluded that the earring only had the effect of amplifying emotions and manipulating anxiety, nothing more. The reason why Anna decided to kill Eris was her own will. You killed her. You killed Eris. You trampled on her, tormented her, and enjoyed watching her writhe in pain. You mercilessly stabbed her with a sword, and in the end, you killed her, leaving her body to be lost forever. How could you do that? How could you do that to the child who cherished you more than anyone? How could you? I went and grabbed her collar, demanding answers. Was she that envious of Eris's talent? Because of that one thing, you, who would ascend to the throne and have everything. Did you kill the selfless child who always looked after her older sister more than anyone else? Knowing that cruel truth, I couldn't forgive her. Anna didn't say anything. I will never forgive her, not in this lifetime. Not her, not our parents who forgave her, not anyone associated with her. All of them. For the rest of my life. Forever. A month had passed. Even news that seemed to carry an immeasurable amount of sorrow eventually fades with time. You can't be sad forever, can you? The bard who had praised Eris's wisdom, the maid who secretly helped me change Eris's clothes after kidnapping her, the knights who had watched Eris train, all of them returned to their duties. The royal palace slowly regained its vibrancy. Everyone was going back to those harmonious days. They would finish their daily tasks, relieve their fatigue, and prepare for tomorrow. Smiling, they would return to their places of rest. But, I tell you, even now, Eris is still under that cold water, desperately calling out our names one by one. Groaning in hunger, she's longing for someone to find her. She's in pain, she's asking for help, she's lonely. But, why, how can you? In a world where Eris isn't happy, how can you all smile? Tick, the hands of the clock fell off. While everyone else's clocks were ticking away perfectly, it felt like my time alone had fallen behind, stopping with a thud. How can you forget about Eris and move on with your lives, looking towards tomorrow? I can't forget, even if I want to. My world has stopped. Every day was suffocating. Insanely suffocating. Rage would surged within me for no reason, and I wanted to destroy everything in sight. This burning emotion, this emotion I wanted to unleash. But I couldn't. Because Eris wouldn't want that. Because I, who failed to grab Eris's hand as she fell, who didn't notice Eris spending sleepless nights consumed by worry as she investigated the curse alone don't deserve to. So in the end, all those arrows were pointed at myself. Incompetence, sorrow, regret, depression, misery, grief, loneliness, and murderous intent towards myself. The emotions, lost and directionless, became a snowball, growing larger and larger. I gathered them all. Ha! Swoosh! I swung my sword. Swish! Princess Remy's progress is truly remarkable. Swish! And next year, Princess Remy's enrollment to the academy has been confirmed. Swish! Did you sleep well? In the quiet room, where only the sound of pages turning could be heard, it was an old man kneeling who broke the silence. He was reporting the day's events, one by one. Fane, the former knight captain. The man who was once Eris' swordsmanship instructor. And now, Remy's swordsmanship instructor. The report continued, but Anna Akaya, who was turning the pages of a book, showed no sign of stopping. No, she didn't even react at all. She just silently turned the pages, focused on her own task. Despite her cold, almost rude behavior, Fane continued his report without any sign of concern. Because he was used to it. Most of his reports were observations of Princess Remy. Severed ties. Estrangement. Who would have thought that the two princesses, whose close relationship no one doubted, would become like this? No one could have predicted it. Remy treated Anna as if she didn't exist, trying to hide her betrayal, anger, and murderous intent towards her. Anna, consumed by guilt, couldn't bring herself to face her younger sister. Fane's reports were an attempt to bridge the gap between them, even if just a little. But their relationship was no longer close enough to be mended by such efforts. Fane. Yes, princess. Thud, the book, which had been flipped through to the end, was closed. Anna's eyes, sharp enough to cut with a single glare, fixed on him. In an even colder voice, she commanded, "Leave. I have things to do, and I want to focus." After Eris's death, Anna Akaya started devoting herself to her studies, sleeping no more than 3 hours a day. Even during those short hours of sleep, she would often wake up in a cold sweat, mumbling something. Everyone worried about her health and advised her to rest, but Anna never listened. Perhaps the reason she was so obsessed with her studies was to escape from her dreams. Because when she dreamed, the memories would resurface. Her blood-stained hands, the screams that pierced through her ears even when she covered them, the pleas for mercy. She feared tomorrow, because she had to sleep. Seeing the rising sun was too painful. Of course, Anna's academic achievements soared as a result, but Fane couldn't bring himself to be happy about it. A corpse, a doll. Anyone who saw Anna Akaya now would describe her that way. A living corpse. A doll without a soul. The only thing that kept her moving was her younger sister, who was no longer in this world. Are you going to stay any longer? I will obey your command. What a tragic affair. Kriayok, Fane thought as he closed the door, which hadn't been oiled. So tragic. For adventurers, it's the most devastating and hopeless story, yet the most common one. Death. And sacrifice. In a situation where two should have died, one survived, and the other saved someone else. All adventurers carry their own tragedies within them. An adventurer's life is, in itself, a tragedy. Early morning, before the sun had even shown its face. But for adventurers who disliked moving under the scorching sun, this was the time when they could be most active. So many. Way too many. A mountain of documents piled up before me. The amount of reports I had to write grew along with our ever-increasing achievements. Should I be happy about this, or not? When we first secured our own sphere of influence within the royal capital, we celebrated with toasts, but if I knew it would be like this, I would have just settled down in a quiet countryside. The never-ending feast of papers made me want to curse, but I swallowed the words that had risen to the tip of my tongue along with my black tea. Bitter. Perhaps it was because of fatigue, but I couldn't taste the flavor of my favorite black tea. It was just bitter and hot. As I stuck out my tongue to cool it down, I sensed the arrival of a nuisance. Tadadada. What is it this time? It's driving me crazy, honestly. Noisy footsteps approached from beyond the tightly closed door. What news did she bring this time? Before, my heart would skip a beat and I'd feel anxious whenever I heard those footsteps, but now I just felt annoyed. Bang! Whether she was being disrespectful or simply didn't care, the door swung open with great force, crashing against the wall. I saw a scratch on the red wallpaper, which I had spent a fortune decorating, caused by the impact. A dent in the wall. Guildmaster Helenae? Urgent news, urgent news. If those are your last words, so be it. What a shame. Shing, the swung black sword, flew straight towards my adjutant's neck. Thanks to the adjutant's quick reflexes, dropping to her knees, it only managed to cut a few strands of her hair. The culprit, who had walked in with a confident stride and a loud voice, fell backward, emphasizing her large boobs, and pointed a finger at me. Every time her finger moved, her chest jiggled along with it. How rude. Should I just chop off her boobs? Let's do it. I swung my sword again. Why you're trying to kill me, aren't you? Yes. A straightforward answer, just like I expected. Can I just chop off one side? What else could it be? Your boobs, of course. Seeing how big they've grown, I wonder if they'll regenerate even after I cut them off. I raised my sword, but seeing her kneeling and bowing her head, I lowered it. I love you, get lost. I kicked away my adjutant, who was clinging to me, whining. I had a lot to do. I wanted to sleep, I wanted to cut off that thing, and most importantly, I was annoyed, but I decided to hear her out. Her large chest was very displeasing to the eye, but she was at least reliable when it came to getting work done. Bisa, a bit of an airhead on the surface, but quick-witted on the inside. For some reason, she's my adjutant. Should I really cut it off? She stood there blankly for a moment, then finally started speaking. Really? Right. A ruin has been discovered. A ruin? Are those scammers trying to pull a fast one again with false information? No, this is information directly confirmed by our own search team. You know, the one you sent out, Guildmaster. Who? A ruin. Among dungeons, this was the most highly valued by adventurers. The criteria for classifying a dungeon as a ruin varied from guild to guild. Some said it had to be a natural dungeon, others said it had to be untouched, a virgin dungeon that hadn't been explored for a long time, but there was one thing everyone agreed on. It had to contain many valuable artifacts. The difference between ordinary honey and wild honey found deep in the mountains. Wild honey is, of course, the ruin. Therefore, many guilds offered rewards for information on ruins, but most of them were nonsense or the delusions of fools who mistook caves for ruins. Well, it seemed that this time, our guild's own reliable search team had discovered one. Not bad. The distribution and ecosystem of local flora and fauna, the geological structure, and finally, the rumors circulating in the area. I had sent out a search team to 3 suspicious areas as a test, combining all those factors, and it seems they hit the jackpot right from the start. This is really not bad. Then, shall we prepare right away? Yes. Tell Vice Guild Master Yuta that we'll be going together, and prepare accordingly. Yes, sir. Bisa closed the door and left quickly. Seeing the clear mark on the wall where the doorknob had hit, I wondered if I should have broken 1 or 2 of her fingers, but I decided against it. Let's just get ready. I always kept minimal armor on, so it didn't take more than 10 minutes to fully equip myself. As I checked my equipment and finally held my helmet in my hand, I felt a tinge of bitterness. Now, I could put it on as naturally as getting dressed, but when I first wore armor, I fumbled around for over an hour. I didn't know where to put my arms through, and the order of what to wear first, everything was a mess. How many times did I put things on only to take them off again? In the end, the connecting leather straps got tangled and twisted, and I remember being unable to move as if I were bound tightly with rope. Really, you're hopeless, Helena. Ispa, there. Stay still. Seeing me like that, Ispa smiled and helped me one by one, patiently. Am I doing well, Ispa? Every time I set out on an expedition, I thought of her, with her charming smile. Now that I've grown older and having become an experienced adventurer, I realized that there was no one as mysterious as Ispa, a mature child, or a childlike adult. That was how she was described. Even back at the orphanage, she always drew everyone's attention. A kind child who always helped those in need, and waited patiently behind them until they could solve their problems on their own. Both I and Yuta, who is now the Vice Guild Master and working alongside me, were drawn to her radiance, so we approached her. Ispa wouldn't know how ecstatic Yuta was the day we successfully recruited her. A distant memory, one we could never return to. Yuta and I wandered aimlessly after Ispa's death, but in the end, we decided to join a guild and continue our work as adventurers. We wanted to give up countless times, but we couldn't, not for Ispa, who had sacrificed herself for us. Yuta, in particular, had developed a phobia of enclosed spaces and dungeons, to the point where he couldn't function properly, but he overcame it with his strong will and mental fortitude. Ispa would have been so happy to see that. After that, he gained recognition for his physical abilities and skills, rising to the high position of Vice Guild Master. I was working as a strategist, planning operations, but before I knew it, I had become the Guild Master. Why am I here? If it weren't for that old geezer, that raccoon, I wouldn't be in this position. The guild members said I was the most suitable person for this role, but honestly, I didn't feel it. There's someone who's more suited than I am. If she were in my place instead of me. If I had stopped Yuta back then, when he rushed ahead. If I had been the one crushed by the trap. All my actions were just imitations of her. Like a child following in their parents' footsteps, Yuta and I were just walking along the path of Ispa, who was no longer with us. Yuta might disagree, but I considered her to be like our parent. She scolded us firmly when we made mistakes, and praised us warmly, more than anyone else, when we did well. When danger approached, she was the first to stand in front of us. Ispa, swish, a small dagger was drawn with a sharp sound. The sword Ispa had gifted me on the day of our first dungeon expedition, and the sword that ended her last breath. Back when I was young, it was so big and heavy that I could barely hold it with one hand. Had I grown this much? Both I and Yuta, all of us, had become adults. We grew taller, stronger. We earned a lot of money, enough to make everyone envious. We were old enough to be nagged about getting married. The orphanage where we grew up had transformed into a magnificent building, thanks to our donations, its former appearance long gone. Everything has changed, Ispa, but you're still the same. Only she, left behind alone on the path everyone else was walking, remained a child. The girl with captivating sky blue eyes that seemed to embrace everyone, the girl with a charming smile. She stopped growing, forever remaining a child in our memories. That fact was heartbreaking. Right, I have to go. It's time to go. The girl I killed with this sword, piercing her neck. I can't let her death be in vain. We worked hard. So Ispa, cheer for us. For this path we're walking. For us, who have no choice but to leave you behind. Let's go. I opened the door. TL note, this is the author's afterword BTW. Helena has grown well. She has a bit of a sadistic streak. I wonder who she learned that from. Looking off into the distance. Anyway, she was originally meant to be a minor character, but she grew so well and even became a guild master. Eris must be smiling down from heaven. Don't you think so? I'm so happy. She says she's happy. The final side story. History has no room for what ifs. Therefore, the what if story that will unfold is not history. It's someone's dream, an illusion, a hope, or perhaps something else entirely. Something ambiguous. What if? What if the protagonist were reborn not in the world of the original story, but in the world of the prologue? This is the story of that what if. I believe that sorrow is the most fundamental emotion. Those who can't empathize with the joy of others when witnessing their happiness are considered pitiful, but those who can't feel genuine sorrow when witnessing the pain or failure of others are not considered truly human. That's because everyone's life is a tragedy, not a comedy. Except for a very few exceptions, everyone carries their own sorrows and worries. And those exceptions, too, are pitiful in their inability to experience sorrow and worry. Because everyone is pitiful, they reject those who don't understand them. That's why, among all emotions, I consider sorrow to be the most profound. There is no ground to stand on built upon success. Only failure can become the steps that lead one to a higher level. Therefore, I just wanted to be their stepping stone. I don't want to be the one holding them back. Ispa, Yuta, sir. Squeeze, my hand, gripped tightly, gradually turned white. I tried my best to break free, but I, still in a child's body, couldn't overcome his grown-up strength. It felt like my wrist was about to shatter from the pain, but I wasn't in a position to care about its condition. I have to escape. I have to get away from these children. Where are you going again? It was a long struggle. In the end, I couldn't free my wrist. Thud, I was thrown onto the bed. I had no time to register the slightly hard texture of the mattress before I started scanning my surroundings. In the spacious room, large enough to accommodate several people, there wasn't a single window in sight. The only exit was the door, blocked by the person who had dragged me here. Click, something unknown was fastened to the door. Yuta. Ispa, right? No, it can't be anyone else. The windowless room was pitch black. The only source of light, a candle, flickered and died as Yuta strode towards me, the wind from his movement extinguishing the flame. Without any other source of light, the room was enveloped in pure darkness, rendering everything invisible. Determined to escape somehow, I tried to crawl across the bed, moving to his blind spot. But his hand grabbed me first. Those eyes, that hair, that smile. I could never forget them. Ispa, I won't hear any objections. No matter how much I had trained and honed my skills over countless years, the one thing I had learned was that the logic of inherent strength could never be overturned, no matter what I did. At first, I thought I was seeing things. You're mistaken. His left hand grabbed my right hand. But, after touching you, I could feel it for sure. I'm not that person, I'm not. His right hand grabbed my left hand. Ispa, you're alive. I don't know that person. You're lying. His legs wrapped around my waist like a snake. My body was completely immobilized. Escape was impossible. Was it a mistake to think that I could just watch them from afar, since having been reborn in the same world with the same appearances? Or was it a mistake to assume that my presence in their lives wasn't that significant? Hearing that they had become famous as the guild master and vice guild master, seeing their remarkable growth, I couldn't help but smile as they passed by. Was that a mistake? I was caught by Yuta, who had recognized me. Ispa, ugh, Kayuk. Let me go. If it gets out that the vice guild master of the Silver Shadow Guild did this, well, what are you going to do about it? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my shoulder. His hands and legs bound me, and the pitch-black darkness completely obscured my vision, so I didn't know what had attacked me. An unpleasant sensation, strength drained from my body, and rational thought became difficult. What? What just happened? His breathing echoed loudly in my ears. By the way, Ispa, you haven't changed at all. Ugh, what? Your hair, your height, your chest, your eyes, your scent, everything is exactly the same as before. Did he notice my weakened resistance? He released his grip on my body and slowly started caressing my face. Little by little, his hands moved from top to bottom, exploring every inch of my body. When he reached my legs, his touch became even more passionate, as if he was trying to fully comprehend their existence. Is this a dream? His grown-up body, past 20, embraced my still childlike body with overwhelming force. Suffocated by the tight embrace, I was helpless to resist. This is dangerous. Even if it's a dream, it would be nice. Lately, you haven't been appearing in my dreams. Come to your senses. I'm more sane than ever right now. Yes, so rational. Like this? The intense pain from before returned. I'm not supposed to feel pain easily, so why wasn't this pain subsiding? It hurts. Stop it. Let go. Ha. Ispa, why did you do that? Thud. I mustered my last ounce of strength and broke free from his embrace, but I couldn't even take a few steps before my ankle was caught. Dragged back to him, I saw his sapphire blue eyes, shining brightly in the darkness. The eyes I had praised, saying they were like jewels. Now, they were shining in the darkness, staring at me. I'm not Ispa. I don't understand what the Vice Guild Master is talking about. Even though I was reborn, I didn't want to appear before them. Who cares about the steps they've already climbed? Stairs silently help others ascend. They had already grown enough and left behind achievements more remarkable than anyone else's. I would be content if just one letter of my name was written at the end of that. Stairs should be a tool for their users, not a burden. So, are you done talking, Ispa? It seems my words never reached his ears from the beginning. A sharp pain shot through my ankle, gripped tightly in his hand. It felt like a hot iron was searing my flesh. Hi. Why did you die before my eyes because of my mistake? Why are you here now, alive? In the darkness, I was dragged backwards with great force. My small hands couldn't even grip the floor to resist. My body, gradually, backwards. Let go. Everything is so confusing. This might be a dream. Maybe I've finally gone mad. Ally. A sharp pain, as if my flesh was being ripped apart, shot through my other ankle. All I could do was cover my mouth with both hands, praying that Yuta's reputation wouldn't be tarnished, that my screams wouldn't escape this room. But it's okay. Because you're here. The weight of his body pressed down on me. He collapsed on top of me, engulfing me. Where did it all go wrong? Because I wanted to see them grow up, to see their beautiful, mature selves? Because I overlooked the fact that they still hadn't let go of me? I don't know. I heard his voice, close to my ear. So, until this dream ends. In the end, I had no choice but to accept it. Stay with me. That this life would have to be used to indulge his whims. A gift for him, who had grown so well. I have no choice but to do so. Click, I heard the door closing softly. Careful consideration to avoid waking me from my sleep. But I had actually been awake for a while, only pretending to sleep because I had nothing else to do, so I quickly got up. Well, his consideration was so heartwarming that I felt good. As usual, I slowly crawled out of bed and went to greet the visitor. The metal chains on my neck and legs clinked as I approached the homeowner. Welcome back, Yuta. Yes, Ispa. Yuta looked at me with joy, then lifted me like a pet dog, placing his hand under my armpits. I gave him a resigned look and nuzzled my face against his cheek. I didn't know where it all went wrong. But, this life is useless anyway. I decided to use it for my childhood friend, who had done so well on his own. That was all. Authors afterward. This is the end of the side stories. I might come up with more side stories when I start writing part 2. This is Ispa's pet route, where she doesn't care much for her own life. No one knows what happened to her in the darkness. Eyes can only see because of light. In a place devoid of light, no one knows what happened. Not even the author. A secret refers to the act of concealing one's unacceptable tastes or behaviors from others. It could be a past act of recklessness or foolishness, an embarrassing shared memory between two people, or the hidden location of a cherished possession. But usually, it's the karma mirror, which lists their flaws and sins, that becomes the object of concealment. Their desperate attempts to resist and cover the mirror might seem comical to some. TL note, the karma mirror is a mythical object from Buddhism that reflects a person's past deeds/sins. They plead. Don't laugh at me. Don't look at me with those eyes. Why is everyone distancing themselves from me? Unable to bear the judgmental gazes of those who were once close to them, they desperately try to hide their flaws, making sure no one ever finds out. Because they're afraid. Afraid of being abandoned. A secret is born from the heart that cherishes others. But no matter how much they try to hide it, the places to hide become increasingly limited. They hide, and in the end, the only place left is their own heart. No matter where they hide it, in a place where no one can find it, they can't escape from the secret itself. How can this not be pitiful? The heart that cherishes others becomes a tool that harms oneself. But even those fools who desperately try to hide their secrets have a small wish they want to fulfill. A tiny desire they don't even realize they have. If only there was someone I could share my secret with. A precious person who would share their burdens, their sins, and flaws, and face them together. A neighbor who wouldn't bat an eye even after learning their embarrassing secret, treating them the same as always. Yes, they just need a companion who will stay by their side until the very end. This is all for Big Sis Ellie, you know. So I decided to explore her secret. Because, deep down, she must want it too. Right, Big Sis? The world continues to spin peacefully, indifferent to their circumstances, even if a frog devours a passing fly, an ant returning home gets swept away by water, or a baby sparrow that can't fly yet falls from the roof. Tap. Alice? Where are you? Big Sis Ellie? I'm here. I was sitting by the window, and turned my head at the sound of my name being called from behind. It was Ellie, now an inseparable part of my life. She approached me and gently started stroking my hair. You're here again. I told you the windowsill could be dangerous. Hehe. But it's not dangerous at all when Big Sis Ellie is here. Don't rely on me so much. The window seat, bathed in warm sunlight, was my favorite spot. The windowsill, in particular, was wide and rounded, not sharp-edged, so I could comfortably sit there, leaning my back against it. Ever since my wounds had mostly healed, and I could move freely, this had become my favorite place. My eyes were currently unable to see, my sense of touch was dull as if I were wearing a full-body rubber suit, and I could barely smell anything except for strong spices and the fishy smell of blood, so this was the only amusement I could enjoy. The warmth of the sunlight, the gentle breeze, every sound and temperature that brushed past my body felt pleasant. Well, my eyes had healed a long time ago, she's just preventing me from seeing. Before, when Ellie told me that my body was almost fully recovered, I asked if I could take off the bandages covering my eyes. Why? Because I want to see Big Sis Illa's face. What did Big Sis Ellie say back then? Right. Yes, she said. Not yet. The Ellie who always spoke to me politely, concerned for my well-being, was gone. There was only a precarious person, her voice trembling as if she were on the verge of breaking, her words laced with a deep sigh. She added that it wasn't time for me to remove them yet. She told me not to touch them carelessly until she removed them herself. Never. No matter what. She looked so eerie, so scary, and so pitiful. A kind, innocent child who knew nothing about medical knowledge and couldn't even fathom suspecting another person could only believe that the words of her beloved older sister, whom she trusted more than anyone else, were true. So I obediently followed her words. Because I love Big Sis. But Ellie, I've told you countless times, there's no paradise in the place you run to. In the end, unless you plan to crush my eyes with your own hands and blind me for life. Someday, I will remove the veil covering my eyes and take you into them. Does Big Sis realize that? HAAA. So refreshing. Lunch is ready, shall we go? Yes? Carry me, Big Sis. As you wish, Alice. Hug. I wrapped my arms around Illa's approaching body. Her body was cool and refreshing, the perfect temperature to soothe my skin, heated by the sunlight. She spoke as if I were a troublesome child, but she couldn't have disliked it that much, as she put her hand under my armpits and lifted me. Wah, I'm a baby. I'm not very good at this. I like it the most when Big Sis carries me. I'll carry you forever. I love it. Ellie held me tightly, so I wouldn't fall, and slowly started walking towards the kitchen. Swish, swish, she awkwardly stroked my head as she carried me. In return, I gave her a small kiss on the neck. Her steps faltered for a moment, and her body flushed hot. It was so cute. Hee. Honestly, you're too playful, Alice. Even though I couldn't see now, the layout of the house was clearly imprinted in my mind. Even as I was being carried, I could tell exactly where we were in the house. Soon, the humid air, a telltale sign of the kitchen, reached me, and I confirmed that we had arrived in the kitchen, just as I had imagined. Today's menu was pumpkin soup, the dish I said I wanted to eat this morning. I sat down and, with familiar movements, received a spoon and started eating. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls. It's sweet. There's plenty left, so please don't hesitate to ask for more if you want. Okay. Slurp, the warm, creamy liquid entered my mouth. I couldn't taste or smell it properly, but the hot temperature that stimulated my tongue and the smooth, velvety texture told me it was well cooked. A soup simmered slowly, just for me. Sensing her care, my heart felt warm and fuzzy. It had been almost 6 months since our relationship began. A little over 4 months since the day Ellie gave me a name. A long time, long enough for the wounds on my stomach to start healing, for the hole in my palm to almost close up. Long enough for the wound on my eye, caused by hitting a rock, to completely heal. And yet, I still couldn't remove the bandages covering my eyes. Ellie was hiding something. I could only guess, but it must be something related to her true nature. The scent of blood that emanated from her body whenever she returned from her hunts in the early hours of the morning, intensifying every few days. My wounds healing at an abnormal speed because of her strange treatment. Her insistence on keeping my eyes covered, preventing me from seeing her. Really, Big Sis, you're terrible at hiding things. Well, that naive side of you is what I like about you, though. Slurp. The bowl of soup was emptied clean. To be honest, I didn't want to go this far. At first, I also wanted to wait patiently until Ellie revealed her secret. I was willing to accept all of her, no matter what. Even if she wanted something, no matter what it was. If she wanted my life, I was willing to give it to her. I believed that true growth came from taking a step forward like that, especially since Ellie seemed to be severely lacking of experience when it came to human relationships. But she couldn't do it. She just kept pushing back the moment of truth, seemingly content with this false peace. Even though Ellie seemed to be enjoying each day, I felt sorry for her. A sandcastle that would crumble at the slightest touch. Yes, it can't be helped. Growth isn't something you can easily achieve. Secrets. They're often not a big deal. What might seem like a shameful secret, worth sacrificing one's life for, could be just an ordinary, everyday occurrence for the other person. Just let it all out, once and for all. Be prepared to be judged, open your mouth wide. Then, with a sense of relief, you'll look back at your past self and wonder why you had been agonizing over such a trivial matter. At the same time, you'll realize something. That what seemed like an insurmountable obstacle separating the two of you was actually a bridge that would strengthen your bond. So, Ellie, you have to be prepared, you have to face it head on. Just like in Hermann Hesse's novel, you have to break out of your shell and fly into the world. TL note, the novel being referred to here is Demian. Sleep well, Alice. But was it because she was too fragile? No matter how long I waited, even after 6 months had passed, she showed no sign of taking action. Another day had passed, and another would follow. This false peace seemed to have no end in sight. Yes, you should sleep well too, big sis Ellie. Of course. Tick-tock, time continues to flow. If a chick doesn't break out of its shell in time, it will eventually die. TL note, another quote from Hermann Hesse's novel. Suffocating, struggling. But Ellie couldn't even tap on the shell, she just wanted to enjoy the comfortable time inside, oblivious to the fact that she was suffocating. If this continued, her radiance would fade. I couldn't let this beautiful flower wither away without ever blooming. I couldn't let this precious gemstone, still encased in its rough exterior, turn into graphite and crumble without ever being discovered. This had to be stopped. And that's what I'm best at. Hee. Crack. The chick that can't break its shell. If that's the case, I'll just have to break the shell for it from the outside. Today's chapter has a small afterword. The pitiful sound of raindrops tapping against the window. I extended one hand towards the open window, enjoying the sensation. Another raindrop landed on the back of my hand, already soaked. My hand, with no time to dry, was spending an endless amount of time amidst the relentless downpour. Drip, drip. I heard the sound. The raindrops, tapping against the window at regular intervals, had a mesmerizing charm. A gift from the heavens, calming the listener's heart, allowing them to look deep within themselves. And a solace for those who walk with their heads down, unable to perceive the world beyond their immediate surroundings, a world that those trapped in the daily grind couldn't comprehend. Refreshing. Drip, drip, drip. The falling raindrops were, naturally, chillingly cold. On days like this, when the rain poured, I wanted to cast aside my umbrella and freely roam the streets, embracing the elements. It would be so much fun to lie down in a puddle and gaze up at the sky. But I, who wasn't even allowed to freely step outside the house, could only pathetically extend my hand out the window, trapped inside a small cage. Ugh. Fidget, fidget. I mindlessly toyed with the innocent bandage covering my eyes. I want to see big sis Illis' face. The bandage, tied tightly around my eyes, was as unyielding as the will of the person who tied it, making it difficult to remove. Does she really have no intention of removing this bandage? 6 months. A short time, yet a long time. The time Ellie has spent living in this false reality. Just like I, running from Anna, eventually reached a cliff, big sis Ellie will also reach her limit someday. Or perhaps, she's already there. I was a little disappointed that she wasn't telling me her secret, but in a way, it also meant that she cared about me that much, so I couldn't help but feel happy. Hee. I touched my chest with my left hand, which had recently regained its mobility. Thump, thump, I felt a small beat. My heart was beating. If she thought of me as just another weed, growing everywhere, there would be no reason to hide it, right? The person you least want to know your secret is the one you love the most. The mere fact that someone with a secret they don't want me to know exists is enough to make me feel overjoyed. But time is running out. Big sis. However, even that is coming to an end. I really wanted to wait until the day she gathered her courage, but Illis' lies were too clumsy. If it were anyone else but me, her secret would have already been exposed, and our relationship would have crumbled. It would be easier for her to blind me and keep me by her side than to suffer from the constant fear of her lies being discovered. If big sis Ellie decided to keep me by her side forever, I was willing to accept everything, but unfortunately, she wasn't strong enough to make such a cruel decision. It's a real shame. Because it's time to be born. Of course, I know that only after smashing, breaking, and shattering the shell with its own head can a chick truly become a hawk that rules the sky. But a chick that can't break its shell, forever struggling, will eventually die. It's too pitiful to call it just the law of nature. To end a once-in-a-lifetime life without even spreading its wings. So, I have no choice but to help, right? The raindrops, drip, drip. Now then, let's think about a plan to break big sis Illis' shell. Drip, 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 drip. I brought my right hand back inside from the window. My right hand, which had been exposed to the falling raindrops and the harsh wind for over an hour, was as cold as ice. For a moment, I was suddenly curious about the taste of raindrops, so I licked it as a test, but it didn't have any particular taste. Only after licking it did I remember. I can't taste things properly. Ugh. Feeling dejected, like I had been heartbroken, I tucked my stiff hand between my legs. I felt a tingling sensation as warmth returned to it. The posture of bringing my legs together and tucking my hand between them was strangely comforting and secure. Warm. Burying my head in my knees, I started planning. Drip, drip, the rain and wind showed no signs of stopping, only intensifying. A clear sound, one I could listen to forever. To be honest, it's a simple task. All I have to do is remove the bandage in front of her and see Illis' true form. That alone would shatter the false reality she had painstakingly built, and time, which had stopped, would start flowing again. But that would be deception. A subject of ridicule, not even worthy of being called a comedy. Taking off the bandage while we're having a meal, like always. It might provide a momentary shock to the audience, but there's no demand for such a bland drama. A work devoid of justification, plausibility, a rising atmosphere, the protagonist's struggles and hardships, or even a single element that evokes emotions. Such a work has no reason to exist. Tap, tap, thud. Drip, drip, drip. Aristotle once said, within the plot of a tragedy, there should be no illogical elements, no matter how small, and even in inevitable cases, the ending should be brought about by external factors of the tragedy. There should be no deus ex machina. No beings with absolute power, no characters who awaken their powers by chance. Only people. It should be imbued with the life of a person with only a single life, a dazzlingly bright human being. This is for Big Sis Ellie. A story for her, and her alone. That's why all I could think about was when, where, how, and what I should do to appear before her in the most dramatic way possible. No matter how talented the actors, a story depicting ordinary life wouldn't resonate with anyone. A play that fails to captivate the audience is a drain on their energy. Yes, direction is needed. I considered every element I could artificially control, from acting to setting, props, expressions, and movements. I will present the best, once-in-a-lifetime event, one that will never come again to Big Sis Ellie, who is both the protagonist and audience of this play, to help her move forward. So, Big Sis Ellie, I'll work hard. I'll create the best performance for you. Live dangerously. Build your city on the slopes of Vesuvius. TL note, this is a quote from Friedrich Nietzsche. Please accept my life, a life which has no reason to exist. There was something called an unwritten rule. It referred to rules that were mutually understood and followed without needing to be explicitly stated. In my case, it would be, don't remove the bandage covering your eyes. But does Big Sis know that telling a child not to do something only makes them want to do it even more? If you tell someone not to think about a pink elephant, they can't help but think about a pink elephant. Because the frame of elephant is already deeply embedded in their mind. She had always told me, obsessively, don't remove the bandage. So, even if I, who have been patiently enduring, remove the bandage, it can't be helped. Even if I remove the bandage and wander around looking for Big Sis, who disappeared somewhere, it can't be helped. If a child who only has her caretaker, her older sister, to rely on wakes up in the middle of the night and finds her gone, she has no choice but to look for her, right? A small temptation, to remove the bandage. A child easily falls for it. Rather, I'm quite proud of myself for enduring this long, right? Tap, 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 tap. 3 or 4 times a week. Ellie would come into my room at night to check if I was sleeping soundly. And then, she would disappear. I didn't know where she went. In the first place, I didn't know anything about the surrounding landscape or geography of this area. But one thing was certain, she, who never left my side for even a minute except when preparing meals, was going out of the house for hours while I was asleep. And the next morning, the smell of blood would be so strong on her body that even I could smell it. When I asked, she said she went hunting. Really, what kind of animal could she be hunting to have such a strong scent? Ellie would clam up after saying that, and I knew she didn't want to talk about it. Pouring. As if a hole had been torn in the sky, the rain intensified. If rain falls because a hole opens in the sky, does that mean there's a blue sea spread out above? That would be really fun. In the end, with the rain starting to come inside the room, I had no choice but to close the window. The raindrops beat against the closed window. I listened intently, and along with the tapping sound, I felt the tempo of the song created by the collision of raindrops and glass accelerate. I tapped on the glass with my finger in response. Tap, tap, it was music to my ears. Tap, 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 tap. The duet continued until my fingers stopped. Not yet, not yet. A little more perfectly. Tap. For the past 2 days, Ellie hadn't gone out at dawn. Tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after tomorrow, she would go out. Even if she didn't, she would still come in to check if I was sleeping soundly before leaving. If I paid attention to that, there was no way I would miss her movements. After Ellie confirmed that I was asleep and left the house, I would remove the bandage and follow her. The truth that Ellie didn't want me to know, more than anything else. I would reveal it all, on stage. What kind of face will Big Sis Ellie make? What will she do to me? Tap, tap. Exciting. This is so much fun. But for now, let's enjoy the sound of the rain. Quietly. The sun, denied even a glimpse of its own reflection in the dark clouds that blanketed the sky, hid its face beyond the horizon. Soon, the heavy downpour, like a sudden squall, ceased, and darkness settled upon the dense forest as the cacophony of insects filled the air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Insects of unknown species, exchanging calls. Snore, snore. MMM. Inside a house, there was a child who had traveled to dreamland, accompanied by those sounds. The bandages covering her eyes and the horrific scars peeking through the gaps in her loose clothing were evidence of the extraordinary life she had lived. Perhaps even in her dreams, she was longing for affection. The child, hugging the fluffy rolled-up blanket with her whole body, looked incredibly happy. A sight that would make anyone smile. And watching her from a narrow gap, was a pair of eyes. Creak. HNN. The door slowly opened, and 2 points of light flickered through the widening gap. In the pitch-black darkness, where even the faint moonlight couldn't penetrate, a pair of red eyes gazed upon the child, deeply asleep, oblivious to the world. Gazing from a distance, afraid to approach. The vertically slit pupils, like those of a predator, might be mistaken for the eyes of a beast stalking its prey, but anyone who saw them up close wouldn't think so, because those red eyes were filled with undeniable affection for the child. Huayamite. The owner of the eyes, Saeli, stood there for a long time, watching the child sleeping peacefully, as if determined to never forget that serene expression. Her small smile held that wish. Sweet dreams. MMM. Ah, she muttered in a low voice, inaudible to the child. As if in response, the child let out a cute mumble in her sleep. Saeli seemed surprised for a moment and looked at Alice. Haha. Her lips curved into a small smile as she watched the child mumbling in her sleep. The child, deeply asleep, seemed unlikely to wake up anytime soon. Thinking that there wouldn't be any problems for the next few hours, Saali quietly left the room, careful not to disturb the child's sleep. Click, the door was locked. Faint footsteps, imperceptible to ordinary people, gradually faded away from the room. Shuffle, shuffle. Quietly, very quietly. That way. Completely. Disappearing. Twitch. The child's finger twitched. In the darkness, unseen by anyone, the child smiled softly. Hee hee. A stifled giggle. It echoed softly beneath the silent night sky. It was a small, selfish desire. To prepare a meal for someone, to eat together around a table, to hold hands under the warm sunlight, surrounded by the sweet scent of flowers. The moment I realized that sleep wasn't just the end of a tiring day, but a prelude to an exciting and anticipated tomorrow, I had to admit it. That I could never go back to those days. Qui. Someone who has lived in darkness their whole life doesn't know what darkness is. Likewise, a monster who has always lived in loneliness couldn't comprehend its own loneliness. It gradually became accustomed to the scorn and persecution. Because that was all it knew. Because that was its entire life. But unfortunately, the monster had fallen in love. Qui. Yes. One day. Just one day, I'll tell her everything tomorrow, that the one who saved her wasn't a kind and trustworthy older sister figure, but a monster with eerie red eyes, who devoured people and reveled in it, who had been secretly licking her wounds and sucking her blood. I planned to remove the bandage I had forced upon her and tell her the truth I had been hiding. I was going to tell Alice. Alice, big sis Ellie, look, I worked hard to make this. Is it messy? I was going to. Hee. Aren't you hot? I am, but I like this better. I was prepared. You can't leave the bell peppers. Yeah, I can see everything. You. The truth. Big sis Ellie, I love you. I was going to, but I didn't want to betray Alice. The thought of her looking at me with fear in her eyes was too terrifying. I wanted to protect this short, happy time, built on a fragile glass castle, from being shattered. I'll tell her tomorrow. No, next week. When this month ends. When spring passes and the flowers wither, I'll tell her everything. A day passed, a week passed, a month passed, and before I knew it, 6 months had gone by since Alice came to live with me. But the bandage covering her eyes, which I changed every morning, remained in place for 6 months. Tightly, it was firmly tied over her eyes, showing no sign of loosening. I had missed my chance. Would it have been different if I had revealed everything to her in the beginning, when we barely knew each other? If I had confessed everything, prepared to be abandoned, would things have been different? These what-ifs that haunted me every evening as I tried to sleep. If this had happened, if that had happened. If only I had done this, if only I hadn't done that. At this time, at that time, this time around. The what-ifs kept coming, and the dissonance between the happy illusion and the harsh reality tormented me until late into the dawn. No, maybe I should have told her when I was still agonizing over it. Ha. Thud. Ha. Kuo. But, it's too late now. It all started with a small act, my attempt to hide my true nature. Afraid of that lie being exposed, another lie was added. And another, and another. Like a snowball, the lies grew larger and larger. Roll, the snowball rolled. It rolled down a snow-covered mountain. A small snowball, tightly packed, the size of a small fist. As it rolled, the small fist became a head, the head becomes a body, the body becomes a person, the person becomes a tree, the tree becomes a forest, and the forest, eventually, became a mountain. The small lies became flesh and blood, and before I knew it, the lies had transformed into an avalanche, ready to sweep everything away. Now, there's no turning back. Really? Where did it all go wrong? Drag. Ha. I see their empty eyes, their life slowly fading. Even so, for its own life, or perhaps for something else, the boar, clinging to the fading embers of life, tried to move away from me. Such a meaningless act, nothing more than a momentary struggle. My reflection appeared in its eyes, small flames of will flickering within them. In those terrified eyes, a monster is reflected. A woman, her entire body soaked in blood, holding a crimson lump of flesh, still faintly pulsing, its identity hard to discern. Rip, I tore a piece of meat from the lump in my hand with my teeth, stretching it long. Pop, a fresh sound, like juice splattering, can be heard. In the boar's eyes, now turning white, a figure appeared, its face covered in blood that splattered from the meat. Yes, maybe it was wrong from the beginning. Was I wrong? The carcass grew cold and stiff. I knew that the boar, let alone an already dead carcass, couldn't answer. Even so, I couldn't help but ask. I had to ask. Was I wrong? Are you trying to say that once again, my very existence, is the problem? 3 days. It had been 3 days. That was how long I had endured this filthy, horrible, ugly, repulsive, and hideous act. The urge, which I used to be able to suppress for over a month, was returning more frequently. I could still hold on for over a week, but ever since I stopped taking Alice's blood, the interval had shortened rapidly, and now it was difficult to even go a day without. Of course, I tried to endure it at first. For the sake of the child sleeping soundly beside me, I tried my best. I scratched my throat, I broke my fingers, and I even considered pulling out all my teeth. But I failed. My esophagus burned as if I had swallowed boiling oil, and my lungs felt like they were filled with sand. It's so painful. It hurts. It was as if the pain was reminding me that I wasn't human. Even in the humid, early morning air, my mouth was parched like a desert, craving something to quench this burning thirst. Blood and flesh. A small life. Alice. Poha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. I laughed. Bent over, squeezing the lump of meat in my hand, I laughed. Splatter, blood splattered everywhere. Faced with this miserable reality, I couldn't help but laugh. Yes, my body craved Alice. A sweetness that felt like it would melt my brain, a freshness that cleansed everything in my mouth. That devilish temptation, a memory I couldn't shake off. As if mocking my last vow, my choice to prove that I wasn't raising the child like livestock, my body craved the child's flesh and blood. Yes, this is my punishment. A punishment for the evil monster, worse than any other, who had captured a pure and innocent canary, bound her entire body, and imprisoned her in a small cage. Ha, ha ha. As the sun set and countless stars appeared in the night sky, in the place where more lives than the number of those stars awaken and stir, that bustling place was now filled only with the sound of my laughter. The rustling bushes were deathly silent. Even the animals, even the insects, had covered their mouths. Afraid of making a sound, afraid of being discovered by me, they desperately moved away. Fear. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Are you, all, afraid of me too? Yes, you should be. That fact was so natural, so sickening that I want to vomit, so amusing that I found it hilarious, so infuriating that I wanted to kill them all, so much so that I had to laugh. Lost in a trance, I sneered at the lifeless carcasses, unable to answer. I laughed, and laughed again. Big sis. Huh. Creak. My head, turned just like a ball thrown into the sky, eventually falls back down. Just like a life born amidst cheers slowly fades away in silence. The lie, built upon sand, its foundation shaky from the start, was destined to crumble. Yes. A betrayal that would be exposed someday. A lie that would be revealed someday. Everything was predetermined from the beginning. Big sis. Big sis Ellie, are you there? Russell, I see the child approaching, parting the thick undergrowth with her small, delicate hands. Is this an illusion created by my anxiety? But it's too real to be a dream, too vivid to be an illusion. Every sound, every breath, is just like the child I know. I had no choice but to accept it. That this was reality, a reality more miserable than any other. Are you there, big sis? Her snow-white skin was covered in red, inflamed scratches from the rough vegetation. One step, another step, the child approached, enduring the pain and sting. Under the moonlight, I see her eyes, shimmering beautifully, reflecting the soft moonlight like embedded jewels, a sight I had never seen before. The sins I had committed, built upon deception and betrayal, they were now laid bare. Watching her approach, I struggled to swallow the question that threatened to burst from my lips. Why are you here, Alice? The cruel answer to that question was walking towards me. The moment I spotted the child, I crouched down, hiding myself in the darkness behind the trees, worried that my body would be visible under the moonlight. My heart pounded, my breathing became ragged. I held my breath and covered my mouth, afraid the child would hear me. A pathetic struggle, something that even a young child wouldn't make. Please don't find me. Just pass by, like this. But such clumsy actions wouldn't work. The child's eyes found me in the shadows, and at the same time, she stopped in her tracks. I've been discovered. That thought consumed my mind. A moment of silence fell upon us. I prayed to a god I didn't believe in, hoping that moment would last forever. But the gods weren't benevolent enough to grant miracles to non-believers. Slowly, the child's mouth opened. Big sis, I found you. I woke up, and you weren't there, so I was scared. The worst situation, the worst time, the worst place. The child stumbled over her words as she spoke to me, but I couldn't hear anything she said. No, don't look. I looked around. As if someone had splattered red paint everywhere, the forest, which should have been a mix of green, blue, and a touch of black, had lost its original colors. Could this even be called a color? This was life, this was passion, this was love and violence. Blood. Trees, covered in splattered crimson, stained red. I kept putting it off and off and off, and now, all the karma I had accumulated had returned to its rightful owner. An undeniable, inescapable truth. I bowed my head. I opened my hands, and saw that they were stained red, with unidentifiable clumps of fatty matter clinging between my fingers. Bits of flesh, still tasting sweet, lingered in my mouth. Thud, I slammed my head against the dirt. Again and again. Again, and again. In the distance, I heard the child's voice filled with concern. Still, I couldn't stop. Yes, I've been found out, in the end. Everything has been revealed. What I am. What I have done. You've seen it all. Alice. 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 The surging emotions spilled out as the child's name. I snapped my head up. In the distance, I saw the child, panicked by my actions, desperately trying to run towards me. The child's eyes, as she approached, gradually filled with anxiety. Sensing my unusual demeanor, the child, sensitive to the emotions of others, slowly hardened her expression. It was as if it was foreshadowing the future that awaited us. It was heartbreaking. It was so frustrating, so regrettable, so suffocating that I couldn't bear it. I didn't choose to be born a monster, one that's unable to survive without drinking blood and consuming flesh. I just liked this fleeting warmth, I just wanted to enjoy this peace a little longer. Why are you looking at me like that, as if you're looking at someone who has committed a terrible act? I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you, just after today passes, after this month passes, after this season passes. When I gather my courage, then, I, too, was going to tell you. I didn't plan to hide it forever. I wanted to apologize. I wanted to say I was sorry, that I didn't mean to do it. But the words that came out of my mouth were cold, hot, indifferent, and agitated, completely different from my true feelings. Harsh words. A sharp dagger, aimed at the child. Why? Why did you do that? Why? Did you want to see me that badly? Is that it? I found myself questioning the child's actions. Why did you come looking for me? I told you to stay in the house. I told you not to remove the bandage because your wounds could worsen. With bloodshot eyes and a face stained with blood, I walked towards the child, who was staring at me, dumbfounded. Crunch, a twig snapped under my foot. Yes, I know. I knew full well that these weren't words I, who had confined the child in a pitch-black room, who had grabbed her ankle to prevent her from going anywhere, who had locked the door, should be saying. I knew full well that these weren't things I, who had robbed the wandering child of her family, her past, her very name, should be uttering. I knew it, with a burning sense of shame. But right now, I felt like I would crumble if I didn't think that way. Big sis. Yes, it's Sayali. I'm your big sister. The child, who had been looking around blankly, hardened her expression in shock as she saw me approach. As I stepped out of the shadows that had concealed me and into the moonlight, Alice seemed to lose her strength, collapsing to the ground as she finally saw me clearly. I strode towards her and reached her in a few steps. I grabbed the child's hand, which had been slowly inching away from me, and pulled her towards me. Where are you going? Big sis Ellie. I asked you, where are you going? The child's embrace, which had always been warm, now felt chillingly cold. The sticky substance on my hand smeared onto her arm. I applied a little pressure. Squeeze. Hi. What's wrong, Alice? I'm your big sister, right? It's me, Sayali. Whether it was from fear or shock, Alice's teeth started chattering uncontrollably. Her hands and feet, limp with fear, dangled uselessly as she stared at me blankly. That sight made my heart burn. I forced her head, which was turning away to avoid my gaze, to face me. I saw the child's terrified expression, and my blood boiled. Don't turn away. Look at me. As I clenched my teeth, my sharp teeth pierced my lip, and a trickle of blood from the wound flowed down my chin. Alice, why are you looking at me like that? It's me, you know? It's Sayali, the Sayali you always called Big Sis Ellie, right? You said you liked me. You said you would stay by my side forever. You said you loved me, no matter what. Lost in those thoughts, I caressed the area around Alice's blue eyes, now fully exposed. Swish, swish, my still not yet dried blood smeared onto her beautiful skin. What are you so afraid of? Tell me. The child flinched every time my hand brushed against her. Alice didn't answer the small question that came out of my mouth. I asked, poking her eyelid with a finger tipped with a sharp nail. Her eyes, darting back and forth. You removed the bandage. I am sorry. Big sis. The child, forcefully embraced in my arms, was trembling violently, as if terrified of something. Watching this sight, I didn't stop caressing her. I slowly moved my hand, moistening my finger with the blood from my lip as it dried, and gently smeared it on her pristine silver hair, her red lips, her flawless neck. Alice was a bright child. She probably understood the current situation completely. That I was not a normal human being, to say the least. She must be terrified, scared. The child's body, barely 10 years old, tried to escape from my embrace. Her mouth, open as if to moan, couldn't close. But she was still trying to obey me. The effort she put into looking up at me, not avoiding my gaze, was quite cute. In those eyes, clear as glass beads, I saw a monster covered in blood, staring at its next prey. With glowing red eyes, intently watching its next prey. That sight made me tighten my grip on the child even more tightly, so that I wouldn't let go. Squeeze. Hi dash. It hurts. It hurts. The bandage, I told you, over and over, not to remove them. Kayak. A high-pitched scream echoed through the forest. Alice struggled desperately, trying to pull her wrist free from my tightening grip, which was getting stronger and stronger. But the child's strength was too weak, her resistance only lasted a few minutes. I lifted the child, who was about to collapse, gasping for breath. I embraced her again, preventing her from slipping away. Thump, thump, weak punches landed on my chest. The child was looking at me with pleading eyes. A single tear that couldn't be held back falls onto my hand. Drip. Her fragile appearance, begging for forgiveness, saying she was wrong, that she wouldn't do it again, made my heart sink deeper into a sticky swamp. What did you do wrong? Do you want to run away from me that badly? Do you want to escape from the scary monster? Are you abandoning me in the end? Oh really? You're a bad girl. I was wrong. Big sis. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. So, really, you're such a bad girl. Countless emotions, impossible to put into words, swirled within me. It felt like paints of all colors were mixing together, converging into a single point. This is sadness. This is anger. This is resentment. If I had to describe my current emotions with a color, it would be the color of dirty, filthy ink, destined to be discarded. Yes, this is the color of a small betrayal. Maybe we were never meant to meet from the beginning. A bad girl needs to be punished, right? I don't want this. Big sis, I'm sorry. In the child's eyes, I saw a monster opening its jaws wide. Not to be outdone, I opened my mouth even wider. With my mouth wide open, I could no longer see the child in my eyes. I closed my mouth, accompanied by a scream. Crunch. My mouth was filled with something. Crunch, crack, munch. 27 bones shattered mercilessly between my teeth, making grotesque sounds. HAAA. The 5 fleshy parts, torn, ground, and minced into a mangled mess, lost all semblance of their original form, reduced to a single lump of flesh. A taste beyond compare to anything I had ever experienced. My stomach, which had been screaming in agony, my esophagus, burning in a raging inferno, my mouth, parched and cracked, all welcomed the long-awaited rain from heaven. Sweet. Delicious. More. Just a little, more. Crunch. A rich, heavy, savory flavor filled my mouth. With every chew, the sweetness and savoriness intensified, and I couldn't stop myself from grinding the meat in my mouth until it was completely pulverized. I chewed, and chewed again. Lost in a trance, I hugged myself with both arms, as if convinced that this, and this alone, could save me. Here was a single believer, who had embraced the truth. That's how focused my mind was, on that single sensation of pleasure. A warm feeling spread throughout my body. The cold, monstrous blood within me seemed to be fading away. As it did, the unbearable pain that had consumed my body subsided, and the waves of emotions that had overwhelmed my reason calmed down. Gradually, my mind returned. My blurred vision cleared, and I started to hear the sounds around me. Ha! A small moan escaped my lips. Gulp. I swallowed the last bit of flesh, now too finely ground to chew any further, and savored the sensation as it slowly traveled down my throat. At the same time, my clearing mind questioned the food I had just consumed. I want to eat it again. What I just ate. What was it? The thick fog that had clouded my mind slowly dissipated. And gradually, a sense of unease crept over me. I had definitely made an irreversible mistake, but I couldn't remember what it was. Stop it. Don't think about it. My reason and intuition screamed at me to stop thinking about it. But I couldn't escape from this unsettling feeling. I had to remember. What did I just do? I think Alice was here. And where did the child who was in front of me go? The moment that question surfaced, the warmth that had been spreading through my body vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that made goosebumps erupt all over my skin, as if I had remembered something I shouldn't have. Like a broken machine, my head slowly lowers. Creak. It sounded like the unoiled joints of a doll that had been left unattended for a long time. What happened? The first thing I saw was silver hair, stained with blood. The hair, which had shimmered beautifully as if it held the Milky Way, was now smeared with a dark, reddish substance, as if someone had painted it on. The child was lying on the ground, as if she had been attacked. Wah. This can't be, right? Why? The moment I saw Alice sprawled there, my mind went blank. My head, turned into a blank slate, tried to deny the horrifying sight before me. But my body, simply following the initial command, continued to lower my head. Little by little, bit by bit, the truth came into view. And at the same time, everything came rushing back. As my gaze moved lower, I saw Alice kneeling on the ground, her right hand clutching the sleeve of her left arm, her body curled up. I started to hear the sound I had been denying in my mind, the sound I had been ignoring despite hearing it. A faint scream, like a whisper, as if she was crawling on the ground. I heard it, finally. Gguh, kahak. The child was moaning, lying in a pool of blood, clutching her empty wrist. She was trembling, trying desperately to stop the bleeding from the spot covered by her sleeve. Drip. A single drop of blood seeped through the fabric and fell. It landed on the pool of blood, creating a small ripple before merging with it. Starting with that single drop, the blood began to gush out from the sleeve she was clutching, like a fountain, spraying in all directions. Splat. The blood, spraying out, landed on my face. I wiped the liquid from my face with a trembling hand. Sticky, dark red. The moment I saw it, I felt a scream erupt from my chest, tearing through my very being. What that pool of blood was made of. Who caused it? What this situation was. Realizing all that, I screamed with all my might, unleashing all the strength within me. Strangely, no tears came. I felt only a desolate emptiness, as if I had been pushed into a bottomless pit with no way out, no escape in sight. Yes, I was in despair. A mirror once broken can reflect no one. A petal once fallen can never return to its branch. I'm sorry. I knelt before the child's trembling form, apologizing hundreds of times in my heart, for a forgiveness that would never be granted. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hi, bye sis. I hurriedly tried to stop the bleeding from her wrist, but it seemed she had already lost too much blood, and Alice's condition wasn't good. Her face, illuminated by the moonlight, was pale, her lips blue. Flap, the empty sleeve of her left hand, fluttered listlessly in the wind. Even so, the child was just smiling at me, as if she was happy about something. That sight was unbearable. Why are you looking at me like that? I said. Don't look at me. with those eyes. Despite my harsh words, the child only smiled faintly. It only made me feel more guilty for raising my voice. Up close, in those beautiful blue eyes, I saw the terrified face of a coward. Like a complete reversal of our roles from just moments ago. The one who had been irreversibly wounded wore a smile of relief, a benevolent expression that embraced everything. And the one who had inflicted the pain wore a terrified expression, screaming in agony as if she was the one who had been hurt. That fact made me sick to my stomach. I was disgusted by my own behavior, acting as if I was the one who had been hurt, the victim, trying to evoke sympathy. The one truly hurt was this little child. This child, for whose only support had been a small twig, only to find out that the twig was actually a monster that deceived and devoured people. This poor child, not even allowed to rely on others, is right in front of me. I couldn't even imagine how much pain this kind and gentle child must have felt because of my betrayal. And yet, here I was, a filthy slob who deserved to die, acting as if I was the one in pain, wearing a tormented expression. I stuck my finger down my throat, trying to vomit out the guilt that was consuming me. Heave, heave. But no matter how much I retched, all that came out were bits of already digested flesh. The child's hand couldn't be fixed. A miserable reality, as if reminding me of that fact. Hate me? This crazy monster, is right here in front of you. Hee. Is that so? That's not, is that so? Why? In this situation, like that. Despite everything, Alice didn't stop smiling. Instead of stopping, her smile only widened every time she saw my contorted face. But, it's okay. What? Swish, her soft right hand gently caressed my cheek. It was a slow, trembling movement, but I could only watch, dumbfounded. At some point, the tears I had been shedding were wiped away by the little child's hand. Ellie, big sis, forgave me, hee. And now, I'm not a bad child anymore, right? Right. Her trembling hand slowly moved away from my cheek and fell to the ground with a soft thud. My body, touched by the child's hand, remained frozen, unable to move. Only then did I realize what I had been thinking wrong. Arrogant and ignorant, selfishly focused on my own pain. A simple truth. Just because I'm hurt, doesn't mean others aren't. That's right. The one hurt, the monster, wasn't just me. I had been so preoccupied with my own pain that I had disregarded the suffering of others. The child, too. No, the child, more than anyone else, must have been so hurt. And yet, I, acting as if I was the protagonist of a tragedy, wallowed in my own grief, blind to the pain of others. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't hate me anymore, okay? I'll rebandage it. So, I'll listen to you well, big sis Ellie, like before, read books to me. This was all a sin I had created. Afraid of being abandoned, I had raised my spines like a hedgehog, lashing out at everything in sight. Unable to accept the warmth that had reached out to me, I had doubted, distrusted, and deceived with a false truth. I had cunningly deceived, tempted, and trained the child to make her focus solely on me. The child was already prepared to accept everything, and yet, I kept putting it off, because I lacked the courage to reveal the truth, creating this nightmare. So, you're not abandoning me, right? I cried. Amidst my sorrowful cries, the sun slowly started to rise. The midsummer night's dream had ended, but the scars, left by that nightmare, would remain forever, as they always have. The sun rises, and a new day begins. That was all. A sand castle easily crumbles under the passing waves and wind. No matter what story is etched into it, who built it, or how much care was put into its creation, a structure made of sand will inevitably collapse. It won't last even a few days, its traces vanishing completely, becoming just another part of the beach, its existence forgotten by all. The small beach is a graveyard of countless sand castles, built with care by nameless people. Don't worry too much about your castle crumbling, because you can always rebuild it. Something you can rebuild anytime you want. Something you can recreate with your own two hands, a miniature representation of that day's memories. That's what a sand castle is. So, big sis, you don't have to make such a pained expression, okay? The night's mischief passed without any major incidents. As is the nature of all pranks, someone cried, and someone laughed. A way to show affection, a catalyst for a stronger bond, you could call it a prank. Yes, a prank that will be easily forgotten. Chirp, chirp. Ugh. Was it because of last night's brief act of rebellion? I, who rarely slept in, slowly opened my eyes to the chirping of birds, a sound that told me the sun was already high in the sky. And then, I saw it. This is your sunlight. Oh Shiva, please save me. TL note, Shiva is the sun in Hinduism. Ugh, my eyes. The sunlight, seen for the first time in 6 months, was so intense that I couldn't keep my eyes open. The light poured directly into my dilated pupils, unfiltered, and the sheer volume of signals flooding my brain was painful. To think it would cause pain like this. I will remember this grudge. I squeezed my eyes shut and covered them with both hands, trying to protect my vision. I twisted and turned, and the movement sent objects around me tumbling to the floor. Clang, crash. Objects made of easily breakable materials shattered against the floor, sending sharp shards flying in all directions. The sharp fragments flew towards me too, leaving small cuts. I couldn't see with my eyes covered, but the floor must have been a mess. And amidst the chaos, my left wrist collided with the wall. Thud. A small impact. I wish the pain was as small as the sound. But unfortunately, it seemed they were inversely proportional. The pain was so unbearable that I couldn't even scream. I felt cold, hot, pain, ticklish, and a burning sensation, all at once. Starting from the severed end, waves of pain, exceeding all limits, surged through me. The pain spread throughout my hand, as if each of the tiny severed nerves were screaming in agony. My left hand, which should have been gone, which I had confirmed was crushed and devoured, felt like it still existed, like it was being held and tortured by someone else. Tingle, tingle. My brain protested, overwhelmed by sensations beyond its capacity. I wasn't sensitive to pain, so the world had always seemed distant and detached. But there was one type of pain that bypassed all filters and reached me directly. And that was the phantom pain I was feeling now. It hurts. Big sis. Thanks to my countless experiences and the resilience I had built up, I soon got used to the pain, but I couldn't help but sigh at the thought of the ordeal that awaited me. HNGG. I could only let out a sharp moan, experiencing the strange sensation of touching my empty wrist. It continued until Big Sis Ellie, sensing the commotion in my room, rushed upstairs in a panic. Bang! The door burst open, creating a gust of wind in the quiet room. Alice. Be Big Sis. Thump, thump, Ellie rushed towards me, seemingly grasping the situation. Her voice was dark as she asked about my well-being, but she walked towards me with a confident stride, facing me head-on without any hesitation. What is this, Big Sis? You're here, by my side. You didn't run away? That discovery made me so happy. Ellie, who had always been so quick to run away and reject, was now trying to face the consequences of her actions head-on, not running away from the horrifying scene she had created. If it were her when we first met, or the Ellie who had hidden her secret and deceived me, she wouldn't have done this. The moment she devoured my hand, to escape the weight of her guilt, she would have kept going, consuming me completely without leaving a trace, or she would have run away, leaving me behind in this remote house. And then, she would have tried to atone for her sins, secretly watching over me from afar until the day I died of old age. Even if I searched for her, she would never reveal herself, without a care for my feelings, just to alleviate her guilt. Naturally, that was unacceptable to me, because it would be nothing but deception. Well, if she had done that, I would have gone out into the yard and attempted suicide just to bring her back. It seems Big Sis Ellie had grown up more than I had imagined. To appear before me so confidently, what a courageous act. Reflection. To look back at one's mistakes and actions, to feel ashamed of them, and to make a firm resolution to never repeat them. Yes, you shouldn't dwell on the past, but look toward the future. Because humans live looking forward, and that's the true driving force of growth. I was so proud that Ellie had realized that. She walked towards my bed, seemingly unconcerned about the shards of glass scattered on the floor, crushing them under her feet. I trembled, my eyes tightly shut, and reached out, accepting the hand she extended towards me. I grabbed her hand with my outstretched right hand and my left arm, which only had a forearm left, and hugged it tightly, as if to prevent her from abandoning me and running away, like a child clinging to their parent's leg to keep them from leaving for work. Squeeze, I hug her hand tightly. With a tearful voice, I spoke to Ellie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Big Sis. Don't leave me. I was wrong. I won't go out at night anymore. I'll keep my eyes closed. So, Big Sis Ellie. Alice. A strong voice, filled with determination. An overwhelming pressure, as if something significant was about to happen. That one word made me feel like all my efforts had been rewarded. My hard work wasn't in vain. This moment was the only time I truly felt alive. She pulled me towards her, and my body was enveloped in her wide embrace. It was warmer than usual, so hot it felt like she would melt me away. I heard her voice, even more passionate, close to my ear. I'm sorry. It was a confession. It felt like her words were transmitted directly into my mind, not through the air, but through the trembling vibrations of her chest. A confession that resonated in my heart, my mind, my very being. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For deceiving you, for using you, for holding you back, for confining you. Big Sis Ellie. It's all my fault. I was wrong. So now, I won't run away anymore. I won't turn away anymore. A declaration, filled with firm resolve. So, please. Her delicate fingers caressed my eyelids. Despite my strong will to keep them closed, at her gentle touch my eyelids fluttered open, as if they had always been meant to. My vision was filled with a blinding white light. Amidst that bright background, I saw black hair, standing out prominently. Blood-red eyes, slit like those of a beast, were looking down at me. Drip, drip. Tears fell from those eyes, one by one, wetting my face. Illa's eyes were bloodshot, and her hair and face were covered in unidentifiable grime, as if she hadn't slept or washed properly. A truly pathetic sight. You could even call it filthy. But at this moment, Ellie, standing before me, felt more beautiful than anyone else. Beautiful. I want her. Perhaps, even though it was just a fleeting moment, I might have experienced true love in this life. That's how brightly she was shining. Bright enough to make me jealous. Please, accept my apology. Big Sis. It's incredibly painful to confess something you've been hiding from everyone. It's incredibly difficult to face and acknowledge your own mistakes. But through those things, we can truly change. Just like Ellie right now, the relationships you've built might crumble. The friendships you've painstakingly cultivated might vanish overnight. But if you worry about such things, you'll only be stuck in the same place. Unable to meet anyone new, unable to tell a new story, you'll live a life of isolation. Alice, I'm truly sorry. Hehe. So, we have to keep building our own sand castle, even if it gets swept away by the waves. Big sis Ellie. Yes. I was a little disappointed that I had lost one hand to touch her with, but I could smile at the fact that she had confessed everything to me, because our relationship was starting anew, right now. I love you. Clip clop, clip clop. As a group of about 10 people rode their horses in formation, a considerable amount of noise and dust arose. It was out of the blue for the animals peacefully napping nearby. They quickly sprang to their feet and fled in the opposite direction. Giddy up. Leading the group was a young girl, her sleek hair flowing in the wind as she urged her horse forward. Behind her, a fragile-looking woman with blue hair followed, wearing a pained expression. Riding a horse consumed a considerable amount of stamina, and it seemed to be quite a burden for the woman who didn't have a single muscle on her body. But her perseverance, her desperate attempts to keep up, showed how much effort she was putting in. Hugh. It looked quite overwhelming for her. Oh yeah, Princess Remy? Can we rest a little? Please. Ha, Tessa. Princess Remy's heart softened at the wailing of the royal librarian, Tessa, and she gradually slowed her horse to a stop. The people who had fallen behind, busy searching the surroundings, arrived one after another, and everyone began busying themselves, preparing for a night's stay in the forest as the sun began to set. They built a fire, set up makeshift shelters to sleep in, and prepared for dinner. A cheerful commotion. Soon, a steaming dinner was ready. Of course, the quality of the food was a far cry from the meals they had at the royal palace, but no one complained. Clatter. Tessa and Remy sat facing each other at a small table, their meals laid out before them. It was Remy who broke the silence. I'm sorry, Tessa, for dragging you into this. Don't mention it, princess. I should be the one apologizing. If only I had been a little faster. I've always said it's not your fault, Tessa. It's my fault for not noticing Eris struggling like that. Tessa, the royal librarian, had decided to accompany Princess Remy on her final journey. The second princess, Remy Akaya, was leaving for the Akkad Empire to study abroad. She would be away from her homeland for several months, perhaps even years, and so, Remy decided to personally lead one last search for her missing younger sister. Everyone shook their heads, calling it a pointless endeavor with no chance of success, but Tessa was the only one who agreed to accompany Remy. It was her own way of atoning, believing that if only she had discovered the notes in the book sooner, if only she had noticed Princess Eris's unusual behavior earlier, that tragic incident could have been prevented. Or perhaps, it was her way of letting go of the lingering hope and attachment she felt for the youngest princess, whom she had cherished. Even though she lacked physical strength and wasn't skilled at anything that required physical exertion, her knowledge from books proved to be a great help on their journey. Things like identifying edible plants, reading maps, understanding the terrain, and so on. Well, she was a klutz in everything else, and her body was screaming in protest. No matter how smart you are, there are times when your body suffers. As they began to eat, an awkward silence settled between them. Unable to bear the atmosphere, Tessa, who felt that she had become quite close to the princess, initiated a conversation. You're going to enter the academy next year, right? Well, yes. The topic of conversation shifted to the Museum, the Akkad Empire's academic research school, commonly known as the Academy, where Princess Remy was going to enroll. Tessa was actually quite interested in the academy, and she wanted to hear about it. Tessa looked at Princess Remy, her eyes filled with cheerful anticipation. And that anticipation was, unfortunately, betrayed. Well, they call it an academy, but it's actually more like a place of exile. Pardon. A matchmaking ground. A graveyard. Well, it has many nicknames, but I personally like that word. Exile. It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? The academy. It was one way the Akkad Empire maintained loyalty and exerted influence over neighboring kingdoms. Send a crucial person, someone valuable enough to be a hostage, to our academy. It was a form of blackmail disguised as goodwill. The nobles had no choice but to send their children, albeit reluctantly. Who would want to send their child to a school in a foreign land, far away from their home country? Moreover, the academy subtly instilled pro-imperial ideologies and theories, and taught a slightly revised version of history that leaned in their favor. Eris, I begged them on my knees, asking them to find my little sister, but all I got was cold treatment, not even a proper search. Ha, P-Princess. Furthermore, those who were set to inherit the throne or titles like Duke, Dux, never went to the academy. TL note, Dux meaning the top of their social class, something like that. Why would they go to such a place when the best teachers were readily available in their own countries? They had already formed their own networks from a young age, holding tea parties and balls, steadily building connections and friendships. There was no need to go out and build connections themselves, people will somehow crawl to them on their own. That's why, to appease the empire and maintain appearances, those who had been passed over for the throne and nobles who would inherit titles lower than count were sent to the academy. And it was also filled with capable but naive commoners who paid to enter, hoping to form connections with those nobles, thinking that even a fallen noble was still a noble. That was what the academy was. Rumble, crash. The sound of her illusions crumbling, one after another. Tessa was completely overwhelmed. Her hands trembled, and the food she had scooped onto her spoon clattered back onto her plate. The thick stew she had put in her mouth was sweet and flavorful, but right now, Tessa couldn't tell whether the food she was eating was going into her mouth, nose, or ears. She thought, this is a trap. It was the second time in her life that she wished she could turn back time. The first time had been the day Princess Eris disappeared, and the second time was now. Since that person is going to inherit the throne, I had no choice but to get sent far away. Go be a hostage, they said, haha. Go to school, build some connections, maybe find a husband and get married, or something like that. Princess Remy. I'm sorry, Tessa. Cuckoo. Remy muttered an apology, saying she didn't mean to make her uncomfortable, and took a large bite out of the hard rye bread. Crack, the bread snapped loudly. Seeing that, Tessa clutched her pounding heart and desperately tried to finish her meal, vowing never to bring up the topic of the academy again, and vowing to burn all the romance novels set in the academy once she returned to the library. The meal ended, leaving the two with their moods spoiled. Caw, caw. Along with the cawing of a crow, echoing from high above, the sun completely disappeared beyond the horizon. Except for a few who were on watch, everyone drifted off to a deep sleep, exhausted from the day's journey. And so, another day passed. Caw, caw, caw. Under the soft moonlight, no one knew that a small gem was attached to the crow's leg. Everyone fell asleep. An urgent report from the crow. People from the Tizalaya kingdom are coming down the river. Of course, this wasn't the first time people had searched this area, but most of them were only equipped for searching, and they were only equipped with basic anti-shamanistic tools, so deceiving them was easy. The slightly altered natural environment surrounding my house was a shamanistic tool in itself, and people simply passed by, unaware of the subtle inconsistencies. However, the situation was different now. Caw, caw. Thank you for your hard work. Rest well. Crunch, crunch. She looked at the small orb, crackling with small electrical sparks. Only static and a distorted image could be seen from the orb. It was unusable now. The shamanistic tool was disrupted. At least high level, perhaps even higher, anti-shamanistic equipment. It must be because of the anti-shamanistic equipment given to the princesses to prevent a repeat of the previous incident. And, the princess wearing it is approaching. She's close to the house where Alice and I are living. I can't let them meet. Never. The decision was made. No, absolutely not. My distrust of the Akai royal family hadn't disappeared. Moreover, I had heard that the first princess, who had committed that atrocious act, had become the official heir to the throne. There was no telling what that woman would do if she found out that her sister was alive. For Alice's safety, I had to avoid contact with them as much as possible. I looked back. I saw the small cabin, where we had been living for a long time. You could even call it my home. To say it wasn't precious to me would be a lie, but it's time to move. There was no hesitation. The decision had already been made from the beginning. Alice's safety, that was all that mattered to me. I quickly searched for a suitable place for Alice and me to live. Even if I had to bring in precious treasures, even if I had to bring in anyone, my memories, my past, anything, nothing was more important to me than this one child. I could sacrifice 100 houses like this. A place near a village where I could easily purchase necessities for Alice, who was entering her growth spurt, to ensure her peaceful life. But a place with too few people would be very exclusive towards outsiders. And a place with too many people would spread rumors quickly. It also had to be a place far enough from the Tizalaya kingdom, where their influence couldn't easily reach. The candidates quickly narrowed down. And among them, considering Alice's fatigue, I chose the closest location. Tap, a pebble at my feet rolled away. It was time. Shall we try the Empire? It was time to move. Akkord Empire, Syria village. A shabby-looking girl was staggering along, clutching a bundle of cloth. Or rather, it was me. Why am I crying? Ugh. The Middle Ages. What is this? I want to use my phone. I want to watch YouTube. I want to listen to the latest pop songs, not hymns. I want to eat macarons. Hey, Han. What are you mumbling about again? Go do the laundry. Don't you want to eat today? Oh yeah, Uncle Hust, I'm coming. Every day it's laundry, sewing. My fingers were rough and covered in cuts from eczema and needle pricks. Cooking, exercise, hunting, anything. All I could do were these menial tasks, as I only had a superficial understanding of everything. Talking about how the earth is round, how all matter is made of atoms, repeating things I had learned from someone without even understanding the principles, wouldn't get me anywhere. All that mattered to them was knowing how to identify edible herbs and when to sow seeds. It was a harsh reality for Mihan Sia, an ordinary high school student, who had spent her days going to school, attending cram schools, and enjoying her free time. Yes, it was too harsh. Seriously, I definitely died, so why was I reborn in a place like this? They say that everything in the world has a meaning. Does my rebirth have a meaning too? In this harsh daily life? I couldn't shake off that doubt. And that doubt remained unanswered even after more than 10 years had passed. Unfortunately, the end. Let's begin. TL note, authors afterword. The final heroine appears. By the way, the protagonist of this story is only Eris, Alice. I hate stories with two protagonists. Don't worry, she's just a cameo. The reason I added a reincarnator, Second Life newbie? Modern people are quite sensitive to ethical and moral sense. A girl who relies on a woman who bit off her arm, whose real sister tried to stab her to death with a sword, a young girl covered in scars and missing a limb. I wonder how modern people would react to that. The four-way battle begins. It seems everyone will gather in chapter 4. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. TL note. Hello Buttercat, the TL here. I will be unavailable for like 2 weeks or so because of vacations reasons. Don't worry, I have translation stocked up, so for this week it's just regular release schedule, but after this week, fingers crossed. I'll try to see if it's possible for me to translate at vacation, but probably won't be possible. I'm really sorry. I'll notify when I get back in the Discord server. I enjoy observing things closely. It's far more interesting than just glancing at the fleeting scenery that passes by without a second thought. A red-tinged maple leaf, exuding the essence of autumn. That single leaf, which we pass by without a second thought, might contain a deep history that we can't fully comprehend. Isn't it fascinating? Do you like it? Yes? The color is like Big Sis Illis' eyes, so pretty. If you say so, I like it too. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Inside the carriage, rattling along at high speed. I was lying down with my head on Big Sis Illis' lap, gazing at the small maple leaf in my hand. The ride in the bumpy carriage was far from comfortable, but none of us complained about it. This moment was too precious to be wasted on such trivial matters. I looked at the maple leaf, then at Big Sis Illis' eyes. The more I looked, the more they resembled each other. So pretty, so beautiful. Huh? Big Sis Ellie, your face is red. It's just your imagination. No it's not. Hee. Honestly, you're such a handful. Ellie had pulled her hood down low to hide her face from others, but when I rested my head on her lap and looked up, I could clearly see her blushing face. Her body, a little warmer than before. Worried that she might get upset, I decided to stop teasing her. A sudden relocation. Ellie and I abandoned our old house and set out for a new place to call home. I didn't know the reason. Well, she must have her own reasons. I just follow Illis' lead. A sudden confession, starting with the words, "There's something I'm hiding." Illis' passionate plea, asking me to trust her just one more time, even though she couldn't tell me everything, made me so happy that I nodded vigorously. How could I not trust her? How could I not be happy? She had finally awakened from her long slumber, taking her first step as a human being. I wanted to witness the end of her journey. Pat my head. As you wish. If it hurts at all, please tell me immediately. Hee. Okay. Swish, swish. I closed my eyes, enjoying her gentle touch. Her movements, so careful and focused, as if afraid of causing me even the slightest pain or discomfort, were adorable. After what felt like an eternity, I finally drifted off to sleep, basking in a peace and happiness devoid of any worries. By the way, Big Sis, what was the name of the village near the place we're going to? I forgot to tell you. Considering Illis' special circumstances, it was a suitable forest, close to a village where people lived, but not a place people would intentionally seek out. Our new home. It's Syria village. The carriage would soon reach its destination. It was an end, but also a beginning. I wondered what new encounters awaited me. Lost in those thoughts, I drifted off to sleep. Deeply, very deeply. Many people jokingly say, if they could go back in time, they could use their superior knowledge to achieve greater success than anyone else, to live a life of comfort and ease. Literature, engineering, academics, politics, entertainment. They want to be praised and reign supreme among those they consider inferior, the people of the past. It's just a hypothetical scenario, but we say that if it were possible, we could totally live like that. Really? So arrogantly? Well, that's just how the world is. It's just a form of escapism for people who are struggling to get by, just like me, in the past. A delusion that most people want to believe in, that they, living in the present, are at least superior to the people of the past. I'm actually not talented enough for this kind of work. Others don't recognize my talent. I'm a little better than those around me. Yes, I might be a little smarter. Because unlike them, I know that the earth is round, that objects with mass attract each other, that light has both wave and particle properties. Because those people, who didn't even know such simple things, seemed so pathetic. Haha. Even though, I can't even properly explain why the sky is blue. Ugh. Thump, thump, thump. I beat the laundry with a steady rhythm. My arms ached, and my legs, crouched low, trembled, but I couldn't stop, thinking that each of these actions would be converted into money. Water splashed with every beat of the washing bat. TL note, fun fact in the afterword. Ugh. Why are there so many clothes to wash today? I'm dying, Rumi. Han. Wouldn't it be better to move your hands a little faster instead of complaining? Yeez. Yug, Mama is being mean. I told you not to call me Mama. Ouch. Slap. You. In a book with a similar story, the protagonist was so handsome that he could pick up anyone he wanted, so why am I stuck here, doing this? Clutching my throbbing head, I reminisced about the past blunders that had led to my current financial situation. So, it was a long time ago, a time I can't even remember properly. I once tried to create the epitome of modern artifacts, a pen, using all my knowledge. This is a hit. That's what I thought back then. I somehow managed to recall the memory of disassembling a pen during class, drew up a crude blueprint, commissioned it to a blacksmith, and struggled to gather the necessary materials. It was a plan that I had poured all my savings into, money I had painstakingly saved by helping with household chores with my swollen fingers. To make a small change in this stagnant life. No, Or perhaps, was it a gamble to preserve my sense of identity in this tedious life? Well, it doesn't matter now. Anyway, I did my best, within my capabilities. And naturally, the result was, yeah, it was a complete failure. Totally. The ink wasn't what I had imagined, and the parts I had commissioned from the blacksmith couldn't even be assembled properly. The smelting, the casting, everything was vastly different from the modern era. Technology doesn't advance because of a single genius. No, maybe they're not even geniuses. It's the ordinary people who observe and imitate the technology created by geniuses. Ink leaked from the back of the nib when I turned it upside down. It was too thick to hold comfortably. It was a complete failure that I would have immediately thrown in the trash back then. A complete piece of junk, not even worthy of being called a prototype. Naturally, the funds I had saved for my trip to the imperial capital went up in smoke. Poof, just like that. Damn it. Oh, your usual tantrum, I see. Thump, 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 thump. I slammed the washing bat down with all my might, channeling my rage. I heard someone clicking their tongue beside me, but I didn't care. It was a common occurrence. At this moment, I was a lone Don Quixote. TL note, author really likes old novel. This is from an old Spanish novel. A single knight, fighting against a monstrous creature, laundry. This is the enemy of my money? And this too, the enemy of my money? Wham, wham, I swung the washing bat recklessly, thrashing the clothes. As I started beating them with all my might, the pile of laundry quickly dwindled. And naturally, I made a mistake. Thwack. A clear sound, different from the sound of hitting fabric, as if I had struck something hard. At that moment, I instinctively knew. I messed up. My hand. The washing bat, swung with force, had hit my innocent hand instead of the clothes, and I rolled around on the ground, writhing in pain. Mama. It hurts. Hugh, make it better. This is driving me crazy. Rumi, my friend, was staring at me with a look of utter disappointment. Her eyes couldn't hide her disgust. No, she wasn't even trying to hide it. She was looking at me with a "this is my friend" expression, as if she couldn't believe it. With a harsh, judgmental gaze, like she was looking at a good-for-nothing NEET who stayed cooped up at home all day. Without a shred of sympathy or hesitation, Rumi gathered her finished laundry and slowly got up. I'm going back first. And then, she abandoned me. Rumi? Are you really leaving me? Hey, bye-bye, Han. See you later. Actually, let's never see each other again. It was fun while it lasted. Just like that, my only friend in this village, the only one who was kind to me, Rumi, coldly abandoned me and left. My fingers ached and throbbed. I wanted to chase after Rumi and go back, but the pile of laundry, still far from finished, kept me rooted to the spot. I think I finally understand why washing machines didn't exist in the Middle Ages. You can just use people, so why bother with a washing machine? Both cost money anyway, haha. HNGG. I couldn't help but shed tears at this harsh reality. A teardrop fell. But because they landed on my already soaked and swollen white hand, the tear vanished without a trace. Yes, just like me. Without any meaning. It vanished, just like that. I wish life was a hamster wheel. Round and round. How nice would it be to live as a squirrel, running mindlessly, aiming to complete just one rotation a day. But the days that pass by, the pages of the calendar that are torn off one by one, the hair that keeps growing back no matter how much you cut it, they all show that life is not a hamster wheel that's fixed in one place. It's like a bicycle, moving forward as you pedal. I wake up early in the morning to the rooster's crow, start my day by fetching water and doing chores, pulling weeds, doing laundry, tending the yard, getting fed, receiving a small amount of money. My life is just about spending my free time chatting with Rumi, living each day cautiously, clinging to others, begging for scraps. Well, yes, I'm getting by, somehow. For now, I can survive on their meager pity. But what about next year? The year after that? 10 years from now? Will I still be able to live like this? A question that plagues me every evening as I try to sleep. But no matter how much I agonized over it, no matter how much I tried to solve the problem, I couldn't find an answer that guaranteed my survival. Because there's no teacher to answer my questions, no friend to solve them for me, no one. Here, there's only a lost and wandering soul, a lost child who has lost her spark. Only me. Whoosh. Watching the autumn wind, now turning cold, stripping the leaves from the trees, I wandered aimlessly through the colorful mountains. Even though my life revolved around doing chores for food and a small amount of money, I surprisingly had a lot of free time. It was strange, really. Despite living in an era where tasks that could be done in an instant with machines in the modern world required hours of manual labor, the time spent working was actually shorter. How ironic. It's even more ironic that I died and woke up in this kind of world. That's true. Crunch, crunch. The piled up fallen leaves that reached my ankle crunched softly under my feet as I walked. Wandering alone in a mountain valley where dangerous wild animals could be lurking wasn't exactly a recommended activity, but what could I do? I felt like I couldn't endure it any longer if I didn't do something like this. A small act of rebellion, a small act of defiance, something like that. Can't you allow a model student who has been enduring so diligently a little bit of freedom? I wish I had been born a tree instead. Of course, even trees have their own hardships that I don't know about. Like a woodcutter suddenly chopping them down, or a landslide, things like that. A life where you can't even move, where you have to accept death quietly. But at this moment, I envied those trees. Because it seemed better than this. At least trees can be used as firewood, right? Thump. Oh. I spotted some wild raspberry growing in a nearby bush. I picked one and popped it into my mouth. It was a plump, ripe fruit, despite it being autumn. Even though I couldn't even properly distinguish between herbs and weeds, as the saying goes, even a dog that's been around the temple for 3 years can recite Buddhist scriptures, I could at least recognize a raspberry, after 3 years of living in a village. TL note, classic proverb. Is this a good change? I don't know. Yum. The raspberry burst in my mouth with a refreshing pop. Unlike the modern raspberries that had been bred for sweetness, this one was tart and sour, or to put it nicely, it had a strong, natural flavor. Honestly, it wasn't that delicious. Ugh. I found a sunny spot, perfect for a nap. Thump, thump, I kicked away the fallen leaves with my feet. Is this good enough? My skirt would definitely get dirty, but I left the task of brushing off the dirt to my future self and leaned against a tree, closing my eyes. Yawn. I really hate this. I hate it. It would be nice if I got eaten by something, just like this. Painlessly, while I'm sleeping soundly. Really. Ally. Dark, any. Rustle. I felt a warm, gentle touch against my hair. Back in the old days, Mom would often stroke my hair like this instead of waking me up, even when it was time for school. Well, I would always get angry at her for making me sleep in and rush out of the house. A loving touch, something I hadn't felt in a long time. Is this a dream? But it's too happy to be a dream. It was a dream I wanted to have forever, if it were one. Despite my small wish for this moment to last forever, my consciousness was gradually returning. A faint voice, the fresh scent of grass and the cool breeze. As I listened to the pleasant sounds, little by little, strength slowly returned to my body. At the same time, a few questions automatically came to mind. What was I doing just now? Who is touching my hair? The answer to those questions came from right behind me. Sis, if you sleep in a place like this, you'll catch a cold. Hike. A high-pitched, childlike voice, unique to young girls, reached my ears. It tickles. Whoa, I let out a pathetic scream, even to my own ears, and jumped up as if I were a spring. But maybe it was because I had just woken up? My legs wobbled, and I had no choice but to fall to my knees. Thud, like a person prostrating themselves in apology. TL note, aka a kowtow, a perfect change of posture, fitting for my current situation. To describe the current situation in one word, well, it's like this. It was fucking embarrassing. Ugh. It was so incredibly fucking embarrassing. Clap, clap, clap. A small round of applause came from behind, as if witnessing something amusing, only deepened the wound in my heart. The laughter, filled with pure joy, was the final blow. See, could you please stop? All I could do was cover my face with both hands. Of course, the laughter didn't stop. Please, stop it. My earlobes burned with embarrassment, and I could imagine the color of my face without even looking in a mirror. Aware or not of my state, the person who had presumably stroked my hair slowly walked towards me. The sound of footsteps on fallen leaves, so light. Tap. The child stopped. Sis, are you okay? There was still a hint of laughter in her voice, but it was also filled with genuine concern for me. My weak tear ducts, overwhelmed by the wave of shame, threatened to spill tears, but I managed to stop myself with all my might. If I do that too, I'll really die. No, I'm going to die. I'm a little hurt. Really? Where? Yeah, my heart hurts a lot. But I couldn't bring myself to say those words out loud, I just thought them to myself. Seeing the child fidgeting anxiously, as if something terrible had happened, I let out a small, wry smile and combed my face. What am I doing to a child? By the way, why is a child even in these mountains? Several questions arose, and after composing myself, I lowered my hands from my face and slowly lifted my head to speak to the child. I was going to speak. No, I'm fine. Should I say, I couldn't believe my eyes? Beautiful, flowing silver hair. Emerald green eyes, as if they held the ocean itself within them. Her eyes were half closed as if sleepy, but even that looked charming. She could be described as young, but even considering that, she was definitely beautiful enough to be classified as a beauty. More beautiful than anyone I had ever met in my life. That's what I thought. Sis, are you hurt somewhere? I froze, still on all fours, both my hands on the ground. It must have been an awkward position, but I had already been through enough embarrassment to be numb to it. No, wouldn't anyone react this way if they saw this child in person? I was so convinced of that statement, so captivated by her beauty, that the child seemed unrealistically beautiful. I had never seen one in my life, but if fairies existed, would they look like this? Do you want me to pat your head more? The child tilted her head, looking at me. I just stared at her movements, my mind blank, as if mesmerized. The child contemplated for a moment, and then, as if she had realized something, she let out a small gasp and reached out a hand towards my head. And then, good girl. Stroke, stroke. What's going on? My frozen brain couldn't process the sight before me, but my eyelids, closing involuntarily as I felt the familiar warmth and comfort against my hair, immediately recognized the sensation. The touch I had felt just moments ago in my sleep, the touch I had longed for. So it was this child. I wish I had the same hair color as Big Sis Ellie and you sis. The child muttered the name of someone I didn't know, Big Sis Ellie. But I just stayed on all fours, mindlessly enjoying the child's gentle touch. On all fours. On all fours? In front of this child? On my hands and knees? Eek. I'm crazy. I'm crazy? Wow. I screamed and sprang up like a jack-in-the-box. Again. The child's eyes widened in genuine surprise at my actions. My heart warmed at her innocent reaction, but at the same time, I felt so embarrassed that I wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. Ugh. Kill me, please. The moment I first saw her sitting across from me, I knew instinctively. No, on the contrary, I couldn't not know. Black hair, black eyes, brown skin. Everything about her appearance was out of place in this world. And even more captivating than her appearance was a sense of detachment, as if she had no lingering attachments to this world. A pitiful sight, as if she couldn't find any meaning in her own life. I thought, this person is just like me. I wonder which number this older sister is? This is going to be so much fun. Whoosh, a cool breeze, with a hint of chill, blew past. A time when squirrels gather nuts, preparing for the end of the year. It's autumn, a time when new relationships blossom. I met someone of my kind. Oh my, to think someone would crawl on all fours in front of a child who's several years younger than them. Several years? No, wasn't she well over 30 years old? No way. There's no way someone like that would prostrate themselves and get their head patted by a girl 20 years younger than them? Ha ha ha. You're right. There's no way that happened? Ho ho ho, that's right. Really? Huh? Sis? What's wrong? It's nothing. I just want to die. I just wanted to bury my head in a mouse hole and die. I didn't know if the small hole in front of me was a mouse hole or not, but I buried my head deep inside it anyway. Squish. The soft, black soil was colder than I expected. They say that even a mouse hole gets its share of sunshine, but at this moment, I wished the sun, the wind, everything would just disappear. I was sprawled there pathetically, my face buried in a mound of dirt, right in front of the child, hoping my memory would vanish. Disappear. But closing my eyes only made it worse. In the darkness of my closed eyes, the previous memory is brought back even more vividly, and I kicked at the fallen leaves with my legs, struggling. Poke. Little bunny, are you alive or dead? The bunny is dead, so please leave me alone. It's alive. This is a suicidal bunny. Please don't give me any unnecessary attention. But despite my silent plea for no one to bother me, the child continued to poke me playfully, giggling beside me. Poke. Her childlike innocence made me chuckle, but the horrifying scene from moments ago flashed before my eyes, and I couldn't help but feel depressed again. I want to die. 10 painless ways to end my life, perfect for a suicidal person, popped into my head. TL note, I'm guessing this references to a book or something but couldn't find it. But this problem wouldn't be solved by keeping my head buried in the dirt forever. I had no choice but to lift my head, feeling the dirt scratching my eyeballs. Plop. Clumps of dirt that had stuck to my greasy hair fell off. It got in my mouth too. Tooey. Ugh, so bitter. Wow, sis, you're awake. I shook my head back and forth, like a dog shaking off water after getting caught in the rain, trying to get rid of the remaining dirt. The child dodged the shower of dirt I was sending her way, and even that seemed to amuse her, as she let out little squeals. A brief moment of playfulness. It definitely helped clear my head. Thanks to that, I could see clearly again, and my eyes fully took in the child standing before me, beaming a bright smile. A face I had never seen before in this area. If a child with a face like this existed, wouldn't her beauty be known throughout the kingdom, not just the village? That's how striking she was to make me think that way. Where had she come from? Was she traveling? She was wearing an oversized white dress, as if she had borrowed an adult's clothes. The sleeves were so long that they covered her hands completely and trailed down, swaying in the wind. Frankly, it was an outfit that didn't suit her age. But her hand, clutching a single flower, peeking out from the flowing fabric, somehow made the outfit look adorable, as if it were intentional. Yes. Truly, everything about this was so beautiful, like a dream. A child with such an appearance, twirling in front of me, her arms spread wide. And the fact that she wasn't showing any disgust or fear towards me, playing with me, her eyes shining as she looked at me, all of it. It felt unreal. Generally, most people in this world hated me. It was because of my unusual hair color, the ominous shade of my skin, the prejudice of the people in this world. It's only natural. This was a world where people worshipped ordinary natural phenomena as gods and believed in the existence of monsters that should only appear in children's fairy tales. It's human nature to reject what's different, what they don't understand. What would happen if a child was born with dark, gloomy hair and eyes, a color that didn't come from either parent or any ancestors? I was abandoned on the roadside as soon as I was old enough to barely walk. Perhaps because I was separated from my parents at such a young age, or because I had no memories of affection, I lived each day, enduring, having forgotten the faces of the parents who gave birth to me. If I had been an ordinary child, I would have been crushed by that situation. No, maybe that's what they had hoped for from the beginning. For me to lose all hope in life, to wander off alone and be eaten by wild animals, perhaps that's what they wished for? It didn't go as they hoped, but their actions definitely had a great impact on me. because every day, I wanted to die. But fortunately, or unfortunately, I already had the self-awareness of an ordinary high school student. Whether it was out of pity, or simply because they didn't want to create a wandering corpse, or perhaps because they didn't want to be responsible for directly killing a person. I didn't know their true intentions, but I was able to survive, barely scraping by, living off the scraps of food they threw at me in exchange for my labor. But even so, the disgusted looks they gave me, the heartlessness of the villagers, who wouldn't even engage in casual conversation with me, my own weakness, my unwillingness to burden the few people who did talk to me, they were all pushing me, bit by bit. You don't hate me. Huh. A small statement, one I had no intention of uttering. Perhaps it was inevitable that it came out. The child, dumbfounded by my sudden words. But my mouth, once opened, couldn't close. The pent-up frustration, the resentment, the injustice that had been piling up all this time came flooding out like a bursting dam. The daggers made of words that had been piercing me were now flying out of my own mouth. Everyone hates me. They say I'm filthy, disgusting, strange. A monster, don't you think so too? To be frank, these weren't words I should be saying to a child. Just a simple outburst of anger, directed at an innocent child who knew nothing, who was actually being kind to me. Nothing more, nothing less, the pathetic struggle of a wretched adult. But seeing the child before me, smiling brightly every day, as if she was truly happy, made me feel a surge of anger, an anger that was out of place, out of proportion. No, maybe it was jealousy. I didn't choose to be reborn. I didn't choose to be born with this color. They're the ones who are wrong, for not seeing that color is just color. Having been given a second chance at life, a gift I didn't deserve. Because of that, I didn't even expect a happy life. But, at least I wanted to live like a human being. Child whose name I don't even know. You hate me too, right? I didn't expect an answer. I didn't expect anything. Having been betrayed by everything except for that brief moment when I was reborn into this world, I had never dared to hope. Because if that hope were to be betrayed, I wouldn't have the strength to endure it anymore. The child, of course, didn't answer. She just stared at me with a blank expression. That sight filled me with an unbearable sense of self-loathing. Really, what am I doing to a random child? I'm truly a piece of garbage. When I return to the village, I should probably try to get some sleep and clear my head. Sorry, I think I was a little too stressed. So, really, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I bowed my head. A small apology. With those words, I slowly turned away. I didn't do anything that would leave any lingering attachment, like asking for her name. We'll probably never meet again. Even if we did, seeing how I was treated in the village, the child would have no choice but to distance herself from me. Even the people I considered close, even Rumi, just remained silent when we were in public. So, this is just how it is. It can't be helped. That's what I thought, so I couldn't accept the fact that the child was holding on to me. Grip, my clothes grasped by a small hand. The grip was weak, but strangely, I couldn't bring myself to shake it off. Why? Was it to escape from the child's touch, or to ask for a reason? I stopped biting my lip, something I had been doing unconsciously, and asked the child in a trembling voice. Even though I had pushed you away so coldly, why? Why are you holding on to me? That's what I wanted to ask. But the words that came out were so pathetic, so short, that I had to close my mouth again. Instead, it was the child who spoke. You must have been through a lot. You're hurt, and, you've had such a hard time. Whoosh, I turned around with a gasp, my hair whipping around me. Seeing the child standing there, her head down, holding a flower in her hand, I realized that her small hand had long since let go of my clothes. But my feet wouldn't budge. I just stared at the child, dumbfounded, unable to process her words. Like, a complete reversal of our roles from just moments ago. Her pink lips curved into a gentle smile. I'll always be here, sis. So, if you're ever having a hard time, come here. I'll be here for you. With those words, the child vanished into the depths of the forest, where darkness had fallen. In the spot where the child had been standing, a single, white, unidentified flower bloomed. As if to prove that this wasn't a dream. It stood out, demanding my attention. What is this? I held the flower in my hand, standing there blankly, for a long time, until the sun set. Just like that, she was like a lost child, abandoned in the middle of a cold city, lost in confusion, having lost her parents. Just a moment ago, just a while ago, just before I started living like this, I had a happy life with my loving parents, my kind older sister, and my friends from school. We laughed together over the smallest things, sharing precious moments, as if there was nothing more important. We laughed, we talked, we played pranks. We enjoyed the little things that were deeply embedded in our everyday lives. But, what about now? They had all abandoned me, blending into the crowd, leaving me behind. Or, on the contrary, was it I who had been swept away by the crowd? Mom, where are you? Dad, where did you go? Uni, I'm alone. Everyone, I'm so scared. I screamed frantically, calling out their names with all my might, but the only answer I received was the echo reverberating off the buildings. The passers-by looked down at me, a child making unpleasant noises, their eyes cold and indifferent. Yes, I was cast adrift, alone in this unfamiliar world. Abandoned by everyone, even by the parents who gave birth to me in this world. I had lived my life on the streets. They cursed me, ridiculed me, mocked me, and abused me. I was surrounded by enemies, by people I couldn't trust. It hurts, a lot. I'm struggling, so much. Don't ignore me. Show me some kindness. But I don't need your cheap pity. No, I do. Please don't abandon me. I couldn't even trust those who did offer me a little kindness or compassion, my heart too worn down by the life I had lived now. They were just there, and yet, I trusted them, I was betrayed by them, I deceived myself over and over again. My anxieties fed on each other, growing larger and larger, consuming me. I trusted people, and yet, I doubted them at the same time. It was so ugly. Han? There's still a stain left here. Haha. Mrs. Pierre, I'll wash it again. Tisk, honestly. Get your act together, all right. Yes, ma'am. But all I could do was hide my sadness, mask my struggles, and suppress my pain. My daily life revolved around wearing a comical mask, acting like a clown, overreacting, laughing excessively, pretending to be harmless. Ha, ha ha, ha ha. I should have known. If I knew living like this would be so painful, I didn't need a second chance. Maybe my very existence, was a mistake from the start. That's what I thought. Sis, long time no see. My closed eyes slowly opened. Late autumn. My wandering feet, with no destination in mind, had arrived at a familiar place. As usual, I had fallen asleep, hoping to wash away the painful memories, and the voice coming from afar finally woke me up. A few meters away from me, winter was almost here, and yet, under a small tree, beautiful crimson flowers, one by one, started to bloom belatedly, as if they had overslept. The child was standing there, holding an armful of flowers that she had seemingly picked from the surroundings, her face as bright as the flowers, beaming a radiant smile. I raised my hand, slightly trembling, and waved at the child. Long time no see. Hee. I really don't know why I came back here again. Why I'm happy to see the child again. I'm so full of questions. The child, seeing me like that, just smiled, as if amused. A small, soft cotton candy. But beneath that fluffy exterior, there was a thorny tree, like a hedgehog, trying to push everyone away, unwilling to be hurt, as if saying, don't come near me. And yet, a child who craved affection, trembling in fear of being abandoned. A person who had lost her will to live, who had given up on everything, caught between two conflicting desires that could never intersect. It reminded me so much of my past self, it was adorable. You heard my story, right? Huh. Don't play dumb. She puffed up her chest, like a kitten hissing. At least, that's what it looked like to me. Her eyes, still half closed from sleepiness, were filled with suspicion towards me. Was it because she had just woken up, or was it because my presence had such a strong impact on her that it shook her heart? She had shed her playful demeanor from before, and was staring at me with a cold gaze. Fearsomely, angrily. No, you probably don't even need to hear it. Everyone hates me when they see me. They all did. Abandoned, abandoned, abandoned. Even my closest friend will probably abandon me too, eventually. Harsh words. It was harsh words towards herself. You too, right? With a twisted smile, she shed a tear. Beneath the mask, I saw a lost child, a lost soul who didn't know where to go. You asked if I was having a hard time, right? Yes, I am. I'm so tired, I want to die. Haha, this is crazy. I shouldn't be saying these things to a child. Have I really gone mad? Meeting someone like her. Or rather, like me. This is not the first time I've met someone who's living a new, second, life. Unusual appearances, abilities, or behaviors. Identifying such people was easy. They weren't uncommon, appearing about once every 10 times. Most of them couldn't adapt to the changed world. Because a child acting unlike a child was considered ominous. Because someone was born with an appearance that shouldn't be possible in their lineage. Because they couldn't speak properly due to the influence of their previous language, having trouble learning a new one. They were ostracized for various reasons. Only a very few, the lucky ones, could enjoy the opportunities that came their way. Those who were rejected had no choice but to live their lives, unable to find meaning in their existence, lost in their changed environment. In that sense, I could say I was truly lucky. I had experienced good people, a good family, and good encounters, learning so much. I had found my own way of life. And I was able to sublimate those lessons, to guide those who were lost. I am, undeservingly, a blessed being. Hee. I slowly approached her, as she sat there, her head down. Thud, plop. The flowers overflowing from my arms fell out, one by one, marking the path I had walked like signposts. Even though I was close enough to touch her, she, whose name I didn't even know, was still lost in her self-reproach and lamentation. A testament to our ignorance. That a stranger, whose name we don't even know, understands us better than we understand ourselves. Isn't it fascinating? That's why we have to tell each other about ourselves. Everything is a lie. No, it's not a lie. Both Ellie and the girl before me, all they wanted was nothing more than unconditional love and trust. Russell, I scattered the flowers in my arms over her head. It was just an act of getting rid of what I was holding. But the sight of white, yellow, and blue flowers falling, all mixed together, seemed like a blessing for the path she was about to walk. She just looked up at me with empty eyes, covered in the flowers I had scattered. Believe, and you shall be saved. TL note, Christian Bible verse. A small verse came to mind. I slowly extended an arm and embraced her head tightly. I stroked her stiff hair, and her strands slipped through my fingers. You've been through a lot. You've done well, enduring all this time. Now, I'll help you. You're pretty. That's a lie. I like it because it's like the night sky, clear and beautiful. I wonder if, in a way, I'm her senior? Since I didn't have much experience with younger siblings or juniors, I couldn't help but want to intervene when I saw someone acting spoiled like this. This must be the responsibility of an adult. I untangled her messy hair with my right hand and embraced her warmly. Even though I had never felt inconvenienced in my life, but at times like this when hugging someone, it was a bit sad that I couldn't use both hands. You'll abandon me too in front of everyone, won't you? No, I won't. I'll be with you, always. Don't lie. When I responded playfully, she pushed me away with both hands. But her rejection was so weak, it was just a light push with her palms. I was so distracted by the guilt in her eyes that even that felt like a huge shock, and I stumbled backward helplessly. Thump. I tripped on a rock and lost my balance. It was incredibly difficult to maintain balance with only one arm left, so I ended up tumbling backward. Roll, roll. I ended up in a pathetic state, covered in dirt. Ouch. You. In that brief moment, she seemed to have seen something, her eyes widening. My lovely junior stood there, was frozen in place. Ignoring the pain, I got up and ran towards her again. You might doubt everything. You might feel like everyone is deceiving you. You might truly believe that they reject you from the bottom of their hearts. The violence and rejection fueled by hatred, the discrimination, all of it might never disappear. Yes. Unless a miracle happens. I don't know anyone. I don't have a family, or friends. So I've always been alone. You're the first person I've gotten to know. Everyone else hates me. But humans are creatures who create miracles. If you wish for it strongly, if you believe in it strongly, no matter how absurd it may seem, your wish might come true someday. So, let's believe. Then, we'll be saved. So, please, be my friend. But don't worry too much if salvation doesn't come. Look, don't abandon me. Hasn't a miracle appeared before us? The only way to soothe a child who constantly craves affection is to keep showering the child with affection until the child is satisfied, until they say they're okay. Give them sweet affection, sweet enough to melt their brain. And then, when the time is right, take it away. Then the child will stand on their own. When I was young, I once got my foot stuck deep in the mudflats. No matter how much I struggled, my foot wouldn't budge, it only pulled me deeper. What I thought were actions to free myself turned out to be actions that were sinking me deeper. Yes, gradually sinking, until reaching a point of no return. That describes my current situation perfectly. Alice, how can I die painlessly? Sis SIA, you know you've been saying that for a week now. I know. That's good to hear. I pulled my clothes over my head and screamed. Wah, a truly pathetic sound, echoed through the depths of the mountain. Wah. It was an attempt to shake off the shame, guilt, and regret that had filled my being, but those emotions were generated endlessly, as if violating the first law of thermodynamics, like a perpetual motion machine. I couldn't help but think that emotions were the true source of eco-friendly energy. When I closed my eyes, the scene from before replayed vividly in my mind, and when I looked at the scenery around me, the words I had spoken came back to me. Why are these embarrassing memories so vivid? The things I had desperately memorized during my school days were gone, but these events haunted me, every word perfectly preserved in my memory. Thump, thump, the unidentified sounds that I heard every night in bed. I won't reveal the identity, for personal privacy reasons. Thanks to that, my straw mattress had been reduced to an unrecognizable mess. And I got scolded by the landlord. HNGG. Just kill me. You'll abandon me too in front of everyone, won't you? Was that it? Keika? Alice. Don't lie. Cough. My outburst was sudden, but Alice, who was beside me, was calmly gathering flowers, as if it were a normal occurrence. Of course, she didn't stop talking about my dark past. In response to that, I coughed and jumped to my feet. But the fact that she could talk about it so casually, as a joke, meant that we had become that close. The child is acting so playfully, it's all for the sake of alleviating my guilt. Really, everything about her is too good for me. She's such a good child. Don't just stand there, come on, let's go together. Okay. Rustle, rustle, the cheerful sound of footsteps on fallen leaves. Her walking through the forest, holding onto my arm, her long sleeves fluttering in the wind, was a sight so magical it seemed like a scene from a movie. But I, who had noticed a slight imbalance in the child's arm, couldn't fully enjoy the sight. It was hidden by her long sleeve, but if you looked closely, you could see that something was missing from the gap in her clothes. Below her elbow, where her wrist should have started. Instead of a wrist, there was a mark, as if it had been bitten off by an animal. I wonder what happened. I had never asked her directly. But it was a day that reminded me of the world's cruelty. Here it is, here. I'm coming. I suppressed the rising nausea and smiled, following her lead. I couldn't show the child my ugly side. Tada. I fell into a brief contemplation, looking at the pile of flowers she was showing me. So it has been exactly 1 week today, since Alice and I became friends. After her declaration of friendship, I somehow managed to pull myself together and apologized for my past actions, banging my head on the ground. I knew better than anyone that nothing could truly make up for the wounds I had inflicted. But even so, I couldn't help but apologize. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No matter how hard I was struggling, no matter how desperate my situation, those weren't words I should have said to a young child who had nothing to do with my past. In front of a child who had lived a life as hard as mine, or perhaps even harder, I was just whining about my own struggles, acting like a spoiled brat. But Alice, instead of getting angry, told me her name and asked to be friends, instead of demanding an apology. She said that just because someone else was hurting more, didn't mean my pain wasn't real. She said it was okay for me to be in pain. She wanted to share it with me, as friends. She asked me to be her first friend. She said those words to me, with a charming smile in her eyes. I was a sinner, unworthy of even lifting my head, but I couldn't help but reach out and take her small hand at her sweet words. After that, even though we never made a specific promise, the child would wait for me here every day, and I would climb the mountain to find her after finishing my chores. A new routine, added to my hamster wheel of a life. We would talk about our lives, pick flowers, collect interesting-looking pebbles, and if we felt sleepy, we would lean against each other and take a nap. And that routine, naturally became the most anticipated part of my day. The reason? I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. So, you do it like this. It's difficult. You can do it. I braided the flowers together, combining 3 or so stems, like braiding hair. Little by little, I was carefully weaving them, choosing the arrangement of the flowers as the child instructed me. In my past life, I was a city girl who preferred playing with dolls to outdoor activities, and in this life, I was too busy trying to survive to even think about making one a flower crown. I was making a small one with the flowers she had picked. Ugh, this is hard. You're doing great, you're doing great. It all started with Alice wanting to make a flower crown as a gift for her older sister. The child didn't say anything or show it, but I knew her circumstances, so I immediately understood her difficulty. Her body wouldn't allow her to properly make a flower crown. I couldn't bear to watch the child sitting there, frustrated, surrounded by scattered flowers, so I let out a small sigh and decided to help her make the gift. Well, I couldn't exactly call her older sister a stranger, either. And so, a few minutes later, there, it's done. Wow, thank you so much. You're the best, sis SIA. I joined the flower stems that Alice had woven together, forming a circle, and tied a knot. As soon as I gave it to her, she started twirling around happily amidst the flowers, overjoyed. The child, wearing the flower crown around her neck, beaming with joy. And obviously, nothing remained in my hands. Only the sight of the child, her face bubbling with happiness, muttering the name of someone I didn't know, Big Sis Ellie. He. Seeing the child looking so happy, as if I didn't even exist, out of her mind. I couldn't help but feel a surge of petty, ugly emotions. Tap, tap, tap. My fingernails tapped against each other, creating an unpleasant sound. Only after hearing it did I realize I was drumming my nails together. But in my heart, thoughts even more unbearable than the sound were raging. What if the child didn't actually like me? What if she was planning to abandon me? What if I didn't exist in the eyes of the child who was smiling so brightly? Tap. Yes. Perhaps, this was an inevitable outcome. Someone like me, whom she had only known for a short time, who was nothing but a burden, could never compare to an older sister who was like family, someone who took care of her, right? So this is unavoidable. Sis SIA, here. Swoop. Something colorful suddenly appeared in my vision. It took me a few seconds to realize it was an object made of flowers. I secretly made it by myself for Sis SIA. But, I'm sorry. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it? A flower crown, too small to wear around the neck. I tried it on my wrist, and surprisingly, it fit perfectly. The combination of flowers was so beautiful that it could fetch a high price if sold at the market, but the way the stems were woven together, even an amateur like me could see the flaws here and there. It was far inferior to the one the child and I had made together. Do you not like it? You, I'll make a new one later. No, you don't need to make a new one. I muttered softly and carefully lifted it from my wrist, holding it against my chest. Thump, thump. The flowers danced gently along with my heartbeat. The flames that had been raging just moments ago had died down, leaving only embers behind. The child kept looking at my expression, fidgeting anxiously. Seeing her like that, the worries I had been agonizing over felt dumb, and a chuckle escaped my lips. Honestly, this child. Haha. You. Ha 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 ha. The small chuckle grew louder and louder. At the sight of the child tilting her head, confused as to why I'm chuckling, I burst into laughter. Alice puffed out her cheeks and demanded an explanation, but I just kept laughing, not telling her the reason. I simply pressed her plump cheeks, deflating them, and quickly ran away. Ha 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 ha. Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. If not, every day. It seemed certain that I would be subjected to mental attacks from the child using my own quotes, but I thought it wouldn't be so bad, and I couldn't help but smile. Because being pranked meant that I could still meet the child. It meant that our bond would continue. I like this. On a chilly day, as the lake began to freeze over, and winter was approaching. And on that day, all my hatred melted away like snow. Cold, yet warm. It was that kind of day. Russell. I knew that Witch was up to something. Behind a thick oak tree, stepping on the pile of fallen leaves that reached his knees, a man was watching the two girls. A heartwarming sight that would make anyone smile, the black-haired girl and the silver-haired child rolling around on the ground. But in the man's eyes, there was only disgust. I'll have to report this to the village head. With those words, the man hurriedly left the forest. A suspicious man, radiating an aura of ill intent so strong that even someone who believed that everyone in the world was good would sense he was plotting something. A great malice was targeting the two girls in the forest. But unfortunately, they were oblivious to the approaching darkness, simply enjoying their peaceful time. Hee. No, perhaps. Except for one, who knew darkness descends upon the forest, faster than you might expect. Especially in autumn, as the sun's arc across the sky grows lower and lower. After parting ways with SIA, I returned to the cabin Ellie had built in the forest and recounted the day's events. Ellie listened to my every word attentively. A model listener. The small cabin, which seemed cramped, yet was more than enough for the two of us, was quickly filled with my childish chatter. When I first saw her building this house, I was quite surprised. Starting with a black-furred wolf, deer, bears, crows, and even feline predators I didn't recognize appeared one after another and helped her build the house. It was jaw-dropping to see them felling trees, piling stones on the ground, hammering and sawing as if they possessed intelligence. As I watched them build the house, I patted a cat that approached me. Before I knew it, a house stood where there had been an empty lot, and I realized once again that Ellie was an extraordinary being. You're amazing, big sis. And so, big sis Ellie, I made this with sis SIA, just for you. Thank you, Alice. Did you have fun today? Yes. I fumbled with my hands, clumsily placing the flower crown I had brought on her head. Oops, I missed. Hee, I'll try again. Well, even though I said hands, one of them was just a blunt lump of flesh. It took a while because my aim was off, but after many attempts, I finally succeeded. Wow, big sis Ellie, you look just like a princess. That's kind of you to say. Big sis Ellie looks the prettiest when she smiles like this. Her face, as she smiled after receiving my gift, was a mixture of joy and regret, affection and sorrow. Her eyes, darting back and forth, were focused on my left arm, even I could see it. A mangled, uneven surface, as if it had been bitten off by a beast. It was the mark left by her, right in front of me. Munch, crunch, like that. Devoured, so deliciously. Hee. Is she feeling sorry? Is she thinking she's guilty? But big sis, guilt is something that, even if you go to prison, even if you suffer the same pain, even if you pay for your sins, even if you try to escape through death, it can never, ever be repaid. There's no way such a thing is possible, right? Just like my scar, which will remain forever, you might be able to turn away from it, but it will never disappear. So, big sis, don't dwell on my wound. It's just something that can't be repaid, something that can't be undone. Just admit your mistake and make a firm resolution to never do it again. That's enough. You don't have to worry about it so much. Just let it go, as if it was just something that happened. Hee. I wish I could always be with big sis Ellie like this. I feel the same way. Really. I climbed onto her lap as she sat on a chair and swung my legs back and forth. Creak, the wooden chair groaned in response to my movements. Tat-tuk, tat-tuk, the sound blended with the crackling of firewood in the fireplace, creating a melody that filled our small cabin. Ellie hugged me tightly, so I wouldn't fall off the chair, so I wouldn't leave her lap. I will protect you, Alice. I hear her firm words, filled with a resolute promise, reaching my ears. Hearing that, I smiled softly. Oh, big sis Ellie. Yes, I trust you, big sis Ellie. If I don't trust her, who else could I trust? In the long-standing cathedral of Syria village, small sobs, sighs, and voices filled with fear echoed endlessly. The holy relic. In the center of the cathedral, there was a holy relic bestowed by the Holy See, or rather, there had been one. How could something like this? Father, an ancient crucifix, personally brought back by the old priest after an arduous journey to the Holy See in the capital, a requirement that every cathedral possess at least one holy relic. It had been carefully encased in glass, protected from any touch. And now, it lay there, covered in blemishes, crumbled to white dust. The holy crucifix, as if struck by some disease, had crumbled from its core, slowly disintegrating before their very eyes. Many people watched the spectacle, their hands clasped in prayer. An incomprehensible phenomenon. Was it a curse from God? Had someone committed an act that incurred God's wrath? The cathedral was filled with commotion. The place, which had once accommodated many people, was now a stage for debate. A witch. One of them whispered softly. At those words, everyone fell silent. Plop. It was like a single drop of water falling onto a still surface. Small ripples began to spread outwards. Voices of agreement slowly grew louder. That's right. A witch? It must be. Come to think of it, the sudden downpour the other day, and the frozen ground. Yes. There's no way the holy relic would crumble like this for no reason. Madness is a gift from God. It transcends customs and traditions, infecting the minds of men. No ordinary person can resist a phenomenon created by God. It was just a string of bad luck. It was just the winter arriving. It was just an unfortunate bout of unusual weather. Their weak bodies had easily succumbed to illness because they hadn't been eating properly. Disease spread throughout the village, and the tin had crumbled due to the cold snap, unable to fulfill its purpose. TL note, probably referring to tin pest. Fun fact: tin was a material that was regularly used in the Middle Ages. But because people couldn't understand it. Because there was someone right in front of them to blame. Because small complaints had been piling up. Because someone had been seen acting strangely and going to suspicious places lately. People's suspicions and fears became a raging fire, slowly spreading through the madness. Misfortune. It was just a bit of misfortune. 2 months. A long time, yet a short time. Alice and I continued our small meetings. Thanks to that, our bond grew stronger than anyone else's, but conversely, the atmosphere in the village noticeably darkened. The villagers locked their doors nervously even for ordinary outings, and easily lost their temper over the smallest things. It was inevitable. There's no work today. What? That can't be. Things have gotten bad. Even you, who's useless, must have heard something, right? Drought, hailstorms, crop failures, famine, unusual weather. And recently, a flu-like illness had started spreading. Various disasters had struck our village. In fact, the signs had been there all along. The temperature had dropped significantly, several degrees lower than in previous years. As a result, the harvest had gradually dwindled. To prepare for this, the villagers had been stockpiling and storing grains. But there was no sign of the situation improving even as time passed. To make matters worse, just a few days ago, despite it being winter, an untimely downpour had struck the fields where the autumn wheat, sown in late autumn and harvested in early summer, had been planted. If only it had ended there. A cold snap followed, freezing the ground solid, a truly unprecedented event. The small sprouts that had emerged were probably all dead now, and with the illness spreading on top of that, I could understand their feelings. It seemed like they could somehow manage to endure this year. But now, even the storage were starting to run empty? Anyway, because of that there's no work for you. You. Yes, I understand. Slam. The front door of the house closed with an unnecessarily loud bang. Click. I heard the sound of the door being locked. Faced with their cold rejection, as if saying there was no chance, I lowered my tail and left the house empty-handed. I had some money in my pocket, enough for a few meals, but it was a pittance compared to the long winter that lay ahead. Seriously, what kind of hardship is this? Trudging along, I wandered aimlessly through the village. It wasn't exactly bustling before, but the village, which had at least held some vibrancy, was now like a desolate ghost town. And through the small windows, I saw eyes filled with disgust. They were watching me, from every window. Eyes. Eyes. What? What is this? Gulp. I heard the sound of saliva going down my throat, my body tense with anxiety. Hostile gazes, filled with animosity. You could say it was the usual, but my intuition was warning me. Something was different. It was dangerous. Let's just check it out. The atmosphere in the village had changed drastically. Sensing the unease, I walked onto the main road and discreetly observed the people passing by. The few people I saw were gathered in small groups, whispering amongst themselves as if sharing a secret. What are they talking about? Curious, I approached them, hoping to hear the conversation more clearly. But one of the people in the group spotted me and quickly turned and ran, running away. He was so fast that he disappeared from sight within seconds. It's her. Seeing his reaction, everyone else in the group turned to look at me. Realizing that I was approaching, they started scattering, in a flurry, leaving me all alone, far away. Soon, the alley where people had been gathered was empty, except for me. A sight that reminded me of bullying. And it seemed I was the target. What's going on? Seriously, what is this? Unable to hide my bewilderment, I stood there for a long time, in the spot where they had been. Looking around, I saw other people on the street whispering as they saw me, as if they had seen something frightening, as if they had encountered something filthy. Everyone I encountered quickly avoided me or ran away. What is going on? Outcast. It would be a lie to say it hadn't happened before. Well, being abandoned by my parents and having to beg for scraps of food in exchange for labor could be considered bullying too. But they at least had a tiny bit of conscience, treating me like a human being, just enough for me to survive. Minimal human decency. Giving me work and paying me a small amount of money or feeding me in return. If it weren't for that, I would have starved to death. But it had never been like this. They might have ignored me, but they had never treated me like a monster, openly avoiding me or expressing fear like this. They still had some pride, after all. But it seemed like that was over. This place, where I had lived for over 10 years, now felt unfamiliar, like an unknown land, just like when I had first arrived in the village. The faces I passed by on the street felt like complete strangers. The familiar air of the village now felt incredibly suffocating. Is this dangerous? My head was already full of worries about Alice's arm, and now this was happening too. This hand, I did something wrong. So Big Sis punished me, and it became like this. I was a bad girl. Yeah, but I was forgiven, so it's okay. And this is a secret, okay? What Alice had told me before, about how her arm had become like that. A small detail that I desperately wished was a lie, or that I had misunderstood. Having tasted that horrifying glimpse of truth, I wanted to focus on resolving it, but, this is driving me crazy. My short walk was over. For now, I decided to return to the barn, which served as both my bed and my home. Let's sleep on it and think about it later. With a relaxed mindset. I have no idea what's going to happen next. And so, I went back. Perhaps, I never truly accepted this world. This world is a lie. Everything I'm feeling now is just a fleeting dream. Wow, what is this? It's called an igloo. You could say it's a house made of snow. SIA is amazing. Nation, castle, ego, ethnicity, religion, knowledge, beliefs, language, values. No matter what they are, the essence of Han SIA will never change. It transcended the world, existing alongside my soul. Therefore, it couldn't be helped. Unless I abandoned the identity I had built up in my past life, I could never truly blend into this world. If the world rejects my essence, then I will reject the world. With that conviction, I had lived my life, and this world remained an unfamiliar place. Heave-ho, it's a sled. Hold on tight. Perhaps the choice made by the parents who abandoned me in this world, whose names and faces I no longer remember, was the right one. Because I could never have accepted them as my true parents, no matter what. They abandoned me first, before I could abandon them. It was just that kind of boring story. Yes. If only everything had ended there, how nice would that be? If only that had been the epilogue to my new life, how wonderful would that be? But ridiculously, pathetically, even to myself, I, who had been rejected. No, from this world that I had rejected. Now, let's play with this today. I craved, even just a little, affection. Swish, swish. Go in, go in, go in. This child, she has an incredible talent for curling. TL note, curling is where you slide a rock or something onto a hole or target, on ice, of course. It went in. Hee. Our meeting place, now covered in a blanket of snow. The mountainside, where a cold wind blew. Alice waited for me every day, beaming a bright smile, unfazed by the biting cold. And today was no different. The child's face, her snow-white skin and silvery hair, a color that even the pure white snow couldn't completely conceal. Seeing her unearthly beauty, I had a funny thought. Wouldn't people believe me if I said Alice was a snow fairy straight out of a fantasy world? Well, it actually seems quite plausible. It was fun today, too. This is so much fun. Even though I looked different from others. Even though I introduced new games and knowledge, the origins of which were unknown. She accepted all of me, that's the kind of friend she was. My one and only, Alice. Hee. Ha ha ha. We embraced each other, sharing our warmth. Perhaps, our body heat couldn't reach each other, blocked by the thick layers of clothing we wore. But the warmth rising from deep within my heart told me that our actions weren't meaningless. Yes, this was it. This was it all along. I had always yearned for it. Affection, love, fondness, relationships. I wanted to receive what we commonly call love. A life abandoned by my parents, a life where kind neighbors didn't exist. I, who had crawled on the ground and lived a miserable life, desperately trying to avoid being abandoned by them. I had thought that I deserved at least that much, after working so hard in this rotten world. This is really nice. But I was wrong. Love wasn't something you simply received from someone. That's right. I was wrong from the beginning. Sis, I missed you, Alice. To understand and help others, to miss them. Sis, are you hurt somewhere? Let me see. Wah, BL blow on it. Alice. Hugh. Why are you smiling, sis? To cherish someone, to hold them dearer than your own life. Tada, I found a heart-shaped stone while thinking about you, it's a present. Sis, are you crying? And no, I'm not. And to truly enjoy all of that. No one defines love as something you receive. It's only natural. If you want to be loved, love. Just like that saying, love isn't about receiving, but giving. Autumn and winter, 2 seasons that passed by faster than ever. Snow, falling heavily, blanketing the world in its own color as if trying to engulf everything. I tasted that sweet coldness, and I prayed that I could return at least half, no, even a fraction of the affection I had received from the child standing before me, a sight as beautiful as a painting. An affection so precious, its value immeasurable. Even though I was a person with nothing to boast about, I wanted to give back to this child. So, this hand. When I heard Alice's small answer to my question about her injury, when she spoke in a voice devoid of any darkness, as if it were a happy memory, a joyous occasion when I heard that confession, so heartbreaking, so ugly, so repulsive that I wanted to look away. I see. I was overwhelmed by a sense of horror, but at the same time, a small happiness enveloped me, that I could finally repay the child, that I could give, not just receive, that even someone like me, could love. That's what I thought. Wake up, come on, wake up. Thump, thump, thump. The urgent sound of someone banging on the door reached my ears as I slept. Rustle, rustle. I rolled over on the pile of straw, getting up to greet the annoying visitor who was calling my name so desperately. I think I moved too quickly. A few straws fell to the floor. Ugh, I'll have to clean it later. Yes, I'm coming. Despite my words, the knocking only intensified. Hon, wake up, quickly. Rumi. The moment I heard her voice, I knew who it was. In the first place, there was practically no one who would bother coming to this small barn to see me, and I had heard that voice many times before. Rumi. But that only fueled my curiosity. The urgency and desperation in her voice. It was so chaotic, I couldn't believe it was the same Rumi who was always calm and collected. Did something happen? I quickly fixed my messy hair, threw on some clothes, and headed for the door to greet her. Even though she could have just waited a moment, Rumi kept calling my name, demanding I open the door, even after hearing me say I was coming. Oh, I'm coming out now, I'm coming. Less than a minute later, the barn door opened. Click. You're slow. The sound of the locked door opening was faint and anticlimactic, compared to the loud banging. And at the same time, as if she had been waiting, Rumi, breathing heavily, rushed in. I was surprised to see her covered in sweat, but Rumi didn't give me a moment to react and started talking. And her words were enough to send my mind to Andromeda. Han, get out of this village, now. No time for talking. Don't even think about packing anything, just get out of here, quickly. Unable to process her words, I just stood there, dumbfounded. Rumi's strong hand seized my collar. My body, still weak from having just woken up, was dragged along by her firm grip. I wanted to act like a rational human being and resolve this through conversation, but Rumi silenced me with a glare, her eyes bloodshot. It was too scary to resist. HNGG. When I asked what was going on, Rumi didn't answer, just barked orders. What's going on? Get out of this village. Why? You don't need to know. What should I do? Just run, as fast as you can. It was like talking to a wall. Well, her chest is like a wall, ahem. Her explanation was lacking, and I couldn't find any clues in her words to understand what was happening in the village. But at the words of Rumi, the closest thing I had to a friend in this village, I left my haven without even grabbing a few necessities. Well, I didn't think she would do anything to harm me. She was the only person in this village I could rely on. It was that kind of trust that made it possible. Tap, tap, tap tap. Early morning, before the sun had even risen. The sound of our footsteps, mine and Rumi's, echoed through the empty village. There's no one here? Where did everyone go? The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight, even though it was the time when people should have been most active. It felt like an ominous foreshadowing of something to come. Like yesterday, when countless eyes stared at me with a cold, lifeless gaze, sending shivers down my spine. No, it was even stronger, a greater sense of unease. Overwhelmed by the feeling that my head was about to explode, I asked Rumi why we were doing this, as I ran alongside her. Couldn't she at least tell me the reason or the circumstances? Her lips remained tightly sealed, but she finally gave in at my persistent whining. Just because there's a goalkeeper, doesn't mean you can't score a goal. So, what's going on? At least, tell me the reason. I seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the opening. An act that could be called effort if I wanted to. The answer I received was something beyond all my expectations. Witch hunt. Or rather, a witch trial. What? Trial? I muttered the short word, confused. Even though I had clearly heard it with my own ears, my brain couldn't process it. What did a trial and a hunt have to do with us running like this? And what about a witch? Is it the witch I know? Does that have anything to do with me? I desperately tried to understand the words I had heard, but I just stood there, dumbfounded, still unable to grasp the situation. Listen carefully, Han. The villagers are suspecting you of being a witch. Me. A witch. Who? Me? I have a rough plan to deal with this, Han. For now, you. The more I heard Rumi's explanation, the dizzier I felt. My breathing became rapid, and the edges of my vision seemed to be darkening. What is she talking about? What is happening to me? Rumi's words, spoken urgently and coldly, were too much for my dumb brain to fully comprehend. But I understood one thing. This situation was very bad. The worst possible thing that could happen. The horrifying death I had experienced in my first life. And something comparable to that worst-case scenario was about to happen in my second life. And you need to run now. It was. Found her. The witch is here. Happening now. It was a torch. A torch made of a thick piece of wood, a broken crucifix, a spear with a sharpened end, all wrapped in oil-soaked cloth. Drip, drip. Burning oil dripped from the cloth, falling to the ground, one drop at a time. It's the witch. TCH. The shout of the person who found me. And at the same time, the narrow alley I was in was instantly blocked off by a surge of people. The flames they carried illuminated the dark alley, even though the sun hadn't risen yet, bathing it in a crimson glow. It was an overwhelming change, hard to believe it was caused by a single person's shout. As what seemed like 100 villagers marched towards me in formation, I could only whimper softly and hide behind Rumi. No matter how hard I tried to be brave, my true nature was that of a coward. Rumi. Han. I wanted to ask her if this was a joke, if so then she had gone too far. But the stark fear and disgust in their eyes told me that this situation was beyond a mere joke. Witch hunt. The words rolled off my tongue, slowly swirling in my mouth. What? Hunt? What did I do? I was just living my life, desperately trying to survive, like always. One step, another step. My back hunched lower and lower with each step they took towards me. All I could do was look at Rumi, standing in front of me, with pleading eyes. Han, listen carefully. Why yes. A glimmer of hope. A faint glimmer of hope appeared on my face. Rumi's words brought me a sense of relief. She had said before that she had a way to resolve this. Yes, she must have a solution. Rumi, the only person in this village I trusted, the only person who wouldn't harm me, because I believed that. Stay put. Thud. When Rumi said those words to me, my hand still clinging to hers. With a small shock, our hands separated and I watched Rumi's body, which had been in front of me, distance itself from me. When the villagers, as if waiting for that moment, charged towards me like a herd of angry bulls and grabbed me, I couldn't think. Are you, me? Good job, Rumi. Crunch. I was just pushed to the ground, my whole body bound with ropes so I couldn't move. A dirty, foul-smelling cloth was stuffed into my mouth, making it hard to breathe, suffocating me. Why? I muttered the word that couldn't escape my lips. I could only stare blankly at Rumi, hoping that she would say something. Hoping that she would tell me this was all a plan. Hoping that she would tell me this was all a lie. I desperately wished for it. But Rumi didn't say anything to me. She just gave me a cold smile, chilling me to the bone. Haha, Rumi, you brought the witch here so she couldn't escape. You're not cursed or anything, are you? I heard that witches leave behind nasty curses when they're in danger. I was surrounded by torches, their flames threatening to engulf me, my body bound and restrained. The ropes tightened painfully with the slightest movement, my mouth gagged with a thick cloth. The stench that filled my nostrils with every breath. This was torture. Don't move. With every small movement, the glares and shouts directed at me grew colder. It was all unbearable, but it's okay, nothing happened, village head. Haha, that's good to hear. The most painful thing was the bitter betrayal of the friend I had trusted. Rumi, why did you abandon me like this? Were you just like them after all? Were you just using me, looking down on me, pretending to be my friend? Thoughts, even though they have no form, transformed into sharp blades and pierced my heart. More than the tightening ropes, more than the painful stones thrown by some of the villagers, the pain of being abandoned by the person I had trusted was unbearable. At this moment, I was so grateful for the innkeeper's skill in gagging me with that cloth. If my mouth were free, I would have bitten my tongue and died. We found the witch, as you requested, village head. Yes, you brought her here, Rumi. Your bravery will be remembered for generations to come. Haha, if I could cry tears of blood, I would. If I could tear out my heart and show them, a heart riddled with knife wounds, I would. If I could pry open my brain and erase my memories, I would do it 1,000 times over. That's how agonizing her betrayal was. No, that's why, when her denial came, I rejoiced. Drip, drip, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The parched earth, my heart, cracked and dry, began to absorb the small raindrops. But it was a mistake. A small amount of water falling on cracked earth only widens the fissures. I didn't know that. I was truly foolish. I found the real witch. What are you talking about, Rumi? Rumi's confession. The villagers were thrown into confusion. Those who had been throwing stones at me, those who had held their torches close as if to burn me alive, all turned to look at Rumi with disbelief. As if they couldn't believe it. As if they couldn't accept it. It's obvious, isn't it? There's no way that dimwit could cast such a powerful curse. But, and this monster has been here for over 10 years, there's no reason for her to suddenly start causing trouble now, is there? Don't you agree, Mrs. Rodeo? That is true. Rumi, with her strong charisma, swayed the hearts of the villagers in an instant. Her eyes sparkled with conviction, her words flowed out confidently, and even without any physical evidence, it was enough to lend credibility to her claims. But even so, perhaps because their lives, or the safety of their village, were at stake, some still insisted that it was my fault, that it would be better to blame me, that it would be better to catch the certain culprit than chase after an uncertain guess. But Rumi, there's no one else who could have done this except for this monster. There is. What, did you say? I said, there is a witch. And those who had been arguing, were silenced. I still didn't understand what was happening, why I was being subjected to this ordeal. I could only vaguely guess that something had happened in the village, and the blame was being shifted onto me. So when Rumi claimed that I wasn't the culprit, I felt relieved. Just untie these ropes, quickly. I don't even know what a witch is, but I'm not one. I'll forgive you all, so can we just go back? Because all I could think about was, I wanted to rest. Recently, no, for the past 2 months, there's been a child who's been enticing Han. What? I didn't foresee that my salvation would become my worst nightmare. I didn't even imagine that this would be far more terrifying than being accused of being the culprit. At that moment, I was shamefully relieved. So much so that I wanted to kill myself. According to Han, the child lives deep in the mountains where those beasts reside, deliberately avoiding being seen by people. Is that true? Yes, it's true. You've seen the strange carcasses of those animals lately, haven't you? It must be the witch's doing. There's no one else. You all know that she doesn't go out at night, right? The story was taking a strange turn. Those words made me forget to even breathe for a moment. I was admittedly oblivious, and not particularly smart, but even I could understand that this situation was going awry. What are you talking about, Rumi? Rumi, that's not true, is it? It's not, right? Rumi? Stop it, now. Stop it, I said. I screamed those words. Hey, she's going crazy. It must be the curse that the witch cast. Don't untie her gag, no matter what. Okay, Rumi. Thump, thump, I struggled, trying to break free from the ropes. I thrashed around, screaming, trying to cause a scene, so that they wouldn't hear Rumi's words. I crawled on the ground, I roared, I slammed my head against the dirt. Dirt got in my eyes, and the hard, rough ground scraped mercilessly against my face, but I couldn't feel any of it. Because the only thing I could think about was, I had to stop this madness, I had to shut Rumi's mouth. I made a new friend. I finally had someone precious to me. The precious memories, shared only between me and Alice, a secret I had only told Rumi in this entire village. She even said they sang together in the forest after sunset. Good heavens, that's... Rumi was twisting those memories, talking about them as if they were something strange. It's true, Han, she's just a victim, manipulated by the witch. The real culprit is that witch, isn't it? The real. If we don't kill the real witch, this will just keep happening, won't it? You're right, that makes sense. Their eyes no longer looked at me, writhing on the ground. They didn't react to my screams. All the torches were raised high, pointing towards the mountainside, as if indicating they were ready to move. All their hostility directed towards that place. At that moment, I realized what Rumi had meant. When she said she had a way to resolve this. When she said I would be okay. I understood, so painfully, so clearly. The witch might have cursed Han, so keep the ropes tied tightly. Got it, Rumi. Yes, let's go now. The woman who had approached to untie my ropes, thinking the situation had been resolved and that I wasn't the culprit. But Rumi stopped her with a firm voice. To prevent me from defending myself. To pin all the blame on the child. To save me, by sacrificing the child. What are you even talking about? Let me go. Untie this, I said. You know it wasn't her, it wasn't that child. Why are you doing this? But no matter how much I screamed, no matter how much strength I exerted, a strength I had never possessed before, no matter how much I struggled, trying to break free from their grasp and escape, I couldn't break the thick ropes that bound me. Then, shall we all go, together? Whoosh, despite my pleading eyes, she turned her head away without a word. Her hair, illuminated by the rising sun, was even redder than the flames burning beside us. Rumi slowly walked forward, leading the villagers. I could only watch, my movements sealed, my heart sinking. Rumi walked through the burning crosses, raised high as if ready to march. And behind her, the procession followed. To catch the real witch. A long procession of people, ready to hunt a witch. Find the meaning of life. Words that anyone living in this world might hear or see at least once. What is the meaning of the life we're living? Why do we exist here? Does everything in the world truly have a meaning? The nagging of those who have never even come close to understanding it, telling us to find it. Honestly, it's boring. Snap, I plucked a flower that had bloomed nearby. A snowdrop, its 3 white petals unfurled, its stem drooping like a bell, standing out amidst the white canvas of the snow-covered field. TL note, real flower BTW. Whirl, whirl, the drooping petals spun in the wind, following the movement of my slender finger. As I let loose my finger from the stem, the flower was carried away by the wind. It would land silently on the thick layer of snow, its short life ending without leaving a trace of its existence. It would face a lonely death, forgotten by all. Beautiful. Life is so fragile it can be extinguished with a single touch of a child's hand, so does it really have any meaning? Did this flower have any meaning? Maybe the meaning they say is embedded in everything in the world doesn't actually exist. It was a sight that made me think that way. Crunch, crunch. I wonder when Sis SIA will come. That's why, people might not be able to find meaning in their lives. Big Sis Ellie, too. Sis SIA, too. They're all searching for a needle in a desert. A needle that doesn't even exist. But the day will come when they realize that meaning, like the white flower that will remain forever in my memory, blossoms brilliantly between one being and another. That it's not a beautiful thing hidden away like treasure, something we can find if we just try hard enough. That it's something we have to create. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm just waiting for that day, with so much joy. Feeling the strange texture beneath my feet as I walked across the small, pristine field, I thought to myself, I hope everyone I know can live a beautiful life. For the buds that haven't bloomed yet, I asked for the strength to be their warm sun that will help them blossom brilliantly. I silently prayed to the wind. And, step, step. You must be, Alice. Who are you? When a mysterious girl appeared from the depths of the forest, at the spot where SIA used to walk every day, I instinctively knew that the time had come, sooner than I expected. It was someone I had never seen before. A girl about SIA's age, with hair as green as fresh grass. SIA often called me a fairy, but perhaps the real fairy was the girl before me. That's how dreamlike and otherworldly her presence was. There's no way I wouldn't remember such a distinctive girl, who knew the faces and names of everyone I had met in my long life. And yet, she knew me. How embarrassing. Alice. Very few people knew that name. Only Ellie and SIA, just the two of them. Well, if I put everything together, the answer is clear. She must be someone SIA knows. Han sent me. As if confirming my thought, a name I knew very well came out of her mouth. She was probably calling SIA Han, using her last name. Hearing a familiar name, I, who had been standing back a little, approached her, bouncing around like a kitten who had just let down its guard. Really? Contrary to earlier when she was approaching me, she actually stepped back a little. Feeling a slight pang of disappointment at her avoidance, I started asking her questions. Sis SIA did? The pretty older sister with green hair. Then you must be Rumi, the Rumi that Sis SIA told me about. Yes, that's right. I'm Rumi. SIA sent me. Wow, Rumi. The only person in the village she could trust, she had said. Everyone in the village was bullying SIA. Even if it was only in places hidden from others' eyes, the fact that she reached out and helped someone who was being bullied meant that this older sister must have considerable affection for Sis SIA. It seemed Sis SIA was still oblivious, even though her closest friend has always been by her side, continuing to be there. Through thick and thin, always by her side. Sis SIA didn't realize how courageous an act that was. She had a very small chest, and I'm not sure if it was proportionate, but she was also quite a nag. She was very much like the person SIA had described. Of course, the person in question let out a small sigh after hearing my words, but still. Why? They really suit each other. But why are you here, Rumi? Did Sis Sia not come with you? That's right. There's something I have to tell you on her behalf. Her green eyes looked down at me, a child with a head full of curiosity. But the strong will contained in her eyes showed that she didn't come to me simply to pass on a friend's message, as it wasn't the kind of thing to show to a young child. What message was she carrying that she was so determined? I really wanted to know. What is it? I smiled softly. I felt anticipation bubbling inside me, excited about the interesting events that awaited. It felt like my body was being filled with sweet honey. She had come to relay a message from my one and only precious friend in this life. Of course, I would listen to anything she had to say. Yes. Of course, I should. Of course, I had to believe her. Even if it turns out to be a lie. I sat there quietly, waiting for her red lips to part, my heart pounding with anticipation. And then, the story began. Yesterday, Sia got hurt. Really? Sis Sia got hurt? She said her leg hurts, and she asked if you could come down to the foot of this mountain. Haha, I see. That's really unfortunate. It's so sad, it almost makes me cry. Sis Sia did? Where did she get hurt? Does it hurt a lot? It's okay, it's not a serious injury. So, she's probably waiting for you at the foot of the mountain, to play together, right? With those words, Rumi extended a hand towards me. To me, that hand looked like the open jaws of a predator, ready to swallow its prey. A hand like a quagmire, once you step in, there's no escape. That hand stopped right in front of me. A forest is a place where life breathes. And yet, her beautiful green eyes, reminiscent of a forest, ironically held no sign of life. They were like a burned-out forest, shrouded in darkness. Only a dangerous forest, holding its breath, waiting for new prey to satisfy its hunger, existed within her eyes. It was terrifying, really. But, Big Sis said I shouldn't leave this mountain. It's okay. It's just down there, a short distance. We'll be there if we just go down a little. Then, let's go together. Swish. I slowly placed my hand in Rumi's outstretched hand. Her hand, unlike her warm words, was freezing cold. My body heat was being drained away by that hand. I don't know what she was thinking, but she silently watched my hand for a few seconds. But only for a moment. As if gathering her resolve, Rumi bit her lip hard and gripped my hand tightly. A small drop of blood fell from her lip onto the white canvas of the snow. Was that drop of blood an apology to me? Or was it to punish herself for being swayed by someone like me? Whatever it was, I silently blessed her firm resolve. You have such a strong conviction, sis. You're truly amazing. Squeeze. Our hands, clasped together tightly, wouldn't come apart anytime soon. 2 sets of footprints were imprinted on the pristine snow. 1 coming, 2 leaving. I wonder if the reverse will also be true. There was a small clearing at the edge of the forest. The clearing was densely overgrown with tall trees and various plants. Dense enough to hide people crouching low, rendering them invisible. And in that clearing, I saw a small figure kneeling. It was Sia. Is that Sis Sia over there? Yes. A sense of unease, emanating from afar. An unpleasant sensation, like needles pricking my skin. A place where malice had taken form, materialized. And in the center of it all, stood Sia. As I walked towards her, hand in hand with Rumi, I could see why Sia was kneeling there in such an unnatural position. A brown rope was wrapped around her entire body, and a taut rope stretched from her neck to a nearby tree, preventing her from moving. As if she were a wild beast that needed to be restrained. She probably didn't choose to be in that position. So that's what's going on. Something interesting happened while I was gone. Did Sia notice me too? She lifted her head, which had been bowed, and frantically twisted her body, trying to convey something to me. The more she struggled, the tighter the ropes binding her became, constricting her. That sight made me feel a twinge of sympathy. Sis Sia, are you tied up? Why? I wonder. I'm not sure either. Shouldn't you go and untie her? Don't you think so? Okay. Rumi gently nudged my back. I stumbled forward, glanced back at her briefly, and then ran towards Sia, my short legs working hard. 1 step. Another step. The closer I got to Sia, the more frantically she shook her head, shouting something I couldn't understand. With pleading eyes, on the verge of tears, she was desperately trying to reach me, unaware that her actions only made me want to untie her even more. What are you saying? Don't come? Run away, quickly? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm sorry, sis. I can't hear you at all. But something was covering her mouth, ropes were binding her body, preventing her wishes from coming true. How painful, how agonizing it must have been, unable to speak, unable to move. I wasn't a bad person who would ignore her plight. Sis Sia. When I reached her, Sia's appearance was a mess. Her eyes, darting anxiously, were bloodshot, and the cloth that seemed to be gagging her mouth was dripping with saliva. First, to free that mouth, I raised my only arm with a hand. Sorry, sis, I'll untie you quickly. The tightly tied knot was too difficult to untie with one hand. But there was no other way, so I had no choice but to try my best. I fumbled with my small hand diligently trying to loosen it. Well, Sia's head shaking and struggling only made it harder. Run away. Please, turn around. She kept pleading with me. In Sia's eyes, I saw the reflection of a man holding a long stick, standing behind the fidgeting child. A dark shadow loomed over me as I worked on untying SIA's ropes. Oh, I was worried for nothing. The target wasn't SIA, but me. Of course, I had expected this, but still, it was a relief. In her eyes, I saw the stick behind the child being raised. Higher and higher, and even higher. As if to say there was no room for forgiveness or mercy, it rose like it was trying to pierce the sky. In sync with this, SIA's eyes were gradually filled with despair. The raised stick finally reached its limit and slowly began its descent. Bound by the laws of physics, the object fell rapidly, cutting through the air. But the child, her hand busy untying the ropes, had no way of knowing. Thwack. Almost thea. Bright red blood, splattered like flower petals. Caw, caw. The crow, witnessing the scene, let out a small cry and quickly spread its wings. A powerful shock, unlike anything I had ever felt before, struck my head. Like watered-down red paint soaking a drawing paper, fresh blood trickled down my head, slowly spreading, creating a small painting on the ground. Comma. A sharp, piercing noise filled my ears. My vision swayed, my legs gave way, and I couldn't help but collapse to the ground, unable to regain my senses. Even so, my hand, clenched tight as if refusing to let go of its target, successfully achieved its initial objective, removing the cloth that was gagging SIA's mouth. I wanted to praise my own hand, even though it was a part of me. The cool snow on the ground was enough to soothe the burning sensation on my head. I let out a small sigh, experiencing the incomplete sensation. Hat are you? Jew save the village, OMH. My hearing gradually returned, and I started to pick up bits and pieces of their conversation. It seemed they had decided that I was the culprit of something and that I was the cause of the current situation. Of course, I didn't know why they thought I was the culprit, or why SIA's treatment seemed no different from mine, even though I was supposedly the guilty one. But one thing was for sure, they had used SIA as bait to lure me out. I clutched my throbbing head, trying to endure the pain as I curled up into a ball. It hurts. The wit feels pain tea? That's quite interesting. Thump, thump. Footsteps, cold and mechanical, devoid of any emotion, reached my ears. An old man with a neatly trimmed white beard appeared, parting the crowd surrounding me and SIA. Unlike his kind appearance, the old man's words held no mercy. No, maybe he was the type to be just as cruel to his enemies as he is kind to his allies. I managed to turn my head and look at him, and in his eyes, I saw it being so full of hatred that it was overflowing. Ali see, Rumi, untie this? Untie me now. So, is this child really a witch, Rumi? I was skeptical when you said you'd lured her out alone, but you really did it. Quite impressive. Yes, village head. This child is the witch. Well, I had expected it. It seemed Rumi had planned everything, tying up SIA and luring me out. By the way, witch. It's been a really long time since I've been called that. In the past, I used to be called that a lot. According to the records, witches are said to have a distinctive mark. Let's have a look. Yes. Tug, my hair, which Ellie had always been so eager to praise, was yanked by someone's hand, Rumi. The pain of my scalp being torn made me thrash my legs, which had no strength, desperately trying to sit up. The screams from my mouth and the cries bursting from SIA's mouth upon watching my pathetic struggles blended together, filling the forest with our anguish. It hurts, it hurts. I won't apologize. Rumi, you're not this kind of person. Please, please don't do this. No, I have to. But SIA's resistance, bound and unable to move, and mine, without even the strength to break a twig, was nothing but a feeble struggle. Our resistance was nothing but a minor inconvenience to those with convictions stronger than their own lives. They wouldn't even bat an eye at the price they had to pay. No, stop it, Rumi. Rip. Despite the pleas to stop, Rumi's delicate fingers relentlessly tore at my clothes. With a nip, the fabric tore along its grain, and my top was soon reduced to mere rags, no longer serving its purpose. And finally, it was revealed. This is the mark of a witch. Whoosh. The cold winter wind, unfiltered by any fabric, tickled my upper body. Everyone surrounding me gasped, as if witnessing something horrifying, as if they had seen something they couldn't unsee. And SIA, kneeling right in front of me, staring at me, was no exception. No, rather, the shock seemed to be twice as intense for her. For a moment, silence fell upon us. As everyone stared at the gruesome scars and wounds, speechless, the old man called the village head was the first to snap out of his daze and approached me. There's no need to even question it, but I'll ask you anyway. Are you a witch? WITCH. Are you the witch who cursed our village, ruined our fields, sang strange songs, destroyed the holy relic, and plunged our people into despair? That's what I'm asking. The village head's voice was now bubbling with boiling hatred. He listed the strange events that had occurred in the village, asking if I was the cause of all their misfortunes. I shook my head frantically, using my whole body, denying his accusation. With the movement, blood that hadn't dried yet dripped from my head. No, I'm not a bad girl. You're denying it, are you? I denied the accusations. Isn't that obvious? I didn't do it, I really didn't. But it seemed my denial displeased the village head, and he scowled, turning to look at SIA, who was crying before me. As the village head's gaze shifted to SIA, Rumi, who was holding my head up, flinched despite not being the one he was looking at. Oh, In that interesting situation, almost like a comedy skit, I was able to piece together all the puzzle pieces. What had happened to them? Why SIA was tied up like this? Why Rumi had lied to lure me here? I understood it all. Quiz shows are boring, so let's just cut to the answer, shall we? The recent heavy snowfall, the unusual weather, the cold snap had plunged the village into a state of unease, and SIA, who had already been ostracized and suspected by the villagers, was accused of being the cause of everything, the witch. Her black hair was a symbol of ill omen, so they had plenty of evidence from their perspective. But for some reason, that arrow of blame had landed to me. There was no way SIA would have sold me out, so the only explanation was that Rumi, who dearly loved SIA, had used me to take the blame. Just like she had told me about Rumi, she must have told Rumi about me. Ah, what a tear-jerking tale of love and friendship. It was a beautiful story, beautiful enough to make me want to applaud as a member of the audience. And as expected, the protagonist didn't like the fact that the arrows of blame was being directed at SIA. She whispered into my ear. Alice, was it? If this continues, Han will die. Ah, you are the witch. You are the monster. You are the bad child, you are the one who did wrong. She whispered those words into my ear, hiding them from the villagers who were looking at SIA. That I was the culprit. To confess. That it was the only way to save SIA. She commanded me firmly, not caring that both SIA and I were looking at her. It must have stemmed from the thought that being hated now meant nothing to her. Rumi, you, what are you doing, you? I believe you understand, Alice. You're a smart girl, after all. Nod. With unfocused eyes, I mindlessly bobbed my head up and down to Rumi's words. If you asked me what was more important, my life or someone else's, I would always say someone else's life is more important. Especially if that someone else was a friend I cherished, there was no question. Hee. Sis SIA, you're so blessed. To have someone who loves you this much by your side, what a precious blessing. It's not the people who congratulate you when you're happy, but the people who help you in times of need, when your life is on the line, that are the connections you should cherish. I'm so envious. I'm so envious. I am, the witch I am, the witch. Alice? No, don't say that, don't, Alice. Oh ho. SIA had said that Rumi wasn't her real friend, that she had many other friends besides her. Surely, someone as smart as her wouldn't have any trouble making friends. SIA must have felt a little jealous, a little lonely. That's why she was so childishly happy when I said I wanted to be her friend. But SIA was wrong. Rumi was just a very smart and capable woman who could see things for what they were. The cold attitude she maintained in public, the nagging and constant scolding, it was all a carefully calculated act. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. K-hyuk. It's my fault. I see. You're finally admitting to your crime. What are you saying, Alice? Don't say that. Come to your senses, I said. Come to your senses. Because if she was ostracized too, she would lose her only way to help SIA. Because she knew that if she took the lead in scolding SIA, it would reduce the criticism and violence from others. For that, Sis Rumi had been biting her lip and chewing on her nails, putting on an act. The best performance, one that even she herself didn't realize. In return, I diligently tried to shift the blame onto myself, falling to my knees, rubbing my hands and feet together. Rumi, you. I was right, wasn't I? This child is the real witch, and Han is just a victim who was manipulated by her curse. Haha, I see. To think you figured it out and resolved it, you truly are the smartest person in the village. Thwack. Hard stones, the size of my fist, flew towards me. Perhaps afraid of what I, now labeled a witch, might do, they started throwing things at me, their eyes filled with fear. They were the ones insulting me, and yet, they were the ones afraid. How ironic. Rocks aimed at my head, my body, my legs, my chest. If there were no rocks, they threw wood. If there was no wood, they threw dirt. And if they couldn't even pick up dirt, they spat at me. Die? Because of you, my child? My crops failed this year. Because of the convenient excuse that the source of all their misfortunes was right there in front of them. Because a perfect scapegoat had been set up to shoulder all the blame. They spewed their malice at me, caught up in a frenzy. If the reverence for a deity that bestows good fortune, blessings, and wealth could be called faith, then the malice towards a monster that brings calamity could also be called faith. They were believers, ascetics seeking salvation. Then what am I wonder? Hee. My body, battered by the hail of projectiles, cried out in pain. Their screams that seemed to pierce the heavens, their sighs of relief. Hearing it all, I could only smile, a small smile unseen by anyone. Thwack, crack, smack. A festival of those who had abandoned reason, morality, and ethics was in full swing. Like a torch burning as it consumed oil, madness devoured the people and using them as fuel for its terrifying dance. Sharp stones, rotten wood, rusted iron. Objects, more than enough to cause harm, flew through the air, colliding with the child. Ow, you crazy bastards. Stop it, I said, stop it. Unable to even defend herself, Alice could only endure the onslaught. I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I started spewing out vulgar words I had never even thought of before. That child over there, desperately apologizing, rubbing her non-existent hands together and begging for forgiveness, what had she done wrong? That child who is curled up, not even trying to fight back or run away, enduring the pain, what sin had she committed? That child, calling my name desperately with tears streaming down her face, did she truly look like the cruel witch you claim she is? I felt the ropes tightening around me with every movement, constricting my limbs, which had already lost all sensation. But my words didn't reach them. They just continued their actions, as if mocking me, as if to show me they didn't care. Even though I was witnessing everything right before my eyes, I couldn't even break free from the ropes that bound me. I could only scream, helpless. Squeeze. No matter how far I reached, my hands, pinned behind my back, couldn't touch the child. I, a being who couldn't even extend a helping hand to the child who was suffering, taking the blame for a crime she didn't commit. That was the most unbearable thing of all. But even so, I couldn't turn away from the sight. Because this was my sin. It's me. I did it. It was all me, so stop it. Instead of her, punish me. Sorry, Han. A piece of torn fabric was shoved into my open mouth. Something stiff and white, it was a part of the long, torn dress Alice had been wearing. I struggled, trying to spit it out, but Rumi's persistent hand easily overpowered my resistance and shoved it deep into my mouth. She, with the same hand that had dragged Alice here, the same hand that had grabbed the child's hair and ripped her clothes, was now gagging me again. To prevent me from proving Alice's innocence. To prevent me from even apologizing to the child for this situation. To ensure my survival, by sacrificing Alice. But, at least you should live. I'm sorry. Rumi's trembling hand gently stroked my twitching head. It was a small gesture of comfort, but her words and actions couldn't bring me any solace. I never intended for this to happen, not even in the tiniest bit, but in the end, this entire spectacle was my fault. Rumi, doing this. Alice, taking all the blame. Everything, all of it. I could only roar like a beast with my mouth gagged. My hands, tied tightly, couldn't touch, and with the cloth stuffed in my mouth, I couldn't even pray, but I desperately wished for my knees, kneeling on the ground, to reach the heavens. It didn't matter if the recipient of my prayer was God or the devil. Anyone who could save the child. Even if the price of my prayer was my own soul, it would be enough if it meant I could help the child suffering before me. So please. Fucking trash. As if God had answered my prayer. A great wind blew. Late autumn, the exact date I don't remember. The day Ellie and I opened our hearts to each other and became friends. As I leaned against a tree, sitting on a bed of fallen leaves, Alice was lying on my lap, happily playing with my hair with her fingertips. I once asked her a question that had been on my mind. Alice, why do you like the color black? It just seems like you like it, so I was curious. The child stopped her ticklish, yet strangely pleasant touch and looked at me with a question mark over her head. Although I felt a small amount of disappointment, wanting her to continue touching, I continued the conversation because I wanted to hear Alice's thoughts. Generally, in this world, black was a color that everyone avoided. No, more than avoidance, it was a feeling of disgust. It wasn't just a matter of prejudice stemming from religious preferences or education, it was so strong that it made me wonder if it was a survival instinct ingrained in people's genes. Their aversion to the color black was that intense. Even babies, who had barely learned anything or been taught anything, would cry out in fear when they saw me, with my black hair and eyes, as if they instinctively feared the color. That's why Alice, who didn't just ignore it like Rumi, but actually expressed great fondness for my hair, calling it like the night sky, seemed a little strange to me. Not that I disliked it at all. It wasn't that I was suspicious of her actions, I just wanted to know why she thought that way. And Alice's answer to that was, because it's the same color as Big Sis Illa's hair. A rather anticlimactic answer, mentioning someone else's name. With a pout, I showed my displeasure, asking the child. To think I was sulking in front of a 10-year-old child, it was embarrassing now that I look back on it. Big Sis, Ellie. Yes, Big Sis Ellie? She's my family? She told me not to tell anyone, so it's a secret. But I'll tell you, Sis Sia, just because we're special. So why? Big Sis Ellie has black hair, just like you, Sis Sia, a really beautiful, pure black. Alice's words, saying that everyone she was close to had black hair and that she wished her hair was black too, surprised me in many ways. First, I was surprised to find out that there was someone else with the same hair color as me. And then I was surprised again to learn that this kind and lovely child only had two people she was close to, including me. It seemed like her guardian was rather overprotective of her. Well, seeing Alice's innocent nature, it was understandable. After that, the conversation revolved around Saeli, the person I assumed was Alice's guardian. Of course, every bit of information was followed by a very suspicious she told me not to tell anyone about this. I thought about forming a connection with her, thinking we might be the same, but the more I heard, the more disconnected it felt, and with Alice saying that this person avoided and disliked meeting people, I eventually gave up. And the memories of that day ended there. It was none of my business. That's what I thought. Krayok? To describe it as a sound made by the wind would be incorrect. It was a sound too ominous and violent to be just the wind. Moments later, I heard a scream piercing the air, and a warm liquid splashed onto my face. I forced my eyes open, blown about by the fierce storm, trying to grasp the situation. But I soon realized that my action was meaningless. Because right there in front of me, someone who hadn't been there before, someone I presumed was responsible for the current situation, stood. Flutter. Black hair, fluttered in the wind. For a moment, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was more realistic to believe that my eyes were malfunctioning. Crunch, munch, munch. Right in front of me, a woman was chewing on a lump of flesh. The woman, I didn't know how she had gotten past everyone and reached this spot, but she was holding Alice's bleeding body in her arms, as if it were something precious. Crunch, crack, munch. Sounds I didn't want to understand continued to reach my ears. Her mouth opened and closed unnaturally wide, and I saw blood spurting out in all direction from the lump of flesh she was chewing on. Splash, even my face, which had been watching in a daze, wasn't spared. What seemed like an adult's forearm, no, it was definitely a man's forearm, disappeared into the woman's mouth in a matter of seconds. Not even a bone remained. Her mouth, which had just devoured something impossible, slowly closed as if nothing had happened, and I shuddered at the sight, feeling like I was watching a scene from a movie, even though it was all real. What is that? What in the world is that? I wasn't the only one who felt an instinctive fear at the sight of her bright red lips parting slightly. No one else made a sound, except for the person screaming in the distance, presumably the owner of the arm. A beautiful sound, unbelievable that it flowed from that thing's mouth, was heard in the silence. It was a mistake to trust it and let her play. To think that I, after all I've been through, would still hold on to a shred of hope for humans. I'm ashamed of myself. Her voice was cold, yet hot. It was strange, but I couldn't describe it any other way. Her tone was polite, so much so that it was hard to believe those words came from someone who had just bitten off an arm and swallowed it whole. But for me, that polite tone was even more terrifying, because it felt like she was suppressing her anger, like she was forcibly holding back an explosion that was about to erupt. And despite that, the coldness and hostility in her words, impossible to conceal, were just as chilling as her previous actions. I wonder what she's thinking right now. Her eyes, looking up at the sky, were tightly shut, as if refusing to see anything around her. Humans should live among humans. I always thought that. Who are you? But that also depends on the human. The beast's eyes turned towards us. They were blood red, as intense as the burning flames. And within them, I saw vertically slit pupils, something that didn't seem human. The woman didn't even glance at the village head, who was stammering, as if he didn't even exist. Slowly, she walked towards us. This is a monster. I had never seen one in my life. I had always dismissed them as creatures of myth and legend. But even I could tell, she was something otherworldly. Witch. The people who had been relentlessly throwing stones just moments ago were now frozen in place, like frogs caught in a snake's gaze, unable to even flee. Contrasting her menacing glare, the woman was gently caressing the child in her arms, as if handling a delicate glass figurine. Lick, lick. Her bright red tongue slowly crawled across Alice's blood-covered face. Alice's original skin that was hidden by blood was slowly beginning to show as the woman's Adam's apple moved slightly up and down to swallow the saliva and blood that has gathered. The sight made me gag, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from her. Her hair is as black as condensed darkness, unlike mine. Her mysterious eyes, burning red like the setting sun. The familiar appearance I had surely heard about somewhere suddenly reminded me of my conversation with Alice. Kill them all. Every single one, without leaving a drop of blood. Caw, caw. The sky darkened. As if in response, a flock of crows, covering the sky, began to caw in unison. Wild beasts of unknown species emerged from the bushes, their jaws agape. Saeli, Alice's guardian. The person Alice called her only family. The monster bared its fangs at everyone. Shatter. The small amount of trust in humanity I had held onto, shattered into a million pieces at this moment, leaving not even a speck of dust behind, like a glass bead. Sharp shards seemed to be churning within my chest, transforming into fast-flying arrows and thorns that wouldn't dislodge, tearing my heart to shreds. It hurts. It hurts so much. The price of betrayal was as heavy as the trust one had given, as agonizing as the amount of blood the child had shed. I forced myself to swallow the urge to let loose everything right now, because I had a debt to collect from them. I couldn't let them die, easily, not like this. Stay back? What is this? Gwayayayaya. Did you think you could escape? A man, clutching a blood-stained stick, swung it wildly as he ran alone towards the village. His comical screams and frantic movements, as if terrified of the countless eyes watching him, was like that of a clown. And on the clown's stick, a dark, sticky bloodstain was clearly visible. Blood. The blood, flowing from the child's head. I see. So you were the one who struck the child with that stick? You, bastard. That thing. Devour him. Of course, the familiars waiting nearby wouldn't miss that, and the rude human was quickly swallowed by a pack of crows, wolves, and hyenas. Peck and tear him apart, for as long as possible. Rip out his filthy heart. Devour him completely, without leaving a single trace of his body, not even enough to be buried, so that he can't even go to the heaven they speak of. And that mouth, that throat, making those unpleasant noises, destroy that first. You'll wake the child. Growling. Crack, crunch, rip. The screams that had echoed through the forest were quickly silenced at my command. Only the faint sound of bubbling liquid and the quiet munching of animals could be heard if you listened closely. The humans, terrified by the sight, either collapsed to the ground in despair or frantically tried to escape, their fear overwhelming them. I gently covered the child's precious ears with both hands, worried that she would wake up at the sound. Don't listen. They are the words of trash, of humans, not worth listening to. Leave this to me, and please, sleep well. The filthy being, unworthy of even being treated as a living creature, finally ended its life, staining a small part of the soil red with its blood. It was a repulsive and disgusting creature, whose final moments were just as unpleasant. I never wanted to see it again. Are you run? Witch. The witch, she called for her companions. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the man, as the crow's attention was focused on him, a few humans started running in the opposite direction. Honestly, if only they had stayed put, they could have prolonged their lives, even if just a little. Is it because their lifespans are so short, or are they just stupid? Humans often forget the past, unaware that it would lead them to their deaths. Waving their torches, they desperately hoped that the animals charging towards them were just ordinary beasts afraid of fire. But their wishes wouldn't come true. And no way. TCH. Farewell, Hutine. Realizing it was useless, they started tripping their comrades, using them as bait, and running in different directions. But not to be outdone, the man who had been tripped grabbed the pants of the man who was trying to abandon him and clung on. A leech, desperately clinging on, and a man, desperately trying to shake him off. I could feel disgust emanating from the familiars. Give the order, quickly. They didn't want to see that repulsive creature alive any longer. It was a truly pathetic sight, making me wonder if that thing was even the same human as Alice. Disgusting. Demi, you bastard. Thuriak. Damn it, stop clinging to me, get off. He. You're not going alone, you son of a bitch. The fight between the two beasts, who had abandoned their humanity, ended when they were devoured by crows that swooped down from the sky. Watching them, spewing hatred at each other even as they were being torn apart, I couldn't help but question my own decision. They say that a bird's song is mournful when it dies, and a human's words are beautiful when they die. But their words, clearly those of humans, were nothing but unpleasant. Ha. I just hate them. To think that I had entrusted the child to these things. My face, as I held Alice in my arms, contorted uncontrollably. I saw the humans who had been watching from afar screamed and backed away as our eyes met briefly. Meanwhile, there was one being who's bound with ropes, staring at me with a gaze filled not with fear, but with complex emotions. But I ignored it. It was none of my business. A brief moment of curiosity, but that was all. In the past. It was an embarrassing memory now, but there was a time when I had monopolized the child, keeping her in a life that was no different from confinement. Back then, I was a fool who thought that the child would be happy with delicious meals, beautiful songs, and a clean living environment. But no matter how large the cage, if a bird couldn't spread its wings and fly, it would only grow weaker. No matter how interesting the books I read to her, no matter how beautiful the flowers I offered, no matter how dazzling the gems I showed her, the bird's song grew more mournful with each passing day. Because Alice was a child who craved affection. And I was a monster, a creature through and through who couldn't understand the human heart. So, I thought long and hard. What should I do? What could I do for the child? A problem I tried to solve, staying up all night. But shamefully, my abilities were lacking, and I couldn't find the answer. And so time passed, and the day came when dew formed on the leaves and frost began to fall. After much deliberation, I allowed Alice to venture outside the mountain. Because humans should live, interacting with other humans. I hoped that she would find someone who could soothe her loneliness. I was skeptical, but I was surprised to see that she met a girl with black hair on the first day and became close friends with her the next. But knowing that it was a miracle brought about by the child's pure heart and kindness, I had no time to feel jealous, and instead, I praised her courageous act. Alice was gradually regaining her energy after making a friend. I enjoyed watching her chatter excitedly by the fireplace, recounting the day's interesting events. I went hunting to suppress my urges, firmly believing that the crow I had placed by her side would be able to handle any situation. I was content. I was complacent. And that was the problem. Why, you are. I have no interest in conversing with a corpse. An old man with a long beard tried to speak to me, but I wasn't in the mood for conversation. Isn't conversation an exchange between intelligent beings? To me, they were nothing more than that. In the end, they would just use that grandiose word, negotiation, or apology, and resort to the same old tricks humans were so proud of, their pathetic attempts to preserve their own lives. I had no reason, not a single one, not even a shred, to spare their lives. Slowly, little by little, I licked the child's blood-covered face, careful not to irritate her wounds. With every lick, thick, dark red blood coated my tongue. Alice's blood, sadly, was incredibly bitter. Beneath the blood, the long, gaping wound slowly revealed itself. Sharp wooden splinters and pieces of rock were embedded deep in the child's skin, which had always been so white and soft, I couldn't even imagine the pain she must have endured. And beneath the gruesome wound that I wanted to look away from, countless blue bruises covered her body. It's me, Alice. Was it because she had been exposed to the malice of humans? Or was it the pain of being deceived and betrayed? Even though the pain is no longer there, the child was trembling, as if in deep pain from something. I gently stroked her back, careful not to irritate her wounds, and whispered into Alice's ear. I saw her eyes, still unfocused, flutter open with effort. Her mouth opened slightly. Big, sis. Yes, it's Sally. I'm sorry I'm late. Keh. I'm so sorry. Alice, realizing I had arrived upon hearing my voice, smiled brightly, as if oblivious to her own critical condition, coughing up blood. Her smile was so beautiful that I forgot to even wipe away the blood trickling from her lips. That sight, beautiful enough to be called a work of art, was incredibly painful for me, because it was so dazzlingly beautiful. No anger towards being deceived and dragged here, for trying to kill her mercilessly. No sense of betrayal towards those who, despite being human, had accused her of being a witch, based on mere assumptions. Not a single negative emotion, nothing. But to me, it looked like she was forcibly suppressing her pain and sadness, piling it up inside. Like she couldn't even express her anger properly, afraid of hurting others. Kill them all. So, it was inevitable that a cold command escaped my lips. I had initially planned to punish them for their sins, to instill the fear of death by devouring those who tried to save themselves by abandoning others, but now, none of that mattered. I raised my hand high towards the sky, as if in response, countless red eyes appeared in the dark, cloudy sky that had been like pitch-black storm clouds. Because I just wanted to quickly end this disgusting situation, to get rid of these humans. But, no. PL, please, don't. But, I couldn't bring myself to lower my hand. A small hand, reached up and softly wrapped around the hand I had raised. I couldn't resist that hand, a hand that would crumble if I applied even the slightest force. Because of me, I don't want, people hate the sin, love the sinner. It's a phrase often repeated by the so-called brilliant saints I've encountered countless times in this endless cycle of reincarnation, so much so it took up my 2 hands' fingers to count them. Well, the wording varied, but the general meaning was similar to what I just said. Well, sure, it's undoubtedly a good saying. But, if the ones who commit sins are none other than people, then how can you hate the sin and not hate the sinner? Besides, sin is just a concept, a victim that doesn't actually do anything. Shouldn't it be sin that we shouldn't hate? But people hate people. Because sin has no physical form, it's hard to hate. Because people exist right before our eyes, it's easy to hate. Even though the price of hating others is that you end up loving yourself a little less. Even though at the end of that burning hatred that consumes you, there's only a hollow emptiness. People are not allowed to control the hatred that grows within them. They try to erase what can't be erased. They try to forget what can't be forgotten. How truly pitiful. Often. No, perhaps, always. We hate because we don't understand, and we don't understand because we hate. We have to understand why the other person made that choice, why they had no other choice, what drove them to do it. Otherwise, that cycle of hatred will continue to spin endlessly, each one feeding off the other. Like an Ouroboros, hatred will never die, forever living by our side. TL note, Ouroboros, a snake eating itself. Even if the end result is that it devours itself, it will never stop. It will tenaciously cling to life, tormenting us. That's why, I decided to stop. I understand. Let's go back, to our home. Honestly, you really are hopeless. Like a sudden accident that no one could have foreseen. Like a disaster that appears in an instant without any warning and sweeps everything away. A day that could have been described as ordinary, a day that would have ended happily, filled with joy and new memories, with us gently embracing each other, our hearts beating in unison. That day became a day that would be forever etched in our minds, for a different reason. The pitiful sight of people, their necks torn out first, unable to even scream despite writhing in agony, their flesh ripped away from their bodies one by sharp beaks and teeth. A miserable scene, where lives were forcibly prolonged only to inflict more pain, where the dignity of life had been thrown to the ground. It was a living hell, descended upon this world. The only sound that could replace their screams was the symphony of breaking bones and tearing flesh. As everyone was engulfed in panic, about 10 brave and reckless people, taking advantage of the distraction as everyone's attention was diverted, tried to break through the encirclement and escape. They all fell, one after another, right before our eyes, reduced to cold lumps of meat, without a single twist of fate to save them. The 100 or so villagers, who could only watch helplessly, were like pigs in a slaughterhouse, waiting for their turn, praying that their deaths would be painless. Yes, nowhere was there any reflection or apology for Alice, whom they had pushed to her death. A place where only sinners, concerned only for their own safety, existed. The final destination for betrayers, Cocytus. The deepest part of hell. Han, are you listening? If you are, could you please open the door? Thump, thump, thump. Gentle, yet firm. The knocking, echoing at regular intervals, was like the personality of the person behind it. The flimsy door, crudely made of thin planks, shook helplessly, just like me, unable to make any decisions, just being swayed by others. The gap between the door and the wall widened and narrowed with each knock, and the ray of light that entered through the gap, the only source of light in the pitch-black room, also thickened and thinned due to it. A red-tinged light, indicating it was either morning or evening, gradually grew longer as time passed, coming close enough to touch if I reached out my hand. Dust particles that's dancing in the air stood out even more prominently in that ray of light, oblivious to the world, freely floating as if nothing had happened. Ignorantly, shamelessly. I couldn't even bear to look at that small, fleeting beauty, and I covered my eyes with both arms. Only then did true darkness embrace me. It slowly enveloped me, as if saying that this was where I completely belonged, that the brightly lit world wasn't for me. That fact was so incredibly miserable. It's been 2 days, Han. If you keep this up, you'll really die. Please, won't you come out? Rumi's words, seemingly out of concern for my well-being. The first thought that crossed my mind upon hearing her words was that I wished I could just die in my sleep. No, even that would be a luxury for me. Miserably, more pathetically than anything else, painfully. That's how I have to die. I left a few potatoes in front of the door. I'm leaving now. Footsteps, dragging and hesitant, so unlike her, gradually faded away. My hopes for a new life had been as high as the towering buildings that reached for the sky, and the pain and shock of falling from that height were unbearable. It was like a domino effect. The relationships I thought I had built so securely crumbled at the slightest touch, as if they had been designed to collapse from the very beginning. Even when I tried to protect them with my arms spread wide, even when I watched over them with bated breath, afraid of even a gentle breeze disturbing them, they would crumble right before my eyes. Crash, just like that. A work I had painstakingly built over a long time. But compared to all that effort, the time it took for the dominoes to fall was so short. But still, it was okay, because I could endure it. Even though the friendships I formed with others no longer lasted, even though they always crumbled. Because I always had someone else to blame, a perfect escape route to avoid facing the cause of the broken relationship. It's not my fault. This is all their fault. If only I hadn't been born into this crazy world, everything would have been fine. I would have made friends, enjoyed traveling with my family, fallen in love with someone special. That's what I thought. That's why. When I realized that the arrow I had shot was flying back towards me, when I realized that I was the one who had broken the relationship, who had hurt the other person, I despaired. S.I.S. Russell. At the sound of her voice that brushed past my ears, I buried my head deep into the straw that thickly covered the floor. I curled up, my eyes closed, covered my ears, denying everything, hoping to block out all sound. But my fingers, jammed deep into my ears as if I wanted to pierce through them, couldn't block out the weak voice echoing in my head. Instead, its presence only grew stronger, as if asserting itself, every time I covered my ears more tightly, every time I screamed. Yes, I am a sinner. I am a traitor. I am trash. I opened my mouth and shouted. I muttered endlessly, confessing my sins. To escape the crushing guilt. To be forgiven for my sins, even just a little. But in this space where there wasn't even a victim to ask forgiveness from, what meaning could my meaningless words have? An apology, atonement, is something you offer to the victim. Alice. Slowly, I lifted my head from the straw. The red sunlight that had been entering through the narrow gap was long gone, and only darkness filled my dilated pupils. I pulled the door open with a trembling hand, and the sharp, grating sound, unique to unoiled hinges, filled the air. Thud, I felt something hit my outstretched foot, and then I heard the sound of something scattering. Steamed potatoes, rolled around in a mess next to the overturned basket. Roll, roll, the potatoes rolled on the dirt floor. I picked up one that was particularly covered in dirt and brought it to my mouth. The cold, stiff potato I bit into hard had tasted like nothing, buried under the burnt and bitter taste characteristic of dirt. I have to go. Yes, I had to go. I threw away the potato I had been eating far away. Woof, woof, I heard the dog next door barking, happily munching on something. It's eating well. According to Rumi, it had been 2 days, no, it was night now, so 3 days. Having spent those long days just sitting there, my legs, which hadn't even stepped into the forest, were already trembling, protesting their limits. I grabbed a piece of wood of a suitable length from the surroundings and used it as support as I started walking. Tap, tap. I walked, and walked, leaning on the stick. I crossed the wooden palisade, the boundary of the village. I walked through the swamp, filled with rotten leaves that reached my knees. I passed the withered raspberry vines, killed by the cold. I left behind the charred remains of an oak tree, presumably struck by lightning. Tap, tap. Facing the cold wind head-on, I walked on, one step at a time, my bleeding hand gripping the stick. I endured and endured and endured some more. This pain was nothing compared to the pain I had endured so far. This wound couldn't even compare to a fraction of the pain I had inflicted on Alice. How long did I walk like that? I saw a familiar tree. I reached it, leaned against it, and collapsed to the ground. That place, the sunny spot where I used to enjoy taking naps, was now filled with a chilling coldness. I looked up at the moon, hidden behind the clouds, and closed my eyes. Naturally, I couldn't see anything. Haha. My eyelids, little by little, slowly grew heavier. I really hate this. I hate it. Maybe it would be better to just die like this. Slowly, painfully, in the cold. For me, it really, suits me. In the darkness. Really. Sis, if you sleep here, you'll catch a cold. Just like back then. A small voice awakened me. Giving love to someone. It's like growing a picky plant. If you give it too much water one day, the petals will wither and the roots will rot. If you get angered by that fact and consistently give it too little water, the stem won't grow, and the leaves will shrivel. And so, sadly, they all die. Therefore, you must approach giving love with the mindset that it's synonymous with taking responsibility for a life. You must always remember that. When cracking an egg, if you apply too much force, you'll damage not only the shell but also the delicate insides. And if you apply too little force, you won't even be able to make a dent in the shell. The word moderation, a word we so easily utter. We need to reconsider the truly profound meaning it holds. Yes. Just like, right now, sis sia, Ali, ce. Early dawn, in a deep forest where you couldn't see even an inch ahead. Russell, guided by her faint, parched, and cracked sound, I pushed through the undergrowth and moved forward. I called out her name softly, and a reply, almost like a groan, reached my ears. Thorns from the vines that tried to pull me back, as if saying not to go there, pricked my skin, but I continued towards where SIA was. It seemed the injury I had sustained that day had been more serious than I had thought. Even now, 3 days later, my vision was still blurry, my head spinning, and my footsteps faltered. It hurts. I'm tired, and I want to rest. The unusually heavy gravity pulled me down, but I couldn't be held back by something like that. I shook my head vigorously, trying to clear my mind, and with my useless eyes closed, I relied on sound to guide me, taking one step at a time. Even if my legs gave way and I collapsed. Even if my body wouldn't obey me. If I lost my legs, I would crawl with my one remaining arm. Forward, constantly forward. There. Because she's there, waiting for me. Just like me, in the past. There's a child, who's had everything crumbled. I couldn't help but go to her. Because helping those like her is the meaning, the destiny that has been bestowed upon me. Sis, long time no see. You've become a real crybaby while I was gone, sis SIA. It's been a long time. Hug. I threw myself at her and hugged her. A place where even the soft moonlight couldn't fulfill its duty. The child, who seemed to struggle even to stand upright, was walking alone through the dark forest despite her condition. She refused my help, refused to escape those painful memories and start a new, happy life far away. Please, big sis. Alice, so cruelly, left my embrace. To reach out to someone else, to hold someone's hand, Alice staggered forward, her empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. Even if there was no hand waiting for her when she reached out, even if her kindness would result in another deep wound, like this time, the child would never stop. I beg you, big sis. Because that's who Alice was. Snap, the branch in my hand broke weakly. I squeezed it tightly, until I could no longer hear a sound coming from my tightly clenched hand. Crunch, crunch. A few seconds passed, and I bit my lip hard, scattering the remnants of the branch that had now completely crumbled to powder. The powder, carried by the wind, slowly dissipated into the air. Yes, the world was cruel. And to this child, it was especially cruel. Alice stumbled over rocks, sometimes bumped her head against a tree she couldn't see, and yet, she kept walking toward the human who was calling her name, apologizing. They desperately called out to each other, their voices the only guide in this darkness. They relied on sound to move their unstable bodies. If they fell, they got back up. If they collapsed from exhaustion, they crawled. The distance between them closed with every step, every hardship they endured. But why were the wounds, inflicted one by one as they drew closer, the agonizing pain that was unbearable for her fragile body, increasing? It was as if the entire world existed solely to torment Alice. If a god existed, it must be an evil god. Otherwise, there's no way a devil disguised as a god would be standing beyond the world, mocking the child, waving its hand. Despairing at the overwhelming malice, the absurdity of the world's cruelty targeting a single person, my heart burned black as I watched from afar. I watched her pitiful figure, and I had no choice but to force myself to pull back the hand I had extended towards her. Of course, I wanted to stop it. I wanted to put an end to it, right now. But if I approached her now, she would surely grab my blood-stained hand and try to escape with me. Faced with this miserable reality, I might have even used the child's kindness to bind her to me, preventing her from going anywhere. So I had to lower my outstretched arm. The moment I let go of the child from my embrace, the moment I carried her near to that human lying there like a corpse, I had no other choice. I could only watch from afar. I had no right to stop her. I, who had also heard the child and received salvation in return, had no right to stop her. So, even if I wanted to stop her, even if I wanted to take Alice, who was sacrificing herself for another, and escape to a paradise where only the two of us existed, even if I harbored such a hideous desire, a desire only a monster could have, the only thing I could do was clench my teeth, climb a tall tree, and etch the child's figure into my mind. Yes, it was a truly pathetic sight. But it's okay, big sis. I forgive you. Sock, a cold wind blew, shaking the tree violently. My body, perched on the branch, also shook back and forth, but that wasn't enough to distract me from the child. At this moment, my eyes existed solely to see the child, and my ears were created solely to hear her words. So, don't interrupt. I'll kill you, you know? Whoosh! I sent a silent warning to the beast, whose color was that of the useless weeds that littered this mountain. I warned with action. The green color writhes. The small twig, that flew straight without making a sound, precisely pierced the figure that was passing beneath the tree I was on. Thwack, a small spray of blood. MMMPP. The beast, its body trembling from the pain of the twig embedded in its shoulder, didn't make a sound, but started looking around, searching for the direction the twig had come from. Eventually, the beast looked up and made eye contact with me, quietly looking down, and was startled, quickly retreating. I opened my mouth and silently warned it. Get lost. Thump, thump. Despite the warning, the clueless beast, as if still clinging to a shred of hope, tried to interrupt Alice's precious time, so I threw a few more twigs. They lodged themselves in its arm, chest, barely missing its vital points. Did the searing pain finally suppress its desire? It eventually turned tail and fled. Anxious that my actions might have disturbed Alice, I looked back at her. But, I forgive you, for everything. Fortunately, it seemed the child hadn't noticed anything. I let out a sigh of relief, climbed down from the tree, and covered the spot where a small drop of blood had stained the ground with dirt, erasing the evidence. The reason I didn't kill it was because I didn't want to steal even a short moment from Alice. And because I didn't want to stain my hands, the hands that would soon embrace the child, with that filthy blood. That was the simple reason. If it weren't for that, I would have killed it. It must have hurt a lot. No, it didn't hurt at all. You're lying? A little. Just a little bit. Haha, what's that? I brushed the dirt off my hands and slowly started walking towards Alice. The situation seemed to be nearing its end, and I thought about how to join them without it being awkward. I approached the lovely child, who was waiting for me. In the end, the story ended with everyone involved shedding blood and tears. Me, Sia, Ellie, all of us. Saving someone else takes a lot of time. We saw the dark side, the abyss that everyone carries within them, and we clashed because of it. Unforeseen events occurred, drastically changing the situation, for better or for worse. But, shedding blood, hurting each other, having everything we believed in crumble from beneath our feet. That's what life is. And it was always love and affection that resolved it all. Will you come with me? Yes. What we've lost, we can always regain. The moonlight, emerging from behind the clouds. It seemed like a blessing, for us, for our future. Blessing in disguise. Even if it seems like a curse, it's actually a blessing. 17 curses. 17 blessings. Is this a blessing, or a ridiculous curse? No one knows. Just disappear from my sight. The setting sun, painting the sky red, filled the classroom. At that moment, which would evoke sentimental feelings for some, rekindling forgotten memories, I was listening to an untimely confession. However, it was a confession that was far from what one would typically call a confession. Because it was an incredibly ugly and vile confession. You always win at everything, and you just smile. What? I'll teach you anything you don't understand tomorrow. Yuri. If you have everything, good grades, scholarships, and everything else, then just go somewhere high and far away. Don't bother with someone like me. She scattered something in her hand. Flutter, papers filled with messy scribbles of letters and numbers danced in the air. With a light sound, the test papers fell before me, one after another, like cherry blossom petals scattering in the wind. There wasn't a particular reason, or at least none I could think of. My day, as usual, ended with pleasant interactions with my classmates. Today was no different. It was always like this, that's why it was called everyday life. So if there was a specific reason for this to happen, then all my actions so far would be the reason. Yes. This happened not because from just one mistake, but because the suppressed, dark emotions had finally started to surface. That fact made me even more dumbfounded. Neighbors, childhood friends, best friends. There were many words that described our relationship. From the time we were born to this moment, standing in a classroom of our middle school, we had spent the vast majority of our time together, excluding our families. Perhaps, we had even spent more time together than with our families. And maybe, just maybe, we had a deeper bond than with them. That's why I had always boasted that our relationship was stronger than the countless labels that described it. Truly, sincerely, to the point where I thought I would even give my life for her. But was it just a one-sided relationship? Jealousy and envy. I was so shocked to face those dark emotions from the person I considered to be my closest friend in this life that I couldn't speak. I just stared at her face, blankly. Even the words I heard didn't register properly. Me? You wish I didn't exist? When I couldn't even open my mouth to say anything, the girl standing before me started pushing me even harder. It was a lament about grades and scholarships. It was a complaint about her relationships with others. It was a challenge to my very existence. With each word she uttered, my head bowed lower and lower towards the ground. And finally, her mouth, which had been moving tirelessly, blurted out a single phrase. The words I hated to hear the most. Sharp and piercing. Digging into my heart. You've never even tried. I tried so hard, but you just trampled on everything. You ruined everything. I fell to my knees, in that position, until the sun, hanging on the horizon, completely disappeared. I just kept my head bowed. Sitting on the cold floor of the empty classroom, I remained kneeling, as if rooted to the spot. Alone. Continuously. To understand the world and make the right judgment. Even God considered it to be the most important of all virtues. The long, long years, now impossible to count, were enough to bestow upon me something worthy of being called wisdom. It was knowledge about housekeeping, about morality and etiquette, and finally about academics and mental discipline. Some might praise it as the product of talent and effort, but for me, it was nothing more than a lucky coincidence, something I had stumbled upon. Undoubtedly helpful in life, it couldn't quell the turmoil that had taken root in my heart, despite all the grand titles it held. Why? I shouldn't exist, no place, no meaning. My head was spinning. My mouth was muttering nonsensical strings of words, not even forming proper sentences, without any conscious thought. In my half-closed eyes, the shocking scene from before kept replaying again and again, like a video on loop. I tried to shake off the thought by frantically shaking my head, but the scene from earlier, still vivid in my mind as if it were right before my eyes, wouldn't disappear. It blamed me. It cursed me. Every time Yuri's mouth opened in my mind, my body flinched as if someone was stabbing me with a knife. And at her final words, I couldn't help but raise my hand and squeeze my own throat. Because that scene had ended with my closest friend, the one I trusted and relied on the most, denying everything I had worked for. I want to deny it. I don't want to accept it. But I couldn't utter a single excuse. Because no matter how absurd they seemed, they were all true. Even if she had spoken thoughtlessly, just to vent her anger, those words were all undeniably my fault. Because if it weren't for me, someone else would have been in that place. Someone who had real effort, a beautiful passion for life, a real person, would have been in my place. So I had to punish myself. People are always living their lives, as if they are being chased by something. It remained true even after the invention of new modes of transportation that were hundreds of times faster than a human could run, even after the time it took to send a heartfelt postcard had been reduced by thousands of times. They chase after something formless, and they are chased by something behind them. Money, wealth, and fame. If you ask people why they work so hard, the answers vary, but if you look closely, you'll realize that it all boils down to one thing: time. Or, what we call life and death. Perhaps it's because life is finite that people work so hard to achieve something during their time on Earth. Some strive for a family that will accept them, some for their own happiness, some for a happy ending, and some cling to their fleeting lives like a burning candle. Someone out there, even at this late hour, is studying diligently, dreaming of a better tomorrow. Yes, just like Yuri. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But what have I done, in front of those people? I just sat there, taking up someone's place, enjoying what someone else should have been enjoying, and forcefully taking away something that someone had worked hard for, just like she said. I had been unfairly enjoying the things that others deserved, just because I had lived countless meaningless lives that I could never be proud of. Yes, she was right. The ugly one was none other than me. I'm really, really sorry. Creak. The pink scarf, pulled taut with my weight, was secured to a steel rebar poking out from the ceiling, making a straining noise. The hole in the ceiling, caused by someone kicking a soccer ball in the classroom, had been left unrepaired for a week. It was an unsightly hole, exposing the building's structure, and every time I saw it, I had felt a small discomfort. But now, I was incredibly grateful for it. Because it felt like it existed solely for me, a worthless human being. I'm really sorry, Yuri. I slowly put my head into the small noose. My trembling hands and the chair I stood on shook uncontrollably, as if they knew what was about to happen. The tightly tied knot and the thick, long scarf would be more than enough to support my weight, a middle school student who was still teased for being small for her age. All preparations were complete. I was a truly irredeemable piece of trash, an arrogant sinner, a deceiver who had proudly boasted about the things she had unfairly gained. I shouldn't have been born. This repeating life, which I had thought was a blessing, was actually a curse. So, please, if a next life exists, please, don't let me be there. And please, let this meaningless death, this pain, be a small atonement for those I have stolen from. Let everything return to its rightful place. With that prayer, I slowly closed my eyes. Before closing my eyes, I thought about the small, unassuming letter lying on my desk. Thud. I kicked the chair away with my foot. Ugh, seriously. A pink-themed room, with a pink bed, and on it, a middle school girl, wearing blue pajamas that clashed with her surroundings, was tossing and turning, kicking off her blanket. Her eyes, seemingly filled with thoughts of someone, were welling up with tears. What should I do? Thump, thump, thump. While it's unclear what meaning there is to kicking the blanket, but seeing as the force only intensified with each kick, it didn't seem to have any calming effect. Even so, she might not be able to endure it if she didn't do something, consumed by guilt over lashing out at her friend out of jealousy for her talents. Perhaps what she hates most right now is herself, for being jealous instead of genuinely congratulating her friend on her success. I'll apologize to her when I see her tomorrow. Her precious friend, who was like another version of herself. The girl who had always been kind and gentle, who would scold her for her unreasonable whims, but always help her, who would smile and accept her apologies, who would take her hand and drag her out for cake. Her best friend. That's why she was a little angry at the thought of her friend leaving her behind, and conversely, the reality that she was becoming a burden, made her lash out at her friend. Tomorrow, I'll go to school a little early, and, thinking about how to approach her friend tomorrow, Choi Yuri, slowly closed her cute eyes. On a snowy Christmas, clutching tightly the sky blue pajamas she had exchanged for her pink scarf. I'll say, I'm sorry. Surely, her friend would accept her apology if she was sincere. And just like always, they would hold hands, smiling, and go out to play. With those thoughts, I will. She closed her eyes. And then, the sun rose. A light fog settled. Tomorrow had arrived. Dangling, hanging. 18. At a young age, fell from a window. 19. Fell into a lake, didn't surface, and died just like that. 20. On a battlefield. After victory, he slit his own throat. 21. 22. 23. 776. 777. This was a blessing. I've realized the truth of the world. And the value of my own life. The mission I must fulfill. Everything that I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one thing I need. I don't care about presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. All I want for Christmas is you, Mariah Carey. A letter written in neat and clean handwriting, as if reflecting the writer's emotions. The letter, which would have evoked feelings of joy and admiration with its meticulous penmanship, unfortunately had most of its writing smudged due to some liquid. Drip, drip. The letter, once crisp and new, was now soaked and swollen from the liquid seeping into it. And the words, once carefully written, one character at a time, were now washed away by something that had poured like rain, their original forms unrecognizable. It was a sight that could only be described as heartbreaking. The letter itself, in its ruined state, was a tragedy, vividly showing the reader the writer's emotions during those brief moments of writing, bringing tears to everyone's eyes. Her family, her friends, everyone. Despite the letter being in such a messy state, the fact that she had placed it in her favorite envelope, the one she always cherished, and carefully sealed it, showed her true nature. She always wanted to use good things for others, rather than for herself. No matter what happened, she always tried her best not to be rude or cause trouble for others. Always acting for the sake of others. That was, just like her. Yes, she was a kind child, too kind for them, loved by everyone and loving everyone until her death. Moving down to the bottom of the letter, the place where the letter ends. There, miraculously, was a single line, untouched by tears, perfectly readable. No fear of the impending death. No resentment towards those who had driven her to this. No gratitude, no love, nothing, for the family and friends who had cared for her. A sentence that evoked only despair in those who read it. I'm so sorry, Yuri. I'm sorry. Please, forgive me. An apology to the friend who had lashed out at her. That was the only thing left there. That's right. She died without any salvation, until the very end. Lonely and alone, in an empty classroom. Fighting against the fear of death. Clack, clack. The teacher's office, a place that would evoke nostalgia and memories for some. The students had all left, and the daytime hustle and bustle had subsided, leaving only the sound of keyboard clicks filling the air. No, except for one person's voice. Teacher Yuri, why don't you head home soon? Excuse me. That pleasant noise, almost like a melodic song, was interrupted by an unwelcomed visitor. Tap, a female teacher entered, opening the door, and addressed her colleague, who was sitting at her desk, working late and organizing materials. The person sitting at her desk, called Teacher Yuri, flinched slightly at the sound. Seeing that, the teacher who had entered let out a small sigh. She's like a troublesome student, she muttered softly as she walked towards Yuri, who was still sitting at her desk. Taking care of her colleague, who always seemed to be chased by something, always looking stressed, had become a habit, a small hobby no one knew about. Well, a few people in the teacher's office had already noticed it, but still, she had come to the classroom just in case, and as expected, her colleague was still there, working late. Ah, it's already this late. It's Christmas Eve tomorrow, you know? Leave the work and go home? Take a good rest. Teacher. What is the privilege of being a teacher, a civil servant? The answers would vary from person to person, but she believed that clocking in and clocking out on time was the most beautiful right. Moreover, tomorrow was Christmas, a golden holiday. She couldn't understand why her colleague, who was pretty and popular, was still here at this hour when she could have finished up quickly and gone out to meet her boyfriend. As for the person in question, her face stiffened the moment she heard the words Christmas Eve. As if she hadn't known that tomorrow was Christmas Eve. As if she had heard something she shouldn't have. Are you feeling unwell? Ah, I'm fine, Teacher Sahi. Did I touch a nerve? Sahi, who had thought that, watched as Yuri slowly packed her things, preparing to leave. She then left the teacher's office, thinking about the happy night that awaited her tomorrow, thinking that everything would be fine. And so, the woman named Sahi walked towards the parking lot where her car was parked. Behind her, unaware of Yuri who was standing still, staring blankly at the empty space. Yuri was slowly walking down the street, snow falling around her. Christmas Eve, when the stars begin to twinkle in the sky above the trees. A night that was neither silent nor holy. She walked past the brightly lit shops and the dazzling neon signs, past the people with hopeful, cheerful expressions, and then she threw herself into a narrow, dark alley. She took out a slim cigarette, but couldn't bring herself to light it, just leaned against the cold wall, her back against it. Click, click. The lighter in her hand sparked, creating small flames. Sigh. The white breath that escaped her lips slowly rose into the air, then gradually faded and disappeared within seconds. Even so, Yuri continued this meaningless act, watching as the smoke dissipated. The breath, as white as the clouds floating in the sky, which she thought would float forever, was easily scattered by the slightest breeze and vanished. Born, and gone. Created, and abandoned. Yuna, look at this. Wow, it's so sparkly. Her ears, lost in thought, caught the sound of childish voices, and her dull eyes shifted towards the entrance of the alley. There, visible through the entrance, two little girls were standing in front of a brightly lit shop window, holding hands, looking at something. They weren't students she taught, but they were about the same age. The children, their tiny hands clad in cute tiny mittens, reached out towards the objects on display beyond the window, chatting amongst themselves. Standing so close to each other that they seemed to be touching, their faces turned towards each other as they talked, a sight that most adults would be too embarrassed to do. It was a display of childlike innocence, untouched by the world. just like Yuri stared at them, mesmerized, silently, in a dark alley, unseen by anyone. Did they choose what they wanted? Or did they just want to go into the warm store? The girls, who had been chatting excitedly, entered the store, their gloved hands joined together, sharing their warmth. Beyond the frosted window, she could see the children placing an order to the kind shopkeeper. They looked so happy that Yuri averted her eyes slightly. And a few minutes later, the children emerged from the store, smiling, their appearance changed from before. At that moment, a cold yet refreshing breeze, unique to winter, blew past. And in that breeze, the sky blue and pink scarves the two children wore fluttered beautifully, right before her eyes. Thud. Ha, ha. The unlit cigarette she had been holding in her mouth fell to the ground. Yuri exhaled strongly and clutched her chest hard with her right hand. Countless wrinkles appeared on her neatly ironed blouse, and her pristine, spotless clothes, devoid of even the smallest stain, creaked and groaned as if in pain. Her breath ragged and her lips so cold from the frost that they no longer formed a mist. Yuri could barely breathe. But even after a few minutes had passed, Yuri's breathing didn't calm down. Rather, it became faster, more erratic. Ha, 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 ha. She was no longer just crouching, her entire body had fallen to the ground. Lying on the cold, snow-covered ground, she trembled, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her body grew increasingly numb, and her lips and eyelids were twitching in small spasm. It was a serious situation, one that anyone would recognize as such, but Yuri, her face growing paler with each passing moment, didn't call for help. Instead, she slowly started to strangle herself with her left hand, as if trying to die. And so, she forced her disobedient hand to move. Her pupils, slowly dilating, were fixated on the image of two scarves fluttering in the distance. Ha ha. A hollow laugh echoed through the empty alley. Make my wish come true, an unspoken rule that exists in all fairy tales. The first child is lazy, the second child is greedy, and the youngest, the third child, is the most diligent, hardworking, and intelligent of them all. What a boring rule. The end of a beautiful journey in those stories, a journey that could be long for some, short for others. It always ends with the eldest and second child, who had been ignoring and bullying their youngest sibling, receiving a fitting punishment, or with the kind youngest sibling offering forgiveness and salvation to those who repented for their ugly sins. Yes, as always, the story must end with a happy ending where everyone smiles brightly and embraces each other. Really, such a cliché. But after that, were they truly happy? Hey, don't you think so too? I was a little worried after hearing what Princess Remy said, but it seems like things are going better than I expected. So that's what you think, Tessa? Well, I suppose it could seem that way. Clink, clink. With my small gesture, I could feel a beautiful sound, like a chime, resonating from the glass. The sound of ice clinking against the glass, crisp and refreshing. It was so refreshing that I wanted to capture it in a small glass bottle and carry it around with me in this hot weather, if only it were possible. Of course, it's impossible. I know you can't capture sound in a bottle, okay? It's just wishful thinking, wishful thinking. I wonder, Tessa, if there exists a device that can capture sound. Ha ha ha, capturing sound. There's no way such a thing exists, princess. This is the Empire, isn't it? You never know. Oh come on, really. The princess seemed a bit serious, though. With each shake, I could see the ice cubes swimming around, floating up and down in the transparent glass without even a hint of cloudiness. I wonder what kind of advanced technology was used to create this small, ordinary-looking glass. The more I looked at it, the more I felt not just jealousy, but admiration for the Empire's technological prowess. Tinkle. The bell, attached to a pillar, chimed in the wind. Feeling the breeze, Princess Remy and I relaxed in our chairs. Refreshing, isn't it? The 8th month. It was the peak of summer, so hot that just standing outside made sweat trickle down my body. In the old days, if this were back when I was the royal librarian, I would have been holed up in the library all day, like a vampire from legend, avoiding the scorching sun. Shimmer, heat haze rose from the road. To think that on a hot day like this, I would be sitting outside, under a shade, enjoying a cold drink with ice. Life is full of surprises. Well, of course, I never imagined I would be chatting so casually with the princess like this. And with the second princess, of all people, the one I had the least connection with. When she was younger, Princess Anna would often visit the library to find materials for her studies. And Princess Eris would often tag along with her. It's good to hear that you like it, Tessa. Tack. The woman sitting before me, Princess Remy, gently placed her glass, which she had been sipping from, on the table and looked at me with a playful smile. Thinking I had accidentally spoken my thoughts out loud, I felt my legs go numb at her gaze, and I jumped slightly in my chair, averting my eyes. The chair rattled. The people around us stared at me with a, "What is she doing?" look, but I just whistled softly, trying to sink the thoughts I had been recalling deep into my heart. Yes, these are memories I shouldn't dare to recall anymore. Deeper, even deeper. Like a heavy weight, sinking to the depths of the ocean, never to resurface. Sink, disappear. Perhaps because the analogy was just an analogy, I forced myself to calm down and continued the conversation with the princess. Casually, like always. Fortunately, the princess sitting before me seemed to be only momentarily surprised and didn't seem to mind too much. I let out a small sigh of relief. You said it before, didn't you? about it being a prison, a place of exile, and such miscellaneous things. Ah, did I? Smirk. Like a fox, the corners of the princess's eyes curved into a gentle arc. I saw her amber eyes, so bright like jewels, that I felt like I would be lost if I looked into them for too long. A mysterious smile graced her lips, which were resting on her slender hand as she leaned her chin against it. A smile that was impossible to decipher, whether it was mocking, or a genuine expression of joy. A seductive, almost lewd smile. Honestly, I shouldn't be saying this, but she really looked like a temptress. A very, very dangerous one at that. An adult. Just the day before yesterday, Princess Remy had celebrated her 16th birthday, finally reaching the adulthood she had been so eagerly anticipating. Her beauty, which had been blossoming day by day, had now reached its peak, now exuding such a mature and alluring charm that it was hard to believe she was younger than me. If I were to quote a passage I recently read in a book, yes, a beauty with a face like a flower and a figure like the moon. With a single gesture, a single smile. A beauty who could bring down an entire kingdom. For example, one look at the people passing by whose mesmerized by the princess's smile was collapsing as if they had lost their minds, would be enough to understand her level of beauty. Men and women alike, all stare this way mindlessly. Some men even clutched their hearts and collapsed right there on the street. By the way, among them were a married man with children. I'm going to beat that bastard up later. Well, even if I don't, the woman next to him looks like she's about to kill him. At such an unsightly scene, I snapped out of my daze and shooed away those infatuated men. Shoo, shoo, get lost. Perhaps it was because I had seen the princess since she was a child, but I was somehow able to adjust to her bewitching beauty. However, she didn't seem to care about my struggles, continuing our conversation without even glancing at the people around her. Really, she's as self-centered as ever, this princess. But that's why I followed her all the way here. At any rate, it's a Royal Academic Research Institution located in the heart of the Empire Museum. Well, that's the gist of it. 2. Index finger and thumb. Princess Remy picked up a small ice cube from her glass, using her fingers like tweezers. Talk, talk. Using that ice dripping with water, the princess began drawing on the wooden table. Curves and straight lines. Big circles and small circles. Squiggly worms and diamonds. A distorted pentagon and a crescent moon with one side unusually long. She continued to complete her own drawing with a smile that seemed all too joyful. Some people believe that loyalty earned through fear is only temporary. The Empire. Yes, correct. Talk, talk. The drawing on the table grew larger and larger, and when the ice cube melted completely, she fished out another one from her glass. The light scattering from the ice cube sparkled brilliantly. To slowly devour everything, that's what they chose. The Akkad Empire. A kingdom at the peak of its power. A kingdom that had declared itself an empire, its ruler an emperor. And yet, their insatiable greed was like watching a pack of starving wolves. How can one even attempt to perfectly define them with a single word, but I dare to. Allow me to gather my courage and say, with all due respect, they are predators, devouring everything in their path. They show off the empire's advanced culture and knowledge to those who come to study. Yes. Just like this glass. Clink. She flicked the glass lightly with her little finger. Territory, military, culture, art, academics, politics, philosophy, lifestyle, sanitation. The empire had already surpassed all the surrounding kingdoms in every aspect. All roads lead to the empire, and those roads are now ready to extend outwards. That's what she was saying. The smaller it is, the more common it is, the better. Because those who are unworthy of recognizing its value are useless to the empire. They're the ones who gave it the nickname Banquet Hall. And conversely, those who do recognize its value will naturally become favorable towards the empire, consciously or unconsciously. Just like us. Princess Remy's eyes, still sparkling with amusement, were saying that. I, who had been completely awed by the empire's untouchable technology, couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging her words. Truly, amazing. Both the empire and her. There's a saying, numbers are power. What would happen if a school of small sardines all cried out in unison? They would say that there's no way we, insignificant compared to the empire, could ever stand against them. That we should follow their example, embrace their culture and ideas, and open the doors to reform. Look at their benevolent conquest. Wouldn't it be better to voluntarily become a vassal state? The more officials who made such claims, the more isolated those who opposed the empire in the royal court would become. I wanted to argue that it was a ridiculous notion, but it was already happening, everywhere. Clink. How is it? Sip. Princess Remy finished her drawing and took a small sip of her drink, the ice now completely melted, and asked me. A world map, drawn with water droplets, was completed on the table. She looked at it with sharp eyes, as if trying to see through the essence of the world. A brilliant mind, quickly analyzing the situation and offering the best possible solution. Really, where had the whiny, spoiled little princess gone? I couldn't hide my surprise. I see. But somehow her smug, confident look made me feel a little mischievous. I couldn't help but tease her. You really can't draw, can you? For your information, it took 2 whole days to appease the sulking princess. Ha ha ha. She's still a child after all. By the way, Tessa, didn't you say a transfer student was coming today? Ah, you mean the one dispatched from the Wallenstein mercenary group owned by the Empire under an exchange program? Yes. I remember her name being quite unique. Her face was also unique. But I can't quite remember. S.I., something like that? Her name? I found it a bit unique too, so I memorized it. If I'm not mistaken, her name was Han Sia, wasn't it? Building new relationships is always a daunting task. Unfamiliar people, and unfamiliar places. I'm not naive enough to smile and be at ease in a situation where I'm thrown into a faraway land, alone, without a single person to rely on. Surrounded by thorns. A vast savanna, where hungry beasts roam, with no place to hide. Who could possibly be at ease in such a place? At least, not me. An indescribable sense of loss washed over me, and I desperately wanted to stop walking, but even so, I continued to move forward, one step at a time. Because behind me, beside me, there was someone supporting me. Step, step. The sound of 2 sets of footsteps, a little more than one person's worth, echoed through the wide hallway. This is the classroom where Miss Han will be attending classes from now on. Is there anything else you need me to explain? No. That's enough. Haha. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask the receptionist who is always stationed in the building. Seeing her bow deeply before me, I too bowed my head in return. Perhaps she found my bewildered appearance amusing and refreshing? I heard the staff member's human-like chuckle from behind me. The staff member, dressed in a neat and tidy outfit, reminiscent of the business attire from my past life, yet beautiful enough to be called elegant, spoke to me in an incredibly polite tone that made me feel awkward. Indeed, this is what you would expect from the people of the Empire, famous for their slogan, "Nothing is a sin except for sin itself." An empire that accepts all kinds of backgrounds and cultures of other kingdoms to that extent. But it was just that hostility towards the unknown had changed into eyes that saw the strange and the novel. Black hair and black eyes. It was a rare appearance even in the Empire, so the looks I received, as if I were an alien, always followed me, and it wasn't something I could easily get used to. Rather, it was more unpleasant. Then, I'll take my leave. Yes, thank you for your assistance. To be honest, the fear of others still lingered within me. Just like how a deep scar remains even after receiving the best treatment, the scars from Syria village always haunted me. The chatter of people passing by sounded like they were gossiping about me, and everyone who approached me seemed suspicious. Though, it's much better than before. The cold persecution and harsh treatment I've continuously experienced in my second life for no reason had become a deeply ingrained trauma, so it couldn't be helped. So this is the academy I've only heard stories about. But I learned that all the people I cherish and feel close to started from small connections. Alice, who's now irreplaceable, and Saeli, who I had some arguments and fights at first, but now, after revealing everything, we could talk comfortably, trusting each other. All of them started from zero. Even if you can't understand each other's true feelings, you have to trust others first. Otherwise, a relationship can't even be born. I was able to learn through Alice that what I needed was trust. Well, I think Alice also needs to learn how to be a little more suspicious of people, though. That child is too kind for her own good. Tap, tap. The staff member left, and now the only presence in the quiet space was mine. Walking slowly through the hallway that connected the buildings, I reminisced about the memories that had become a distant past. I walked in the present while recalling the past. The warm sunlight stung my eyes, but I didn't care, and instead I opened my eyes wide, etching this moment into my mind. I am alive. Hugh. In my previous, complicated life, I had dreamed of this small hope, small and distant, like gazing at an unreachable star. And now, a dream that had miraculously come true. Yes, I am now at the academy. A beautiful voice, unwavering and clear, filled the classroom. Students in the prime of their youth listened intently to every word of the woman holding the small, thin pointer, diligently writing down everything, especially the parts that could appear on the test. Of course, there were also students who were dozing off or goofing off. It was a sight that would make anyone frown, but the teacher continued her lecture without paying any mind to it. It's no exaggeration to say that the history of the Akkad Empire is a history built alongside mercenaries. She spoke of the past, of history. Once, the Akkad Empire was just a small, merchant kingdom. Of course, they had a standing army managed by the state, but because the number of citizens was small, the life of each individual was precious, so they still relied heavily on mercenaries for their military force. Mercenaries. They boasted unique combat skills and specialized tactics, and mercenary work was considered one of the oldest professions in human history. People for whom money is life itself. But perhaps because of their nature, living and dying by money, frequent conflicts arising from payment issues were inevitable. In fact, many kingdoms that had hired mercenaries without properly considering these drawbacks had learned bitter lessons. Except for one. Unlike other kingdoms that faced problems like rebellions, the Akkad Empire, thanks to its active trade, generated a substantial income and was able to resolve the issue of mercenary payments to a certain extent. The empire, who paid money and asked for protection. The mercenaries, who protected the kingdom and received money. It was a perfect alignment of interests. The empire and the mercenaries built a strong relationship of trust, to the point where even some of the royal guard protecting the royal family were mercenaries, and their bond grew stronger with each passing day. The mercenaries also preferred the Akkad Empire over other kingdoms where they were more likely to be cheated out of their pay, and many skilled mercenaries had already immigrated to the empire. It was a huge boon for the empire. because soon, the clouds of war that would cover the sky and more were looming. Fortunately, the war that shook the world completely passed by the Empire. There's a theory called the Three Gunmen Theory. TL note, this is similar to the wizard standoff riddle if you're familiar with TED-Ed, just that now everyone shoots simultaneously. One gunman with a 100% accuracy rate, another with a 70% accuracy rate, and the last one with a 30% accuracy rate. If all three of them fired a bullet at the same time, who would be most likely to survive? That's what the theory is about. And the answer to this theory, which might come as a shock, it is, surprisingly, the least skilled gunman is the most likely to survive. The weakest, who's not even considered a threat, has the highest chance of survival. Isn't it ironic? But the world is inherently unfair, irrational, illogical, a series of coincidences. But why didn't the other powerful kingdoms invade the Akkad Empire at that time? We can't say for sure what those kingdoms were thinking at that time, as we weren't them. A question from one of the students who had been listening intently. Even at this pointed question that struck the core and might have been embarrassing at first glance, the teacher continued her lecture without missing a beat. The pointer in her hand lightly traced the locations of the powerful kingdoms that had waged war at that time. Of course, the geographical advantage that Akkad Empire possessed would have been enough to make them envious. A port, a bridgehead for war. The student's question was valid, it would be strange if they hadn't targeted it. But what he had forgotten was that the world doesn't work in such a simple way. There are a few possible explanations. Tap, tap. Adding that it was just speculation, she raised her thin finger and began to explain the reasons one by one. She said, perhaps, while engaged in a full-scale war with other kingdoms, they deemed it too risky to attack the Akkad Empire, despite its small size, because of its robust military strength. Or perhaps, they were hesitant to seize this strategically important location, fearing that other kingdoms would attack them like hyenas the moment they took control. Or maybe, they simply didn't have the resources to spare. In conclusion, whatever the reason, the Akkad Empire not only survived the war that engulfed all the other kingdoms, but it also started to conquer the surrounding kingdoms one by one, using the massive profits they had accumulated while the other kingdoms were weakened by war. Simply put, it was just luck. Great fortune, born from a series of small lucky coincidences. An opportunity that could be missed with the slightest mistake. The Akkad Empire simply seized it. But the fact that they had reached this point through luck, not skill, could have been a blessing in disguise. Because they knew that everything was due to luck, they didn't become arrogant and continued to work hard. But despite the empire's growth, the need for mercenaries didn't decrease, but rather, became even more prominent. An expanded territory, a larger population, and a kingdom generating massive profits. But a fattened pig is nothing more than a meal for wild beasts. The empire had to sharpen its fangs and claws to defend itself, even if it led to other problems. Maintaining an army is incredibly expensive. That's correct. Money. Not only waging war, but even the process of conscripting and training soldiers required enormous expenditures. Feeding, washing, and housing them. And on top of those explicit costs, there were also implicit costs, such as the loss of productivity in agriculture and manufacturing. Building a powerful military that matched the size of the empire wasn't as easy as it seemed. And once again, mercenaries came into the spotlight. Instead of maintaining a standing army that was useless except in times of war, they converted them into mercenaries who could gain experience and generate income by taking on missions. Killing two birds with one stone. Mercenaries, with their versatility and usefulness as a standing army, were the perfect solution for the empire, which had always been favorable towards mercenaries and had a long history of employing them. In other words, the history of the empire is the history of mercenaries. Mercenaries, who pursued freedom and wealth, were the symbol and pride of the empire. That's why, it was only natural for them to come to the museum. So, please welcome with a round of applause, the classmate who will be joining you for the next 3 years, sharing her knowledge and experience on mercenaries. A sudden introduction. It was a surprise, but the students had been given some heads up, so they quickly regained their composure. And soon, the classroom was filled with thunderous applause, their excitement palpable. Even the students who were calmly seated couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. The teacher, who had been lecturing at the podium, turned her body slightly towards the entrance she had come from. Click. The door opened with a small sound. Let me introduce, a member of the Wallenstein mercenary group, the Wings of the Empire. The name she uttered was that of a mercenary group that had recently gained fame and recognition. The sound of footsteps echoing proudly amidst the cheers heightened the tension. Slowly, a figure appeared. This is Miss Han Sia. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The appearance of a new visitor. The classroom was filled with applause so intense it was almost painful.